three issues we have continually prioritised have been the establishment of the Palestinian Committee, the increase in humanitarian aid, and the establishment of the process for the decommissioning of Hamas weapons. We put forward proposals based on our experience in Northern Ireland and expertise as well, but I do believe that this urgently needs to make progress as part of Phase 2.
Monica Harding.
Mr. Speaker, there are reports that today, this morning, Israeli security forces arrived in the Sheikh Jarrah UNRWA compound in occupied East Jerusalem. Security guards were forced out of the premises and bulldozers subsequently entered the compound and began to demolish UNRWA buildings, and the demolitions are ongoing. If this is true, this is an unprecedented attack, not only against UNRWA and its premises, but constitutes a serious violation of international law and the privileges and immunities of the United Nations. What consequential action will the Foreign Secretary take if these reports are true?
So stay.
Well, we have already had previously issues last month with issues involving the Israeli authorities entering UNRWA's compound in East Jerusalem without prior authorization, and UN premises are inviolable under international law. So we have already raised this and condemned this, and it is immensely important that everyone recognises the important role that UNRWA plays. This year, the UK has committed 27 million to help UNRWA scale up life-saving aid, including food, water, shelter and medical care.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pressure on the UK to join the expensive and dodgy-looking Gaza Board of Peace has been ramped up overnight by President Trump's messaging. Will the government politely decline the Gaza Board of Peace whilst reviewing its position on Chagos, given the US intervention overnight?
So stay.
Slightly contorted question. On the issue, as the honourable member will know, that the Board of Peace proposal was originally part of the 20-point plan around Gaza. The proposals that have been put forward now are very different from what had been previously expected around Gaza. So it's right that there are further international discussions underway on this, and all of those details are being discussed. We will see where that ends up. What I would say is, though, I think the critical issue now is the support for the Palestinian Committee, because Gaza should be run by the people of Gaza, by Palestinians, free from Hamas. And that is the crucial thing now that we need to support and ensure that they have not just the humanitarian support, but also the decommissioning of weapons and the support for their long-term future.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The irony is, of course, that we already have a Board of Peace. It's called the UN, and President Trump is undermining it at every step. 5 days ago, a group of 22 UN experts deemed the ban on the international NGOs as part of a systematic assault on humanitarian operations and a step in a deliberate dismantling of Gaza's lifeline. 21 children have died of extreme cold in recent days. 7,000 tents have been swept away due to weather conditions. Foreign Secretary, we need to do more directly. If these NGOs can't do it, what is the government doing to get tents and shelter and heating into Gaza?
So stay.
Well, nothing can replace the UN or its charter. Let us be clear about that. It's the bedrock of multilateral cooperation and international law. And I met the Secretary-General of the UN this weekend to reaffirm our support for the UN and the work that it does as part of the marking 80 years of anniversary of the United Nations this weekend. On the humanitarian issues, look, over 3,000 people have been affected by a new wave of heavy rains and strong winds across the Gaza Strip, even just over the last week, with huge concerns about hypothermia, collapsing shelter structures as well. That's why I also discussed with Tom Fletcher from the OCHA about what more we can do to ensure that support is being got into Gaza, and this has to be a priority for Phase 2 of the peace process.
Thomas.
Mr. Speaker, as my right honourable friend has just alluded to, there are hundreds of thousands of displaced families in Gaza living in torn tents and roofless homes, exposed to the rain, freezing temperatures and with further storms due. So what further steps will she be able to take to persuade the current Israeli government to allow in the materials necessary for more robust shelter, particularly and immediately for families with young children?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is right to raise the importance of this, because when you look at really the flimsy shelters that families are in, despite the terrible flooding that they have seen, despite the winter conditions, the impact that this is having, and also contributing to disease and further displacement as well. So we are continuing to urge the Israeli government to change their restrictions that allow the better quality, the provisions, the construction into Gaza, and to make sure that we can get those basic humanitarian needs met. That was the commitment that was made as part of the 20-point plan, not just by Israel, but by all countries. We need action to support that.
Dr. Ellie Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the, frankly, utterly extraordinary news yesterday that Donald Trump has invited Putin and Netanyahu to sit on the Board of Peace, does the Foreign Secretary recognise that it is clear that the Board of Peace is utterly unfit to contribute to the task of peace building? It also doesn't include any Palestinians and almost no women. Does she recognise that it is inappropriate for Britain to participate in it, or indeed Brits? And what does she suggest as an alternative?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, let's be clear. I think the most important organisation network now for the future of Gaza is the Palestinian Committee, the National Administration Committee for Gaza, made up of Palestinians. Gaza should be run by Palestinians. That is crucial, and that is what we should now be supporting to take forward. And then on the wider question, let's be clear, Putin is not a man of peace, and I don't think he belongs in any organisation with peace in the name.
Shadow Minister Wendy Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This House needs the full facts regarding aid entering Gaza and why the government is not more engaged with the CMCC. So I'd like to ask the Foreign Secretary, what steps is she taking to support the disarming of Hamas and secure the immediate release of the remaining hostage? And following White House announcements on the Board of Peace, including Tony Blair, can she confirm what UK input there has been, whether any UK ministers will be involved, and give a clear assurance that the UK would reject President Putin being on the board, given his illegal invasion of Ukraine and alliance with Iran?
Foreign Secretary.
I think I have actually answered every single one of the points that she made already. If she had listened on the decommissioning of Hamas weapons, in fact, we have been one of the leading countries to drive a process of putting forward proposals for the decommissioning of Hamas weapons. We are working with other countries to do so, and we will continue to do so because we think that this is a priority. On the humanitarian work, there has been work done by the CMCC, but it goes nowhere near far enough, and we are seeing deteriorating conditions in many areas because of the winter conditions, and frankly, the removal of NGOs simply goes backwards. On the Board of Peace, it is different from what was proposed, and that is why international discussions are underway. We will see where they end up. But let's be clear, it is the Palestinian Committee and the Palestinian people who now to be leading the running of Gaza going forward.
Helen Miller, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The composition of Donald Trump's Board of Peace now looks increasingly like a rogues gallery, as we've heard, with President Putin being invited to join. Meanwhile, as the Foreign Secretary has said, the Palestinians have been left out of that board entirely, and it's increasingly clear that this is not about peace at all. I have two specific questions to the Foreign Secretary, which he has not yet answered. Can the Foreign Secretary tell the House whether government ministers have spoken with Tony Blair about his role? And will the Foreign Secretary categorically condemn these current plans and call instead for the United Nations to lead peace-building and reconstruction efforts in Gaza, with Palestinians at the heart of this?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, we strongly support the role of the United Nations, and that is why, in fact, many of these points were set out as part of a UN Security Council resolution which had widespread support, because we think it is important to have the underpinnings not just of the UN, but international law more widely, but also to maintain that international consensus that we need to move to the next phase. These proposals that have been put forward are different from what was described and actually are not focused on Gaza. We think the focus now for Gaza has to be on the Palestinian Committee security and on key practical issues like the surging of humanitarian aid and also the decommissioning of Hamas weapons. Our focus needs to be on the practical next steps, and we will work with everyone to make sure that that happens.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I set out in the House yesterday, we continue to support the people of Greenland and to make clear that the sovereignty of Greenland is a matter for the future of Greenland is a matter for the Greenlanders and for the Danes alone. And we are working to increase the support for security across the Arctic region, and that was why I visited Norway and Finland this week. And Mr. Speaker, can I apologise that if, with your permission, that was a grouped answer to questions 3 and 7 together.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister attempted to justify the hesitant approach to Greenland, the US and the EU as an attempt to preserve the national interest. Yet there was nothing in the national interest about Brexit, a false hope deal that has left us far away from our European friends, desperately clinging to a US administration who don't care about our national interests. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that the UK are nothing but a cork in the ocean, bobbing around at this moment of international crisis, neither here nor there, and all because of a disastrous, isolationist, self-sabotaging Brexit?
Foreign Secretary.
What I say is the UK works with our NATO allies, some of whom are part of the EU, some of whom, like us and Norway, for example, where we have some of our closest partnerships, are not. But we believe that this is about strengthening our Arctic security because the Arctic is the gateway for the Russian Northern Fleet to threaten the UK, to threaten Europe, but also to threaten the US and Canada as well. So Arctic security is a transatlantic security issue.
Manderson.
Speaker, and I thank the Foreign Secretary for her statement yesterday. I welcome the renewed recognition of the Arctic's strategic importance to Europe's collective security and the need for NATO as a whole to develop a more credible deterrence posture. Can she provide a further update to the House of how the government is using its diplomatic influence within NATO to drive a more coherent long-term strategy for Arctic security rather than relying on individual national responses?
Foreign Secretary.
I welcome my honourable friend's question. We have proposed a stronger role for NATO on Arctic security. So just as NATO currently has a successful Baltic sentry and an Eastern sentry, we are arguing for an Arctic sentry that brings together the operations, the intelligence sharing, the coordination for countries right across the Arctic and also countries like the UK who are heavily affected by Arctic security, even though we are not part of Arctic security, and that is why we are substantially increasing our presence in northern Norway and working with Norway on new groundbreaking frigates.
Colin Miller, Liberal Democrats, spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With his threats against Greenland and now against her partners, including the UK, Donald Trump has driven a presidential motorcade through NATO and the entire system of post-war security. I'm pleased that the Prime Minister yesterday made his objections to Trump clear, but words are not enough. We must show President Trump that his actions have consequences and that we will do this in concert with our allies, as we are much stronger when we stand together. Yesterday, the Prime Minister ruled out the idea of preparing retaliatory tariffs to use only in the event that the President carries through with his threats on the 1st of February. Does the Foreign Secretary agree with me that we should take no options off the table when dealing with a corrupt bully like President Trump?
Foreign Secretary.
The UK Prime Minister will always act in our national interests. That means pursuing Britain's security, pursuing Britain's prosperity and pursuing Britain's values. That is what he has done at every stage, and it's exactly why he was so firm with the President about our support for the sovereignty of Greenland. It is why we are working continually with our international allies and cooperating closely with other partners right across Europe to make sure that we are responding in a strong and firm way to prevent a trade war that will cause damage to UK industry, but also to US industry as well, and to build instead the collective partnership on security, which is what's in all our interests.
Mr. Quidley.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no place for forced labour in our global economy, especially when the victims are so often women, children and persecuted minority groups. We are working through a range of multilateral bodies, including the G7, the UN and the OSCE, to eradicate forced labour from supply chains. And we are currently reviewing the effectiveness of our rules around the responsible business conduct to ensure the UK continues to set the global standard in the elimination of forced labour.
Richard Quidley.
I thank the Minister for his response. However, the UK's Joint Committee on Human Rights has warned that without stronger action, we risk falling behind the EU and the US and even becoming a dumping ground for goods produced with forced labour. Will the government commit to introducing legislation that sends a clear and unequivocal message that the UK stands firmly against Uyghur forced labour and will not allow such products into our market?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? We are clear that no company in the UK should have forced labour in its supply chain. We are committed to promoting and protecting human rights, including in Xinjiang, and we continue to work with international partners to hold China to account for their human rights violations. The government's review of responsible business conduct is considering a range of policy options to tackle forced labour.
Sir Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, as his right honourable friend, the Energy Minister, insists that we must move as quickly as possible to renewables, may I ask the Minister what steps does he have in place to ensure that the 90% of processed materials for renewables do not include slave labour and human rights abuses?
Minister. Can I thank him for his question? We of course support voluntary human rights due diligence in businesses as recommended by the UN in its guiding principles on human rights. And as I've already mentioned in answer to my honourable friend, as part of the government's review on responsible business conduct, these will be part of the options we take forward as His Majesty's government.
Number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we work closely with our international partners to deter and disrupt those responsible for malicious cyber activity. And to date, 42 international partners have supported UK activity to expose cyber threats. 74 countries are members of the Counter Ransomware Initiative led by the UK, and 27 countries have publicly endorsed the UK and France Pall Mall Code of Practice, which aims to tackle cyber proliferation intrusion tools.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister will remember that when the Russia-backed Lockbit cybercrime network was smashed in 2024, it was the direct result of intensive collaboration between the United Kingdom, Europe and the United States, working together to defend Europe from Russia's hybrid attacks, which only seek to weaken our role in the world. Is this not a reminder that we are all safer on both sides of the Atlantic when we work together and never forget where the real threats to our national security come from?
Minister.
Well, I wholeheartedly agree, Mr. Speaker, with her remarks, and indeed they echo the remarks we heard this morning from the Speaker of the House of Representatives with you, Mr. Speaker, about working together as close allies and across NATO, and it's good to welcome guests here today from the NATO Parliamentary Assembly too. But she's absolutely right to raise this issue, as evidenced by the 2024 Lockbit and the 2025 Media Land sanctions packages. The UK works closely with key partners and remains committed to using all available tools to defend against cyber threats, and coordination with Australia, with the EU, with the United States and other allies demonstrates to adversaries we will not tolerate these assaults on our public and private institutions and our democracies.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister, as always, for his very comprehensive response. When it comes to ransomware and what we're trying to do in technology, Northern Ireland leads the way in cybersecurity, South East of England leads the way in cybersecurity, but it's always advancing. The Minister has responsibility to ensure that we're protected. I know that. At the same time, we need to ensure that the technology moves forward to equal our enemies or to outdo them. Can the Minister give us some assurance that that will happen and that Northern Ireland will be part of that? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, he rightly extols the virtues and skills of the excellent workforce in Northern Ireland and indeed across the UK on these issues. And I've had the pleasure, Mr. Speaker, of meeting with a number of cybersecurity companies. We're doing all we can to increase the skills chain and make sure that we can keep those steps ahead of our adversaries, because we will not tolerate this activity. It hits consumers and individuals here in the UK, it risks our national security, and we will work with others to defend this country.
Shadow Minister Andrew Sterling.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Iran is a cyber menace, committing digital warfare against democracies around the world and its own people, cutting internet most recently from its own citizens to hide the scale of the atrocities it is committing. So can the government outline whether it has any plans to use its own cyber capabilities to take on Tehran in its moment of weakness, and how it will prevent Tehran from evading tariffs by using cryptocurrency?
Minister.
Well, can I welcome him, perhaps as his unexpected elevation, but welcome him to his position and thank him for his important question, which is on a very, very serious matter, which is the threat from our adversaries. And he is right to point out Iran. There are, of course, many others who are attempting to damage our national security, to hit consumers and individuals here in the UK. He will understand I'm not going to go into operational details on any matter relating to our cyber defences, but he can be assured that we keep the activities of our adversaries very, very closely in our mind, and we are taking steps to make sure we can defend this country against all threats from wherever they come.
Blake Stevens.
Question number 6, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Chagos Archipelago Marine Protected Area is one of the world's most important marine environments. Has been rightly been recognised by members across the House, and both the UK and Mauritius are committed to its protection. I can confirm to him that no commercial fishing will be allowed, but low levels of artisanal fishing will be permitted for the sustenance of the Chagosian communities, which is compatible with nature conservation, and we're working closely with Mauritius to ensure that adequate patrolling capabilities will be maintained after the Marine Protected Area enters into force.
Blake Stevens.
Thank the Minister for his response. A recent report from Yale University ranks Mauritius last out of 131 states for stringency in its marine protected areas, and a woeful 173 out of 180 for protection for biodiversity. Mauritius has even admitted it doesn't have capacity to patrol the area and is open to commercial fishing, and I recognise the response that the Minister just gave, but Britain has kept the Chagos marine environment pristine for 50 years. Why doesn't the government want to secure this legacy in law?
Minister.
Well, with the greatest respect, because I know he raises these issues with sincerity, I was just very, very clear, and it was on the 3rd of November that Mauritius announced the creation of the Chagos Archipelago Marine Protected Area, and they've confirmed that no commercial fishing will be allowed in any part of the MPA. We're working very closely with them on the issues around patrolling, working very, very closely to protect the environment. These are important issues, and I can assure him that we are absolutely seized of them.
Foreign Secretary Dame Pitts-Patel.
The Prime Minister previously said that Five Eyes partners and the United States backed the Chagos surrender bill, but today the American president has publicly opposed it, rightly citing the very concerns that these benches have raised around the malign influence of China and Russia benefiting directly as a result of surrendering the Chagos Islands. Is President Trump right? And given Labour's Chagos surrender bill will cost £35 billion, compromise our national security and betray the rights of the Chagosian community, when will the government finally see sense and scrap this shameful treaty?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, she again makes some wild claims about costs, which are simply not the case. We have been absolutely clear that the UK will never compromise on our national security. As we have made repeatedly clear, the agreement we have struck is vital for protecting our national security and that of our allies, and guaranteeing the long-term future of a base that is crucially important for the UK and the United States. Our deal secures the operations of the joint US-UK base on Diego Garcia for generations. It's got that backing across Five Eyes, as well as other international partners. I would remind her very, very clearly that in May, the US Secretary of State said the Trump administration determined that this agreement secures the long-term, stable and effective operation of the joint US-UK military facility on Diego Garcia. We will, of course, have discussions with the administration in the coming days to remind them of the strength of this deal and how it secures the base. And I am surprised these comments have been made, obviously, in the context of difficult conversations about Greenland, which she joins us with in standing for their sovereignty and self-determination and reflection. And I would just urge her to be a little bit more reflective in her comments.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 8.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one of the Foreign Office's most serious and important duties is standing up for British nationals who have been wrongly detained overseas and supporting the families here at home working desperately for their release. We're committed to strengthening those efforts, including through the appointment of a dedicated envoy for complex detention cases, and we expect to confirm that appointment in the near future.
Douglas McAllister.
Mr. Speaker, exactly 3,000 days ago, my constituent Jagtar Singh Johal was imprisoned in India. 3,000 days later, he remains arbitrarily detained, facing the death penalty on trumped-up charges, having been brutally tortured to make a confession. While in opposition, our Prime Minister rightly recognised my constituent's detention as arbitrary. We need to do more than just raise his case with Indian counterparts. My constituent was acquitted in March last year of all charges, but now faces essentially 8 duplicate cases based on the same evidence. So does the Foreign Secretary or the Minister agree with me this is clearly double jeopardy as recognised under Indian, international and UK law? And will the government make that clear to Indian counterparts?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for the persistence and the force of his advocacy for his constituents. Despite progress in Mr. Johal's legal proceedings, as he says, 8 of the cases against him remain outstanding. We continue to raise concerns about Mr. Johal's prolonged detention with the Government of India at every appropriate opportunity, emphasising the need for a prompt, full and just resolution of Mr. Johal's cases within India's independent legal system.
Christian Jolly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, Jagtar Singh Johal is not the only case of human rights violations against British citizens across the world at the moment. And one of our biggest allies has just said that peace is no longer a priority for them. So with the world such a dangerous place and such a threat to the human rights of British citizens abroad, would the Minister agree with me that the time has come to make assistance, consular assistance, a legal right of British citizens across the globe?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're committed to introducing a right for consular assistance. We'll return to this House with more detail about what form that may take.
Ian Lavery. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have consistently called on all parties to comply with their international humanitarian law obligations in Palestine, and where this government has had concerns about Israel's commitment to those obligations, we have taken decisive action. That has included stopping exports to the IDF that might be used in Gaza, suspending negotiations on a new free trade agreement, and last month voting in favour of a UN resolution which welcomed the ICJ's advisory opinion on Israel's obligations to allow life-saving humanitarian assistance to reach Palestinian civilians.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In July 2024, the ICJ ruled that the Israeli occupation and settlements were illegal and must be ended and dismantled. Then in September 2024, the UN General Assembly gave Israel 12 months to bring to an end its unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territories. A deadline, Mr. Speaker, which is now lapsed by more than 4 months. Minister, why, after a year and a half, has the government still not published its response to the ICJ advisory opinion? Is there something we don't know, but perhaps we should?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for the question. In that period, the UK has made a range of very significant determinations in relation to our policy in the Middle East. Of course, we continue to consider the court's advisory opinion on Israel's occupation carefully. There was lots in that advisory opinion with which we agree, and is indeed already government policy. We agree settlements are illegal. We have already taken strong action against them. Since this government came into office, we've introduced 3 packages of sanctions related to violence against communities in the West Bank, and we continue to keep these questions under review.
Imran Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the recent ceasefire came into effect, over 450 Palestinians have been killed by Israel. The UNICEF reports that over 100 Palestinian children have been killed in Gaza since October the 10th. Israeli airstrikes continue, and the mental and physical torture and violence continues unabated. Can the Minister tell the children that are still alive in Gaza what action the UK government will take to force Israel to comply with international law and to allow essential humanitarian aid into Gaza, but also to make this ceasefire a real ceasefire and stop the killing?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know how deeply so many of our constituents, indeed so many members in this House, consider these issues, raise these issues. We are continuing to take action in the way that the Foreign Secretary has already set out this morning, and those actions will continue. It is vital that the ceasefire holds, that we make progress in the 3 areas set out by the Foreign Secretary already, and that is the priority of these ministers.
Ollie Glover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 10, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to international development, but we must modernise our approach to reflect the world we live in and the threats our country faces while maintaining economic stability at home. We are committed to meeting the ODA budgets that have been set out, but with less money we must focus on greater impact. Every pound must deliver for the UK taxpayer and the people we support, while we will sharpen our focus on humanitarian, health, climate and nature, underpinned by economic development.
Lover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer. The United States government has cut funding for research and development into life-saving health solutions that help the world's poorest people. In this context, the UK has the opportunity to embrace world-leading scientists who are no longer welcome elsewhere. So will the government seize this opportunity to both continue progress on life expectancy in the global south and boost the UK's economy by increasing its spending on global health research and development?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't comment on the US decision. It's a matter for the administration. In terms of our own support in the ODA context, as I've mentioned, one of those focuses now moving forward will be on health. And of course, we've announced previously to the House additional funding to tackling life-limiting conditions, particularly in the continent of Africa. So the work around health and life-saving work carries on.
Anderson.
The conflict in Sudan is affecting millions of people, including thousands of women affected by horrific sexual violence. I've been hearing from aid workers on the ground who are working with those women. Can the Minister assure the House that despite aid budget cuts, support for the women victims of sexual violence in the conflict of Sudan will not be cut?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question, Mr. Speaker? I know what a huge issue and importance it is to all members across the House. I can confirm that additional funding has been allocated in relation to the Sudan conflict. We are, of course, calling for the violence to end, and particularly for the violence that is targeted at women and girls. And I can assure her that part of this continuing funding is in supporting and trying to tackle the very extreme levels of sexual violence that women are experiencing in Sudan.
Sir Andrew Mitchell.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister will know, part of the ODA budget goes to invest in businesses, creating employment in the poorest parts of the world. For example, through BII, British Investment International, undoubtedly now the best DFI in the world. Will the Minister continue to ensure that BII receives injections of capital so that they can go on doing this brilliant work and earning a decent return for the British taxpayer?
Minister.
Can I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question? I'm pleased to say that the International Development Minister, Baroness Chapman, in the other place, is due to meet imminently with the group, and we will continue to work, indeed in my conversations with nations in the ODA context, about how we can do more support for business as one of the changes of how we'll see ODA working moving forward.
David Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hate to disagree with my colleague opposite, who I respect greatly, but I do wonder, in the era where we have less money, whether we do need to focus on reaching the poorest people the most. And there are other models, including the International Finance Facility for Education, the International Finance Facility for Immunisation, that offer ways in which we can leverage in much more money. By putting in a small amount, we can leverage up to 4 times more money out. So would ministers meet with me and a Treasury Minister to discuss proposals like this, so that we can look at innovative forms for development finance in an era of less ODA?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question, Mr. Speaker? I'm, of course, more than happy to meet with him as diaries allow.
Gareth Emerson.
Number 11, please, Mr. Speaker.
So stay.
Mr. Speaker, the UK continues to support the Ukrainian people in the face of unrelenting Russian aggression, including the targeting of Ukraine's energy, infrastructure and civilians. On Friday, we were proud to mark the anniversary of the 100-year partnership that we agreed with Ukraine last year, and we will continue to provide support, both military and economic, and for their energy security as well.
Good, Emerson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Association of Ukrainians in Great Britain, Bolton branch, is situated in my constituency of Bolton North East, helping families settle and keeping those community ties strong. As the Foreign Secretary mentioned, as the UK marked the first anniversary of the UK-Ukraine 100-year partnership, what more is the Foreign Secretary doing, working across government, to ensure Ukrainians in the UK are provided with the support they need to rebuild their lives?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank the honourable member for her question? This is exactly this 100-year partnership is about our people-to-people links, our long-term connections between the UK and Ukraine. And if I can just take a personal moment on this, Mr. Speaker, I can report that one of the teenagers who came to stay with us in Castleford at the very beginning of the Ukraine war and has since returned to Kyiv has continued with her training to be an international standard ballroom dancer, is back in the UK with her partner this week in the run-up to an international competition, and I wish them both the very best.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I'm sure the entire House endorses what the Foreign Secretary has just said. In a week when the government is sadly letting down Hong Kongers in London, Chagossians in exile, and Northern Ireland veterans in retirement, can we absolutely rely upon continued support for Ukraine's gallant resistance to atrocious Russian imperialism?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I think really the honourable member should know better than to ask a question like that, as he knows. The UK has been continually strong in our support for Ukraine, for the people of Ukraine, and also for Ukraine's continued military resistance. I think for too long Russia has underestimated the people of Ukraine, but also Ukraine's friends, and that is why the UK, through the coalition of the willing, has been leading support for Ukraine.
Shadow Minister Winniborn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Secretary will have heard President Zelensky's warnings last week about the supply of air defence missiles. We must heed them. Can she confirm whether the government is now going to make more weapons available, immediately scale up production, or broker new military aid packages with our allies to make sure there is a constant supply of missiles?
Well, the UK is working very closely with our partners, including through NATO, but also more broadly, to ensure that Ukraine has the military support they need, including the weapons and the equipment, but also support for their energy infrastructure, support for their intelligence gathering as well, where the UK plays an important role. And what we have done is, in fact, set forward commitments alongside the French government as well, and that forward lean on the ability to support Ukraine if a peace agreement is reached, backed by security guarantees. So I think the UK is really very much leading the military and wider support for Ukraine.
Dan Carden, starting topicals.
Topical number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, in a few weeks' time, we will reach the 4th anniversary of the Ukraine war, and extreme efforts have been made over recent months to pursue a just and lasting peace, but still we have seen no sign that Russia is willing to make peace. And in the early hours of today, Russia attacked Ukraine with 34 missiles and 339 drones. This follows 4 previous nights in which Russia fired 537 drones at Ukrainian cities, largely targeting energy infrastructure. Ukraine's energy system is experiencing its most acute crisis of the war, and Kyiv residents are currently receiving 3 hours of power, followed by 10-hour outages. So on the 16th of January, as we marked the first anniversary of the 100-year partnership, I announced a further £20 million of UK support for vital energy repairs. Our commitment to supporting Ukraine is unwavering.
Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for that update. The brutal Iranian regime is dying and a new Iran is being born, and we can assist that process in their interests and ours by banning the IRGC. If the Foreign Secretary requires a new legislative instrument for a prescription mechanism for state and state-linked bodies, will she bring that to the House? And will the Foreign Office prepare for the day after, convening opposition parties to cohere them and mobilise expertise to decide on a future democratic...
Come on, you've got to help me to get others in.
Well, my honourable friend will know that as Home Secretary, I commissioned the review of the legislation which recommended changes because the existing legislation is drawn up around terrorism and we need to be able to deal with state-backed threats. I can also assure him that both I and the new Home Secretary take extremely seriously the threats from Iran.
Foreign Secretary Dame Patel.
Speaker, the government has just given planning permission to the new Chinese superb embassy, and it's 240 pages, and there it is for us to read. All the time while Jimmy Lai, a British national, continues to be imprisoned in appalling conditions on bogus political charges under the disgraceful Hong Kong national security law. So does the Foreign Secretary agree that it is unacceptable for China to be rewarded with this spy hub in the heart of London while Jimmy languishes in prison?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the Shadow Foreign Secretary will know that we have made the strongest of criticisms of the decision on Jimmy Lai. We continue to pursue this issue with the Chinese government and to stress the urgent need for him to be released immediately on humanitarian grounds. She has raised the issue of the independent planning decision, and she will know the independent planning processes that need to be gone through, and I understand the Security Minister will be making a statement to the House on this topic shortly following this session. All I would point out to her is that diplomatic consent was given by her hero, Boris Johnson. She had many years as Home Secretary to pursue any concerns that she had.
Mr. Speaker, in light of her remarks and the fact that Jimmy Lai's sentencing is expected soon, does she agree that when the Prime Minister goes to Beijing and goes to kowtow to Beijing and he comes back with no movement on Jimmy Lai's release, should that trip be regarded as a failure of British diplomacy?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, we believe it is exactly because we have deep concerns on issues around Jimmy Lai and the need for his urgent humanitarian release, but also on wider security issues that we should engage with the Chinese government. Refusing to engage with the Chinese government when we have such serious issues and concerns would actually be irresponsible.
Rinder Singh Jalsan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently visited the Lodge Community Centre in West Bromwich to meet with 5 of the 25 young people who had arrived in the UK from Gaza to receive specialist medical attention, and they were present there with their families at a fund day put on by the Yemeni Community Association. I spoke with them about their experience in Gaza, their journey here and here in the UK. So can the Minister tell the House what learning has the Department taken from the programme so far, in particular the support required by the young people and their families whilst they're in the UK, and is it the intention to expand the project further?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the House will be aware, we've supported a number of sick and injured children to leave Gaza. I'm very proud of our work in this area. We work closely across government, including with our colleagues in DHSC, MHCLG and indeed with local authorities to ensure that children and families arriving in the UK receive the help and support they need. In relation to future plans, I'm sure I'll return to the House in due course.
Joe Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Trump's new version Board of Peace will apparently cost $1 billion to join. Trump will chair it for life, and Putin will be invited to join and offer his views on peacemaking. Now, I understand the Foreign Secretary is still having conversations about it, but has she managed to identify a single good reason for the UK to join?
Minister.
As the Foreign Secretary set out earlier, the Board of Peace was part of the 20-point plan, which we welcomed. There was a UN Security Council resolution, which also enshrines the progress made in the talks. Of course, we want to see the ceasefire hold in Gaza. We are fully engaged with our American and other counterparts on these questions. But as the Foreign Secretary set out already, we are discussing with our allies the way ahead.
Lorraine Beavers.
Settler violence and expansion in the occupied West Bank is a daily threat to Palestinian communities. In the face of persistent violence, entire villages have been forcibly displaced. This is ethnic cleansing, enabled by the Israeli state. Does the Foreign Secretary agree with me that a ban on trade with Israeli settlements would show Israel that we are serious in opposing this disgraceful activity?
Honourable Secretary.
What I would say to the Honourable Member is we are deeply concerned about the escalating settler attacks and the fact that they have reached new heights, with more attacks last year than in any year since the United Nations began recording such incidents. We need the government of Israel to abide by its obligations around settlements and also around settler violence, but we also need to ensure that we pursue this as part of the broader peace plan process, the 20-point plan process, to build the greatest possible coordination around delivering not just peace for Gaza, but a two-state solution.
Both Allied and Russian, I wonder if the Foreign Secretary could articulate the risk she thinks that the UK is taking when it has such a small military and is committing several thousand troops, maybe even tens of thousands of troops, to Ukraine through the coalition of the willing.
Well, the UK government, this government, is responsible now for the biggest increase in defence investment since the Cold War, because we recognise the importance of defending our national security. And I would also say to him that Ukraine's security is our security. The threat from Russia affects us all.
Jeff Smith.
Speaker, it's going to be impossible to get the necessary aid into Gaza until the Rafah crossing is fully open. Can the Minister update us on progress in trying to persuade the Netanyahu government to do the right thing and open the Rafah crossing?
Minister. I thank my honourable friend for his question and his continued advocacy on these questions. The Rafah crossing, and indeed other crossings, was clearly outlined in the 20-point plan as needing to open. There have been discussions between various partners, but we continue to press the Israelis to open all the crossings now.
Stephen Gathins.
Mr. Speaker, an opinion poll at the weekend in the Sunday Herald shows that 3/4 of Scots would vote to join the European Union. They get that leaving the EU was a disaster a decade ago, and it's even more of a disaster given the international situation now. So why does this government continue to pursue yesterday's policies backed up by yesterday's men and women?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, he knows that this government has strengthened our relationships with the EU, has got a security and defence partnership, is securing an SPS deal, is rejoining Erasmus+. These are all things that are going to make a tangible difference, both for people in Scotland and across the United Kingdom, and we're very proud of them.
Mike Reader.
In her Sunday Times interview 2 weeks ago, the Foreign Secretary warned that the only person who benefits when NATO is divided is Vladimir Putin. That warning looks even more relevant today, so can I ask her once again to remind her colleagues across the Atlantic that this is the time we come together as an alliance and remember who our true enemies are?
Well, I gather that their sentiment was expressed by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the US Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mike Johnson, who has been with us in Parliament over the last few days. I think there are many people on both sides of the Atlantic, across Europe and across North America, who recognise the importance, the vital importance of our NATO alliance, of keeping all of us safe.
Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Peelin Omar, has asked me about a ceasefire which was announced on Sunday between the Syrian government and the SDF, which has already unravelled, with fighting resuming in less than 24 hours. What is the Foreign Secretary doing to promote humanitarian access, international monitoring and a long-term reconciliation between the Kurdish people in Aleppo and northern Syria and the Syrian government? And does it support a more devolved government solution to bring about a lasting peace for the Kurdish people?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, many across the House will be aware of the fast-moving situation in north-east Syria. It is of concern to the British government. We are calling for de-escalation and we want a halt to the advance into the north-east. We continue to focus on the humanitarian situation in Syria. Over 16.5 million people are in need of humanitarian assistance, and we are delivering up to £104 million of assistance this year.
Could I ask the Minister what action the UK government is taking to support Tamils in seeking justice for past and current injustices?
Mr. Speaker, the UK is active in seeking justice and accountability for Sri Lanka's Tamil community, and indeed we lead in the UN's Human Rights Council on the resolution on Sri Lanka. Last year, we sanctioned Sri Lankans for human rights violations in the civil war, and we've made clear to the Sri Lankan government the importance the importance of improved human rights for all in Sri Lanka, as well as reconciliation. And let me take the opportunity to wish the Tamil community a happy Thai Pongal.
Shocker Adam.
Despite the Minister's assertion that the government is holding the Israeli government to account, I just would like to remind them that a tender by the Israeli government has just been passed for a further illegal construction of more than 3,000 homes in the E1 project in the West Bank. This will now completely cut the West Bank into half. So will the government now comply with the ICJ's opinion that third states have a duty, like ours, to bring Israelis' illegal occupation to an end by imposing sanctions on Israeli ministers in their professional capacity and prohibit UK companies from illegal settlements?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Secretary and I have set out the position in relation to settlements over the course of this session, but I want to be clear, we have been the strongest that we can in condemnation of the increase both in violence with settlers and settlements themselves. I have, from this dispatch box, announced sanctions indeed on Israeli ministers, including Mr. Smotrich and Mr. Ben-Gvir.
Marcy Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I proudly declare that I'll be visiting the Falkland Islands as a guest of their government next month. What can the UK government do to alleviate EU tariffs of between 6 and 18% on their fishing exports so that the Falklands government have more money to spend on health, education and their treasured environment?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we remain strong defenders of the Falkland Islands as part of our great British family globally, and I was pleased to speak with the new Legislative Assembly just the other day. It's, of course, the Brexit deal that the previous government negotiated that left the Falklands out when it comes to tariffs, but we continue to work very closely with them on a range of trade and tariff issues and have done so successfully in relation to the United States.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Israeli occupation of the West Bank has resulted in almost 1,000 deaths over the past year and a half. The loss of villages, the loss of life and the continued enabling of settler violence against ordinary Palestinian people in their villages. And this morning there are reports that the Israeli Defence Force is now demolishing UNRWA headquarters in Jerusalem. When is the British government going to do something serious with sanctions against Israel for their continued illegal occupation of the West Bank?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think I answered the substance of that question in the last answer. We are aware of the reports in relation to the UNRWA headquarters in East Jerusalem, and as the Foreign Secretary set out already, we're taking them very seriously indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over 900 doctors have been killed by the Iranian regime since 1979. A leading medical union warns that the Iran state health system is near collapse and medicines are increasingly scarce, leaving children vulnerable for basic care. Does my right honourable friend agree that urgent international action is needed to hold the regime to account, particularly for the devastating impact on paediatric care?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is right to raise the deep humanitarian concerns from not having adequate health care in Iran. Their point comes after we have also seen in recent weeks the most brutal of killings by the Iranian regime and the deep concern about the safety of protesters. I can also report to the House we have secured a special session of the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva to take place on the 23rd of January, and that will also be an opportunity to raise exactly these issues.
Last year, President Trump, when he was frustrated with President Zelensky, withdrew for a short period intelligence sharing with Ukraine. Can the Foreign Secretary, overseas GCHQ and MI6, assure the House and my constituents that should such a threat at some point develop from the White House, that intelligence sharing will be withdrawn, even for a temporary period, with the United Kingdom, that the Foreign Secretary will remind the US President and her counterpart that this Five Eyes partnership keeps Americans safe every single day of the week as well?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I can say to the honourable member that I first had visits in Washington about the strengths of the Five Eyes partnership and meetings, including meetings with the CIA and others, more than 25 years ago. Our Five Eyes partnership runs back many generations now and is deep and important, and also continues to take incredibly seriously the threats from Russia in Ukraine.
Marshal de Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With 2 out of 3 FCDO-funded programmes dedicated to disability inclusion coming to an end this year, what targets will this government set to ensure that its remaining programming will prioritise and can be accessed by disabled people, 80% of whom live in the Global South? And can the Minister also offer some assurances that there will be sufficient capacity within the FCDO to support disabled people across the globe?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? The UK has long promoted global disability rights, and our global programmes are supporting disability inclusion in health, education, employment, plus access to innovative assistive technology. In addition to our work mainstreaming disability inclusion across FCDO's priorities, the UK is co-chairing the Global Action on Disability Network to strengthen international coordination on disability rights and accelerate this progress, including in the Global South.
James Wilde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Iranian regime is killing protesters in their thousands, and the communication blackout is enabling abuses to happen away from the public view. The Minister said yesterday they must restore the internet. What is the government doing with partners so we can hear the voices of these freedom fighters?
Minister.
As I said to the House yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we treat the blackout of the internet in Iran as a breach of the human rights of the Iranian people. We continue to work on this with our partners for the reasons that my ministerial colleagues have set out. I won't give further commentary on operational business.
To Danny Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, allies do not threaten each other, either military or economically, and so the whole House will be troubled by comments from the Trump administration over the last couple of days. What is the Foreign Secretary doing to communicate with our NATO allies to the Trump administration how unacceptable this is, and what are we doing to ensure the integrity of our NATO alliance?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the honourable member will know the Prime Minister has spoken to the President. I have spoken to Secretary of State Rubio. As I set out in the statement yesterday, tariff threats are no way to treat allies, but it is also important now we strengthen our international cooperation on issues like Arctic security, whilst respecting sovereignty and collective security, and that means the sovereignty of Greenland at its heart.
John Whitby.
Speaker, Israel is the only country in the world that automatically and systematically prosecutes children in military courts, trying between 500 and 700 Palestinian children this way each year. According to Save the Children, these children are at serious risk of contagious disease, hunger and abuse. Can the Minister reassure me that the government is doing all it can to put pressure on the Israeli government to end this practice?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are deeply concerned about the detention of Palestinian children by the Israeli military, and indeed about the allegations that he refers to. The UK calls for all reports to be fully investigated. The arrest and detention of children must follow due process in line with international juvenile justice standards, and we call on all parties to the conflict to grant the ICRC immediate and unfettered access.
Andrew Rosenthal.
Mr. Speaker, sir, will the Foreign Secretary explain that if, and rightly so, she supports the self-determination of the Greenlandic people as part of the Kingdom of Denmark, why does she not also support the self-determination of the Chagosian people to remain a British overseas territory?
Foreign Secretary.
I'll just say to the honourable member, he likes to call himself a patriot. He has just joined the party that is the weakest on Russia, a country that threatens our country, and yet led by a leader who has continued to question the role of Russia beginning the Ukraine war, the role of NATO, and also even in the Salisbury killings. I think he should look a little bit inwards before he tries to make points in here.
Chair of the Select Committee, Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Foreign Secretary, given the scale of the FCDO planned budget reductions and significant staffing cuts, what assessment has been made of which policy areas will be deprioritised as a result of these measures? What redundancy mitigation steps have been undertaken in line with the 2016 civil service protocols, and how these changes are expected to impact both UK personnel serving overseas and country-based staff?
Well, my honourable friend will know as that we have been doing extensive work to ensure that the Foreign Office is focused on the key priorities and also in delivering for the national interest. She will know too that there was an expansion in the staffing, including the UK-based staffing of the Foreign Office quite significantly over the previous 5 years, and actually it is right that we ensure the Foreign Office is now most focused on both the national security issues, the prosperity issues, and also many of the issues she and her committee are concerned about around international development as well, and will continue to provide information to her committee on this.
Bobby Moore.
Mr Speaker, a 14-year-old child, the son of my constituent Mr Greaves, has been detained by the French state for 440 days. He's a British citizen with no dual nationality. He has had no schooling in that period of time, and most concerning of all, has not even received a single welfare visit by the British consulate, despite having been chased many times. So will the Foreign Secretary intervene personally in this case and meet with me to be able to secure a welfare visit?
Mr Speaker, I'll be happy to meet with the honourable gentleman to discuss the case.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week, Uganda held elections. There were wide-ranging accounts of people being prevented from going to polling stations, ballot stuffing. In one poll district, there were more votes cast than there were electors. Now there's widespread violence, and the son of the so-called president of Uganda has threatened to murder the leader of the opposition, Bobby Wine, who lost the election. What can the Foreign Secretary tell me about the veracity of the elections, what she's doing to protect British citizens in Uganda and to ensure the safety of members of the NUP there as well?
Can I thank him for his question? We have consistently advocated for peaceful and credible elections and encourage any disputes to be addressed through peaceful and legal means. In relation to the opposition leader, we've engaged across the political spectrum to advocate for peaceful elections, and including for the opposition candidates to be able to campaign freely and safely, and we continue to do so, including through our High Commission.
Dr. Pinkerton.
In answer to an earlier question, the Foreign Secretary said that the future of Greenland should be determined by Greenlanders and Danes. And yet members across this House are just finding out that any opportunity to give Chagossians a referendum have been stripped from this afternoon's discussions on the Chagos bill. So can I ask the Foreign Secretary, why does she think that Chagossians don't deserve the same rights that she considers to be so fundamental to Greenlanders?
Well, Mr Speaker, he knows we're going to be discussing these issues this afternoon. We'll have ample time to discuss them. He's got amendments down, and of course he knows that we've engaged extensively with Chagossian communities, and I have myself included.
Thank
you, Mr Speaker. Yesterday, the ICC's Deputy Chief Prosecutor said atrocities would be repeated in Sudan from town to town unless impunity for belligerents ended. So can I ask, what measures the UK government has been taking to make it clear to the SPLM-N, as well as to the RSF and SAF, that they must protect civilians and let aid through?
Foreign Secretary.
Can I thank my right honourable friend for raising this, because the continuing humanitarian crisis and horrendous violence in Sudan is deeply troubling, and I worry this is not getting sufficient international attention. I have discussed this extensively with the UN Secretary-General this weekend about what further action can be taken and what concerted pressure can be put on any country that has any influence on the warring parties. We urgently need a ceasefire, but we also need an end to the horrendous and brutal violence, particularly the sexual violence towards women.
Mr Speaker, through his new folly over Greenland, President Trump is increasingly bringing the UK closer to Europe. Would the UK allow European forces, at Denmark's request, use UK's command infrastructure for operations in and around Greenland?
Minister. Well, the Honourable Lady knows that we already work very closely with Denmark, of course, in NATO, and indeed the Foreign Secretary made clear our desire for an Arctic Sentry programme, and of course we work with other partners in the High North in the GEF, so we already work very closely together.
Sarah Coombs.
Speaker, last week I met a mother from my constituency who told me a terrible story. In October, her daughters were taken supposedly for a day out at the fair by their father, but they never came home. It seems he has abducted them and taken them out of the country, either to Afghanistan or Pakistan. Can the Minister set out what the government can do about these kind of abductions, and will they meet with me to discuss how we get these little girls home?
Minister.
Of course I will, Mr Speaker.
Final question, Colin Lockhart.
Mr. Speaker, Yemen is now the third most dangerous country in the world to be a Christian, according to Open Doors World Watch List, which was released last week. Since January, over 50 Yemenis Christians have been arrested and imprisoned, facing intimidation, interrogation and risk of torture. Will the Minister explain why freedom of religion and belief is not made a clear prerequisite for continued aid, UK aid, with robust monitoring on the ground?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for an opportunity to comment on aid into Yemen. As I'm sure the honourable member will know, there are significant restrictions on aid into the north of Yemen, where the Houthis are in control. It is rather easier in the south of Yemen to get aid in, but given the events referred to earlier in the session, this remains complex. We continue to prioritise the freedom of religious belief, including through our excellent envoy, a member in this House, and I'm very happy to meet with the honourable member to discuss these issues further.
That completes questions. We'll let the front bench change over. Right, we come to the first statement. Secretary of State, Liz Kendall.
Thank you. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a statement on the next steps this government will take to keep children safe online and give them the childhood they deserve. Last week, I said in this House that AI and technology have huge potential to create jobs and growth, diagnose and treat disease, transform our public services, and so much more besides. But this government knows we will only seize this potential if the benefits of technology are felt by all, not just a few at the top, and above all, if people know they and their children are safe online. We've already made significant progress on this crucial issue. The Online Safety Act brought in one of the most robust systems globally, with groundbreaking steps to tackle illegal content and activity and to protect children from harmful and age-inappropriate content. But we have long known there is more to do. My first act as Secretary of State was to make online content that promotes self-harm and suicide a priority offence. So platforms must take proactive steps to stop users seeing this material in the first place and to swiftly take it down if it appears. We have also made intimate image abuse and cyber flashing priority offences. And we've introduced an offence in the Crime and Policing Bill to criminalise AI models which have been optimised to create child sexual abuse material. 8 days ago, in response to the abhorrent and illegal spreading of sexualised deepfake images of women and children without their consent by Grok, I said we would uphold British values and British laws. That we would fast-track legislation making it an offence to create non-consensual intimate images, and that I would make this a priority offence under the Online Safety Act too. Since then, I am pleased to say X has announced it will ban the generation of intimate images of real people, something that will be carefully monitored, but which I and the government have welcomed. But, Mr. Speaker, the story does not end there. I know up and down the country, parents are grappling with how much screen time their children should have, when they should give them a phone, what on earth they are seeing online, and the impact all of this is having. Yesterday, I met with bereaved families who have suffered the most unimaginable tragedy as a result of what their children have experienced online. One of the most devastating discussions I've ever taken part in, and I pay tribute to their courage and dignity. I know that many parents are deeply worried about a whole range of other impacts on their children. The consequences for their mental health, their concentration and sleep, their sense of self-esteem, their ability to learn and to explore the online world without fear. We are determined to help parents, children and young people deal with these issues with a lasting solution that gives children the childhood they deserve, enhances their well-being and prepares them for the future. Last year, the government said, in response to the private member's bill on protecting children online, from my honourable friend, the member for Whitehaven and Workington, now Minister for Children and Families, that there would have to be further action on these issues. Since I was appointed to this role, I have been urgently considering this issue because keeping children safe online is a top priority for the government and me personally. Yeah. So today I can tell the House we will bring forward a swift 3-month consultation on further measures to keep children safe online. This will include the option of banning social media for children under 16 and raising the digital age of consent to stop companies using children's data without their or their parents' consent. The consultation will include a range of other options too, such as whether there should be curfews overnight, breaks to stop excessive use or doom scrolling, how we ensure more rigorous enforcement of existing laws around age verification, and action to address concerns about the use of VPNs to get around important protections. We will consult with parents, the organisations representing children and bereaved families, technology companies, and, crucially, with children and young people themselves, because their views and voices must be heard. We will look closely at the experience in Australia, which, as many people know, has just introduced a ban on social media for the under-16s. And we will make sure that the consultation is evidence-led, with input from independent experts. Mr. Speaker, we are prepared to act to deal with the serious concerns parents, teachers, doctors and others have about children's screen time use in schools, but also at home. Last week, my honourable friend, the Education Secretary, announced that for the first time ever, we are developing screen time guidance for children under 5, which will be available from April of this year. Today, I can confirm that we will also be developing evidence-based screen time guidance for parents of children aged 5 to 16. And while we have already been clear that mobile phones have no place in our schools, the government will take further action as part of our determination to safeguard children and support their well-being. Today, we have published updated guidance on the use of mobile phones in schools, and we've asked Ofsted to include this in its inspections because we want there to be no doubt in the minds of school staff, parents and young people that phones should not be used in schools. Mr. Speaker, I know these issues are really important for members of Parliament, teachers in the medical profession, many children's organisations, young people themselves, and above all, parents across the country. Many people, including in this House, are strongly in favour of a ban on social media for the under-16s as the best and clearest way forward for protecting children and stopping both acute and chronic online harms. They want action now. But others take a different view, saying they worry about letting online platforms off the hook, that a ban would simply push harms further underground, and above all, that it could stop children from using the positives of social media, like connecting with like-minded people, finding those who love in the same way and love the same things, and getting peer support and trusted advice. There are clearly risks in all these different approaches, which is why I believe a proper consultation and promoting a national conversation, especially with the public, is the right and responsible way forward. But I want to make one thing crystal clear. The question is not whether the government will take further action. We will act robustly, as we did with Grok. The question now is about next steps, doing this effectively and doing it together with children and families. That is what our consultation will deliver, because we are determined to ensure technology enriches children's lives, not harms them, to give children the childhood they deserve and to prepare them for the future. And I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State Julia Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Secretary of State for advance notice of her statement. What does an ailing Prime Minister do to demonstrate firm and decisive leadership, Mr. Speaker? He launches a consultation with a variety of options. And what does he do when the Conservative Party, the House of Lords, trade unions and more than 60 of his own Labour MPs line up against him on a tricky issue? Rather than take a clear position on a social media ban for children and getting phones out of schools, like the Conservative leader's done, this Prime Minister finds an unkempt meadow with some lengthy grass in it, and he boots the tricky issue right in. And we don't just need to take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. One senior Labour MP has said this consultation will take too long. Another said the immediate reaction is that this is just a way of kicking a social media ban into the long grass. Exactly. So there's a very straightforward question ministers must answer today. Is the government's apparent change of heart on a social media ban for real? Is this consultation a way of elegantly managing yet another U-turn, or is it simply a device to get the Prime Minister through the parliamentary week while the position remains unchanged? Exactly. Because if it is progress, Mr. Speaker, if it is progress, it can be celebrated. But let's not forget that until very recently, the Prime Minister said that he is personally opposed to a social media ban for children. In December, the Culture Secretary confirmed she's against one. The Business Secretary is opposed. The Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister said on the media this very morning that the government doesn't take a view. Exactly. In fact, the only senior Labour figure that we know who's clearly in favour of a ban is Andy Burnham. Yep. That's some leadership. What is the Secretary of State's personal view, and what is her message to Labour MPs who would like to vote for a ban this week? Because each of those rebel MPs is going to be asking themselves, after the Prime Minister has grand old Duke of Yorked me up and down so many hills, can I really trust him to see this through? Especially when this same proposal was tabled previously and they voted it down, just like they voted down our amendment to the Children's Bill on a phone ban in schools, just like they were told not to support their own colleague, the Honourable Member for Whitehaven and Workington, when he put down a private member's bill on this issue. So knowing where the Secretary of State personally stands on a ban, not where she stands on a consultation, not what she thinks about having a variety of options, may help ease their minds. And what are the timeline? Does a 3-month consultation mean that legislation to introduce a social media ban will be ready for the King's speech? Because if not, if MPs do not vote for a ban this week, they will not have the chance again for 18 months. Exactly. The opportunity to change things is now. How many of the government benches will take that chance? The government must have a lot of the evidence it needs. The Secretary of State's predecessor commissioned a University of Cambridge review on children's well-being in relation to smartphone use, messaging and social media. It was due to report in December. Can she tell us what the report said? The urgency is obvious. Everyone, especially parents, can see what social media is doing to children. It's not just exposure to extreme or explicit content, although of course that matters. The Online Safety Act that we brought in is already addressing illegal material and age gating, and that work is ongoing. But the harm goes wider. Social media has created an anxious generation hooked by products designed to be addictive, displacing real-world activity and undermining attention, emotional regulation and mental health. Schools and families deal daily with the consequences: cyberbullying, social anxiety and fractured concentration. China's version of TikTok, Douyin, limits children to an hour a day and promotes educational content. But Western platforms do the opposite: engagement loops optimised for emotional arousal. We welcome scrutiny of those algorithms and steps to stop children's data being exploited. But there is a simpler option, which is to keep children off these platforms altogether while allowing adults the freedom that follows. Exactly. Conservatives believe in parental responsibility. We believe in freedom for adults. But we believe too in protecting children, policing age, not policing speech. It is not to strip parents of their roles and responsibilities to recognise that the online world can be a discombobulating nightmare to supervise. It is not to be a modern-day Mary Whitehouse to worry deeply about children being exposed to images and topics they are simply not equipped to deal with.
Hear, hear.
This consultation also includes a rethink on phones in schools, and I see the Education Secretary is in her place, after months of her telling us that it was a gimmick and unnecessary, despite most secondary school pupils saying that phones are still used extensively. By when will phones be banned in schools, and how quickly will Ofsted enforce this? And are they enforcing against guidance, or are they enforcing against the law? Because guidance is simply not enough. We must be upfront that the challenges of implementing any social media ban are real. We support the government as it navigates them because we want this to work. But can the Secretary of State make clear that digital ID will not be a requirement to pass age verification on social media sites? The truth is, Mr. Speaker, that the internet grew as a pioneer society with consequences we're all reckoning with. It now needs to be retrofitted with very clear rules for children. They need to be protected. Other countries are taking the approach of a social media ban. Will this government in the UK do the same?
Secretary of State.
The Honourable Lady talks about leadership. Can I just remind the House that last week, when the Prime Minister and I showed strong and firm leadership on X and Grok, she claimed the issues were a legal grey area when they're not, and she compared our stance to that of the mullahs of Iran, which would be laughable if it was not so offensive. She asked whether we have published the research by Professor Orban. Yes, we have. We have published that today, and we are going further with some...
I want to hear the Secretary of State. The two front benches having this private conversation isn't helpful. Liz Kendall.
I mean, if she doesn't like me repeating her words back to him, she shouldn't say them. She asked whether we have published the research from Professor Orban. Yes, we have published that today, and I should say we have gone further with some short, sharp trials on different interventions, the impact that they may have, because I think it's really important. The evidence is evolving. We need to go faster on that, but it will not cause delay in our action. She mentions Ofsted. I mean, maybe she doesn't understand that the Chief Inspector of Ofsted has actually welcomed the new guidance today, which I think is a really important step forward.
No. I want no more, and I genuinely mean this. This is continuing from me. I just don't like... For somebody who's meant to be looking after education, I think we all need to set examples. Liz Kendall.
Mr. Speaker, you took the words right out of my mouth. And finally, she asked for my personal position. I believe it is the right and responsible way forward to act swiftly, but by doing a proper consultation. And let me tell the House, my position is I will act, I will get results, and I'll deliver for the British people.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Chiamora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome this consultation. We know that technology has changed childhood. We believe it has changed child socialisation. We think it may have changed brain development, perhaps even motor neuron skills, but there is little concrete evidence beyond the individual terrible stories and, of course, the profits of the big tech platforms. And that is why my committee will soon be launching its digital childhood inquiry to examine these issues, hopefully in time to respond to the consultation. But can I urge the Secretary of State not to assume that a ban will be the answer to the challenges that technology poses. We need to make tech work for all of us now. And so can I ask her to review her department's refusal to accept the recommendations of my committee's inquiry into social media and algorithms, particularly with regard to platform responsibility, user control, digital advertising and social media business models.
I want to thank my honourable friend for that powerful and sensible question. I really welcome the review that her committee is doing. I think that's a hugely important issue, and that we see this not only about social media but the use of phones and the issues for children of the world that we now live. I think that's very important. She will know when I gave evidence to her committee that I am constantly reviewing our position on all the very important points she raised and her committee raised during their last report, and in particular that my honourable friend, the Minister who's joint with DCIT and DCMS, is actually taking forward the question of advertising, social media, digital platforms, to look at the impact that that can have, and that is a firm commitment from the government.
Victoria Collins, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, I carried out a Safer Screens tour in Harpenden and Berkhamsted, hearing directly from young people, because for us, it is those children, those young people, at the heart of this. Teenagers shared concerns about extreme content pushed by algorithms, but also about being glued to their screens alongside their younger siblings. One said, "It's as addictive as a drug, and I feel the negative impacts every day." Another pleaded, "Help, I just can't stop." Last week, over 1,700 parents emailed me calling for the social media ban. One mother said that social media for her 2 boys fills me with dread. Another highlighted how anxiety, reduced attention, online bullying and exposure to harmful content are becoming common topics among families. Parents, teachers, experts and young people themselves are crying out for action. That's why the Liberal Democrats have long raised this as a public health issue. We pushed to raise the digital age of data consent to 16, tackling addictive algorithms. We voted to ban phones in schools and called for health warnings. Now, the Liberal Democrats have tabled an amendment in the other place to ban harmful social media for under 16s based on a film cell age rating extending to 18. We also reset the default age of social media now to 16 with strong age assurance, because enough is enough. This world-pioneering approach brings age-appropriate standards to online safety, learning from Australia and preparing for today's reality. Supported by over 40 charities and experts, including the NSPCC, Molly Rose and the Internet Watch Foundation, this risk-based approach stops new platforms slipping through the net, whilst addressing harmful games and AI chatbots, protecting educational sites like Wikipedia and safe family connections. Crucially, this does not let social media companies off the hook. We've had age-appropriate safety standards offline for toys and films for decades. After 20 years of social media platforms clearly prioritising profit over children, building addictive algorithms keeping children and adults hooked, it's time to take action. We don't need consultation, we need that action now. But at least in this consultation, we must look at how we implement a ban on harmful social media for under 16s, not if. I urge the government to consider a ban on harmful social media with swift timelines, addressing this growing public health crisis and action on our proposals now. Our children's future is something not to be played with.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. I think she explains very well the views of children, young people, but also parents grappling with these issues. I disagree. I think we do need a short, sharp consultation on this, because there are different views, but we definitely want to act. And I am very interested in the idea of that sort of age classification. I think I'd be more than happy to talk with her more about that, because I think that we all see in our own children the different things. If we can help them cope at different ages, I think that's, and I'm sure many honourable members will raise different options, and I am, of course, more than happy to discuss that with them.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the launch of the consultation today and the government's commitment to an evidence-based approach. One area on which the evidence is clear is that mobile phones have no place in schools. Many schools have managed to implement a ban, but those which have not, or which have only implemented a less successful version of a ban, often speak about the challenging nature of the dialogue with parents and with children as they seek to implement a ban. And they say that having a statutory ban, requiring them to ban phones by law, would help. So can I ask the Secretary of State why a statutory ban is not being announced today, and can she confirm that it is not off the table?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. My schools, they're not my schools, but I feel they say very similar things. The Education Secretary, I know, has heard the Honourable Lady's question. There are different models set out in the guidance. The outcome for us is absolutely clear, that there's no place for phones in schools, and I'm sure that we will hear more views about that, but I think this is an important next step.
Damien Hines.
Mr. Speaker, the evidence is not perfect. The evidence will never be perfect on this subject, and that is because this is an effect that is happening right around the world at the same time. There is no control group, but countries are now acting. It's not only Australia. Other countries are moving in this direction as well, and I welcome this announcement today. There will be definitional decisions that she will need to make. So, yes, fair enough, have a consultation to get to the definition of what are social media, what counts as an addictive, compulsive design feature, although I'm not sure that was in her statement today. 12-week consultation, fine. What I'm really troubled about, though, is the possibility that then the period after the consultation stretches, as it sometimes does, in an open-ended way, and we do not get this action that we need. Will she commit to a deadline after the close of the consultation?
I've said before that patience isn't my greatest virtue. I do not intend the period before we publish the consultation or afterwards to be long in any way, shape and form. I want to have a clear position before the summer.
James Frith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the leadership the Secretary of State is showing on this issue. In Bury North, parental appetite for a ban on mobile phones is real, but so are the practical considerations when parents rightly want to track their location of their child, emergency contact and the ability to reach the children safely. Does she agree that the existence of this anxiety is not about the technology itself, but the design for use, particularly social media platforms that are shaping our children's childhoods with excessive screen time, endless feeds absorbing the equivalent to a full-time job's worth of hours of our young people's lives every week? So will the government's approach focus on shaping healthier digital environments, rewarding first-mover tech companies that lead on safer design rather than simply leaving the burden on families?
We absolutely want to focus on children's health and well-being online, and I think it's really important that we see more competition in this sector with different options being available for children and young people, and I hope by having this consultation we get that debate going, we get that action going, because it is extremely difficult for parents to manage this situation. Their worries are the worries that we all share as members of Parliament, but also as parents ourselves, and we are determined to get this right and to swiftly act.
Dame Caroline Dinage.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The arguments here are very well rehearsed, and this is long overdue. Last year we did a survey in my Gosport constituency, and 80% of parents agreed that social media is making bullying worse for their children. But last week the Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee took evidence from child psychologists about children's TV and video content, and among many of the things that they told us, they explained the learnings from Australia, that it is critical to plan for whatever gap is created if we reduce screen time for young people. There must be safe places for them to go and activities for them to use their time. So what is the Secretary of State doing to work on a cross-government basis to make sure that these issues are tackled as well?
I'll read that evidence. I'm sorry I haven't, but I absolutely will, and she's right. If children are going to spend less time online, what are they doing in the real world? And that is why our new youth strategy involved the biggest ever consultation of young people. They said they wanted something to do, somewhere to go, and someone to care. And that is why we are backing a new generation of youth clubs and youth workers to make sure young people have got the chance for dance, drama, music, sport, in school and out of school, to find their spark. We see this as about a better future for our children, and we can only do that across government, and that's the action we're taking.
Now, I think last time I was in the chair for a statement on this issue, we ran out of time. It would be really helpful to colleagues if they could make sure their questions were very short. Alison Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Organisations such as the Molly Rose Foundation highlight that evidence for social media bans remains very uncertain and warn that blanket restrictions could unintentionally cause harm by pushing young people towards unregulated platforms, remove trusted online spaces, undermine digital literacy and indeed create a cliff edge at the age of 16. Does the Secretary of State agree with me we must take a calm, evidence-based approach to this complex issue and to make sure that the children's voices are central to that consultation?
100%.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I say this not just as a constituency MP in Chichester with hundreds of parents in my inbox, but also as a mum. A review, however short, does kick the can down the road when we have the legislative vehicle for change in the other place right now. So will the Secretary of State please talk to the Lord's counterparts and ask them to support the Liberal Democrat amendment that takes a harms-based approach?
I've got no intention of kicking any can down the road, but I do think it is the right and responsible approach to listen to different views. That is maybe old-fashioned in politics these days, to try and find common ground, to listen respectfully to what people have said. That does not mean to say we won't lead and act, but I do think it's vital those views are heard. I've got no intention of dragging this out. I want swift action and next steps. We will have to disagree on the consultation, but I'm more than happy to discuss with the Honourable Lady and her colleagues any views they have about the next way forward.
Adam Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for her statement this morning. When I trained as a physics teacher, I saw both the enrichment that tech can provide with easy access to calculators, apps to enhance learning, and the disruption with endless notifications, distractions and cyberbullying incidents. Can the Secretary of State comment then on how she will ensure that this consultation will harness the opportunities that tech provides while protecting kids at risk?
Partly it's about having that consultation, but it is also in conjunction with the wider action we are taking. And next week it will be the anniversary of the AI Opportunities Action Plan, and we will be setting forward how much we've already achieved, but the next steps to seize the benefits of those technologies. I think particularly AI and science, this country is and should continue to be a world leader, and honourable members, perhaps not in this House, will hear more from me about this next week.
Afra Brandreth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Families in my constituency are deeply concerned about the impact of social media on their children's well-being. And just last week, a head teacher told me schools need the government to act. And young people themselves are describing the real damage social media is doing to their mental health. The Conservative Party has shown leadership by calling for clear age limits, because we recognise that protecting childhood is about setting responsible boundaries. Parents are asking for action now. Yes. So why is the government not making a clear commitment today?
We have given clear support now by all the steps we have taken on making self-harm and suicide a priority offence, cyber flashing, our action on nudification apps, updating the guidance for schools, making sure Ofsted will inspect her out that. I understand she has her strong opinions that we should act now. I believe a short, sharp consultation is the right way forward, because families and children do really need that support. I would just say over 40 organisations this weekend signed a letter saying why they think a ban is the wrong approach. I think it's right to listen to them, because you have to lead, but you also have to listen and try and bring people with you.
Sam Rushworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As one of the backbenchers who was pushing the government in this direction, I actually feel that the Secretary of State is taking the right approach in making sure that the evidence is looked at and that there is this broad consultation to make sure that we get this right. But I would like to ask the Secretary of State what we can do to ensure that the voices of children and young people and parents in Bishop Auckland are included in the consultation.
So I'm certainly going to do this in Leicester West. My constituency is to actually hold events in our schools with parents, with the organisations that represent children and families. We can get cracking on that now and or during the consultation, and I want to hear members' views about, so we make sure we get the consultation and the questions right, and then take that out into the country. You know, 10 years ago, when I was actually on the DSIT Select Committee in opposition, we had an inquiry into keeping kids safe online, and I did a big thing with my local schools, and it's really interesting. At the time, young people were saying, you know, they wanted to be online for some of the benefits, but they already saw the problems, the bullying, the harassment, what was happening to their younger children. They are savvy. This is an issue that has been going on a long time. We are determined to set the right path for the future, and I'm sure the honourable gentleman will be part of helping us get that right.
Graham Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We should not underestimate the complexity of this issue or the potential for unintended consequences that could come from a complete ban. There is early evidence that some of those unintended consequences are already occurring in Australia. Parents are rightly worried and demanding action. Does the Minister agree that we need to listen to those parents, to young people themselves and to the many organisations and individual experts in the field, many of whom oppose a full ban and reach a considered but robust and enforceable position? And does the Minister also agree that the enforcement of the Online Safety Act has not been remotely strong enough, and notwithstanding this consultation, that existing enforcement must be better funded and ramped up?
We certainly intend to learn from the experience and the evidence in Australia. I hope myself and the Minister for Online Safety will be visiting soon. I do listen to the concerns raised by people like the NSPCC, the Internet Watch Foundation, the Molly Russell Foundation about the unintended consequences of a ban. I intend to look at all of those points of view seriously. But as I said to the House earlier, the question is not whether we act, but how. And I would say on the age verification issue, I'm extremely interested in what more we can do to enforce the existing law, and we will be gathering evidence on those points.
Cat McKinnell.
Thank you. And I thank the Secretary of State for this statement today, acknowledging the real harm that social media is causing for children. And I know as a schools minister how welcome these announcements will be by teachers and parents who are contacting us in droves. But she knows time is of the essence. All the time we spend contemplating is time that children still remain vulnerable to those algorithms and that addiction. So will she give the reassurance today that not only will this consultation be swift, but the delivery of its outcomes be swift? And as she just said, there will be real action to enforce the regulations that are already in place that should be protecting children today.
Yeah, I've got no desire to hang about because it's happening to children and young people now, and because the Honourable Lady would have my guts for garters if I didn't act swiftly.
Kit Mulderhouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I realise the Secretary of State has been sent out to manage a growing political problem. Honestly, she's speaking in stentorian terms to try and inspire some kind of confidence. But really, colleagues, if you look at the statement, there's nothing of substance here at all. Which is disappointing, given that it was only last year that the Private Members Bill, of which I was a co-sponsor, which the Honourable Member on the front bench brought forward, promises were made, which are not even delivered by this. But in particular on schools, since I have to ask a question, in particular on schools, Madam Speaker, the Secretary of State, first of all, could she acknowledge the inherent conflict? She's saying they've been clear that mobile phones have no place in schools, but she's going to update the guidance on how they should be used in schools. Could she just confirm, at the very least, that that guidance is going to tighten the use in school, and there's no possibility of it providing any loosening of the current situation?
If you'd read the guidance which has been published, it's about how people can effectively introduce that ban. And I would say the statement today goes further than the Private Members Bill that the Honourable Gentleman recommends. And last but by no means least, I have been focused on this, as I just said, in 2016. I've been working on this issue. So if he doesn't mind, I will diplomatically reject that comment.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I really welcome the leadership and commitment of the Secretary of State today. I run a work experience programme, Your Voice, Your Future, which encourages young people to get involved in politics and in government. Some of the participants produced a very powerful campaign called Rise Above the Rumours. It was all about how the rapid spread of misinformation online is harming young people's mental health and fuelling division. Can the Secretary of State say how young people in my constituency and across the country can get involved?
Rise above the rumour is quite a good tagline. I would suggest. I know that she will probably hold events with her schools, primaries and secondaries, get them to have the full debate, put forward their views, maybe even vote on what they want, and I would definitely look at the results.
Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have had almost 1,800 emails from my constituents in Esher and Walton urging for something to be done about this, and I declare an interest as a mother of 4 young adults and teenagers, and local head teachers and campaigners tell us repeatedly about the mental health issues about harmful algorithms, but the tech companies must be held to account. So if the Minister is serious about the urgency and prioritisation, then speed is of the essence. And today, the Online Safety Network, supported by 42 civil society groups, have asked for urgent amendments to the Online Safety Act. Has she looked at this?
Yes, I have, and I'm determined to act swiftly. But I do think with different views on this issue, she will feel very strongly. Those in her constituency who've contacted her. But the truth is there are different views. They must be heard, actually listened to, but we will act swiftly.
Andrew Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I welcome my Right Honourable Friend's statement today, and in particular the action around mobile phones in schools. Harmful interactions can take place in online games and instant messaging platforms, and we need to be alive to the risk that we drive use to less well-regulated spaces and into VPNs. I'm also concerned that an opaque feed algorithm that reinforces our worst prejudices, recommending harmful content, and the mental health impacts this can have on adults as well as children. So can my Right Honourable Friend assure me that her review will look at the broader issue, as well as ensuring that young people's voices are at the heart of any consultation?
Absolutely look at these issues and make sure young people's views and voices are at the heart of this. I think it is interesting when you look at the Australia experience, they had to make a definition of what social media is and what it covers. That hasn't been as straightforward as some might think. I think it's really important that we look at that closely because the OSA does not actually have in itself a definition of social media, so that would be one of the things we would need to consider.
Sir Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State's already made reference to the interaction of whatever she may consult on with the operation of the current law. So following on from what the chair of the DSIT Select Committee said, can I ask her to confirm that even if the government pursues a ban on social media for under 16s, what it will not do is seek to dilute the child's safety duties under the Online Safety Act?
I think it is really important that those duties are upheld and implemented. I am very interested, I think, as I said earlier, that in the issue of highly effective age assurance measures, which are required already for some of the most serious issues, including around pornography, but whether those should be extended to other areas.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have recently met with Youthline, a fantastic mental health charity for young people in my constituency, as well as Berkshire Women's Aid, about the effects of social media on young people's mental health and their ability to form healthy relationships. Will my Right Honourable Friend commit to listening to the views of organisations such as this, as well as Bracknell's parents and children, as she looks at the results of this consultation?
Yes, and I would urge my honourable friend to send us details of their opinions so we can make sure they are heard loud and clear.
Sarah Pochin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Secretary of State confirm to the House that the Government has no intention to introduce criminal sanctions for parents or guardians of children who access social media through parental accounts?
The Honourable Lady has got this wrong, but what I would say is her party wants to scrap the Online Safety Act. That says everything about reform.
Sarah Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Children's Commissioner found in 2024 that when she spoke to a group of 15 and 16-year-olds, 3/4 of them had been sent a beheading video. It is very possible that there are a great number of us whose children are protecting us from what they see online and not us protecting them. Please can I emphasise very strongly the importance of speaking to a large range of children from different backgrounds about this, because sadly I don't think they always feel able to make us aware of everything that they're exposed to online.
The Honourable Lady raises a really important issue, which is making sure young people feel confident and that they can have trust to raise these things. And that is our job, to make sure that nobody is frightened to say what is actually happening to them, so that, and I will absolutely commit, we won't get this right unless we talk to people from all ages, all backgrounds, in all parts of the country. And that is why I do believe that honourable members in this House have they know this, you know, to have a vital job to play to making sure in all of their constituencies, and my job is Secretary of State for the entire United Kingdom. So I really do urge honourable members, for all the politics and show in this place, please do this locally, because then we will get this right.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, it's quite clear that social media is causing a health and wellbeing crisis in young people. Parents are absolutely terrified about the content that their children are viewing and the amount of time they're spending online. Children that I've spoken to in my constituency just a couple of months ago, 14 and 15-year-olds themselves, were telling me that the amount of pressure they feel to be on social media is profound. They recognise that whilst they feel a compulsion to use it, they don't want to be there. Will the government get off the pot with this, announce a ban? Perfection really is the enemy of the good when it comes to something like this. The evidence is plain to see. We need action, not words.
He knows what I think about why we have to do a consultation, so I disagree with him on that. But I would say he's right to say about perfection, don't let perfection be the enemy of the good. It was a point the other honourable gentleman made about the evidence. And I think he's right to say, I mean, this is what I discovered, 10 years ago, before so much had changed online. Young people know some of this stuff is bad. They don't want to be doing it, but they can't help themselves. And honestly, if we were all honest with ourselves, we'd know we behave like that sometimes too.
So, Jan Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this month in Parliament, I hosted a performance by students from Kent of Generation FOMO, a powerful verbatim play that looks at the real experience of young people's use of social media. It highlighted the impact it can have on mental health and how it leads to increase in anxiety and depression. I therefore welcome the consultation. Can I ask the Honourable Minister that can we also look into tech firms who can develop some loopholes so that the whole ban we are going to put in place will be destroyed? So can we consider that it is also looked in during the consultation?
I really just say to the honourable gentleman, the good people of Kent, I want to hear their views and voices about this. So I'm sure if we have either a separate meeting or he sends that information, I'm more than happy to look at it.
Caroline Bowden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently visited Fulham Boys School, which 18 months ago introduced a complete ban on smartphones in school. And they and Kingsbridge School in my constituency both talk about the transformative effect it has had. But the most compelling piece of evidence is that where a secondary school completely bans smartphones, the feeder primary schools, the children at the feeder primary schools are under less peer pressure to buy phones, and the age that they are then getting a phone is rising to 12, 13, 14. Will the Secretary of State commit to the House that she will not, that she has not dismissed the idea of supporting head teachers by banning, through legislation, smartphones in secondary schools in England and Wales?
I've set out the government's position on this. I know she wants us to go further, and I hear what she says. I think it's a really important point, though. I've had several friends talk to me about how when their children go to school, what they feel is that they're being totally left out if they don't have a phone. It is the peer pressure around this, and that then seeps down into younger siblings and children. So I think she's right to talk about the sort of the route through on that. We want to make that as simple and clear as possible for schools, for teachers, for parents, and for young people, that there is no place for phones in school.
Samantha Niblett.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in my constituency of South Derbyshire, I've recently been asking my constituents what they think about a potential ban on phones in schools, as well as what their thoughts are on social media for under 16. The one thing that was really clear is, regardless of political party, they all wanted to have their views heard. And secondly, they were so grateful to be asked instead of just having something imposed on them. So I wonder whether, as part of the consultation meetings that I hope to have, whether she might come to South Derbyshire and join me so that they can feel that they're being heard by the decision maker right at the top.
How can I resist?
Sir Julian Lewis.
Last week, as the Secretary of State will recall, some of us were loudly heckled for suggesting that X was beginning to give way on Grok. Now we know that that was true. So events are moving fast. Can the Secretary of State at least assure us that while this consultation is going on and anything that follows on from that, she will immediately instruct those civil servants who would have to prepare the arrangements for a practical ban to get on with the task provisionally so no time is wasted?
Good question.
I mean, deeds not words. I've always believed that, and I want to prepare for all of those options, because when we make a decision, we want to implement it as soon as possible.
Marsha de Cordova.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I welcome the government's consultation on smartphone use, but also social media. Raising the minimum age is the right step forward towards protecting our children, as we know that it has led to devastating consequences. But we also know that excessive screen time is also linked towards myopia and dry eye disease. So I would like to ask the Secretary of State, when she brings forward guidance, whether it will take account of the risks associated with sight loss.
It's my honourable friend, the Education Secretary, who is leading on the work on guidance on screen time use. I will definitely raise that issue with her. I absolutely believe that those issues around screen time use, not just for young children under 5, although certainly my primaries are extremely worried about that, the implications for not just language development, but fine motor skills, communication, confidence. All of those issues are important, but I will definitely raise the point about the impact on people's eyes with my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary.
David Chadwick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over the past year, I've spoken to hundreds of children in local schools across my constituency as part of my Safer Screens tour, and it's been very distressing to hear from them some of the material that they've been exposed to, particularly that the social media companies haven't come back to them when they've reported this harmful content. So can she confirm if she agrees that there should be a ban on harmful social media platforms with a default age of 16?
He knows I've set out that we're going to consult on the age of 16, but I would just remind the House that the Online Safety Act has very strong things against illegal content for people of all ages, harmful content for children. We need to make sure that that is effectively enforced now, whatever decision is made around this consultation.
Alex Barros-Curtis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I thank my right honourable friend for the announcement of this consultation. Parents and carers, families, schools and children themselves are looking for help and leadership on the issue of keeping children safe in the digital world. With respect to the consultation, will she assure me that it will cover two particular facts? One, the concept of misinformation that is levelled throughout social media, and the other, that it will consider all options that deal with the addictive nature of social media, including algorithmically personalised feeds.
I would say to my honourable friend that this is very much about keeping children safe online. I've said we will look at the issue of raising the digital age of consent and the positive impact that that could have on how companies use those algorithms and the many issues related to it. I'm of course happy to discuss further with my honourable friend, but this is absolutely focused on children, this consultation.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think many young people watching us in this chamber would think that questions of addiction and perhaps online harms are not simply age-related. But this debate does reflect, I fear, for many parents and carers, a lack of confidence in the Online Safety Act and Ofcom in particular to deal with the rapid nature of technological change. Can the Secretary of State tell us what conversations she's had with Ofcom about what more powers, more action they could take now, particularly in relation to this question of AI chatbots, please?
She will know that I have already said that I've looked seriously at the issue of AI chatbots, that those that use live search are covered by the Online Safety Act, those that share user-to-user content are covered by the Online Safety Act, but there are some, if it's just an interaction with the individual without live search or user-to-user, are not, and that I am absolutely considering how we fill those gaps. I've said if further action is taken, we will take it, and I also know that Ofcom will understand, not just from members of this House, but from the public, that the expectation of swift and effective enforcement is paramount.
Gavin Robinson.
Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for the statement that she has made, and can I place on record my thanks and gratitude to Rosalind McLean and Charlotte Carson from a local campaign group around smartphone-free childhoods. Can I say she is right to bring forward a consultation and engage with young people, but indicate that my parliamentary colleagues in the other place will tomorrow, if the proceedings allow, support an amendment that would lead to a ban for under-16s. Can I ask specifically, in the consultation, is she proposing a social media ban for under-16s? Is she simply asking for views as to what age a ban should be set, or is she giving options?
We are including the option of a ban for those under 16. That will be clear, as we will propose raising the digital age of consent and looking at the other issues I listed in my statement. I understand the honourable gentleman's party's approach in the other place we take. We do want this consultation to happen. They will have their strong opinions, but we do think this is the right and responsible way forward, but to do it as swiftly as possible.
Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I place on record my appreciation to the Secretary of State for standing up to the richest man in the world. Yeah. Whether it is standing up to acts or introducing statements on online harm, which weeks ago by the Minister Member for Birmingham Yardley, it is this government that is taking protection of children seriously. And in Bolton South and Walkden, parents see the effect of social media on children. But can I ask the Secretary of State to stick to her intention to consult fully, especially with children, especially those under 16 years of age?
The government as a whole is determined to stick up for British values and British law, and I am proud that we did that last week, and we will continue to do so. And I absolutely commit to making sure the views of children and young people in her constituency, as well as across the country, are heard loud and clear.
To this statement. Simon Hall.
Because the Secretary of State's commitment and interest in this issue has been demonstrable at the dispatch box this afternoon, and we thank her for that. But could I just say to her, with the greatest of respect, if social media had just arrived in our sitting rooms 2 weeks ago, a consultation might be necessary. But the canon of evidence of the demonstrable harms being done to our young are now very clear, as is being said to all of us in our inboxes in recent days. The consultation isn't going to throw up anything that we don't know already. Still less is it going to find a unanimity of view. There will always be differences of views on a ban or not to ban. To govern is to choose. Can I urge the government to choose to act swiftly, to use the legislative vehicle in the other place, and act now, because too many of our young people are on a precipice.
To govern is indeed to choose, and we showed our determination to do that last week. We will choose on this issue too, but I want people's views to be heard, and I think sometimes we need to try and bring people together. He is right. You will never get anyone to agree on anything, but I think to make sure people are heard is a really important issue. Maybe that is old-fashioned, but I do believe that's right, and then we will act, we will lead, we will decide.
Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the steps to protect our children on these social media platforms. It's very difficult to see how this can be achieved effectively without further detailed checks and balances on users and essentially on the tech companies themselves. You know, social media governance is like the Wild West. It's like cyber anarchy at this moment in time, with bots, with fake accounts and goodness knows whatever. undermining our fantastic society. So what will my right honourable friend do to tackle the absolute problem of digital lawlessness?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. I think we have taken steps. I think the Online Safety Act is a really important step forward. Even since that has become law, we have taken further action on cyber flashing, on nudification apps, on sites that promote self-harm and suicide. But what I would say is I am very interested in looking at highly effective age assurance measures. They are already in use for most of the serious harms for children, whether that's pornography, suicide or self-harm. That will be part of the consultation to see what more we can do, because we want to make sure the laws of this land are upheld.
Just to help members, I will be calling this statement to an end at 2 o'clock because we have a lot of business afterwards. Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Anna is a child development doctor in my constituency. Every day, she sees children who have been harmed by excessive screen time. The Secretary of State says that she wishes to come to a clear position before the summer. When we come to that clear position, how urgently will change happen? How long will Anna keep on seeing children damaged by too much screen time?
As swiftly as possible, and I would say I am extremely keen to hear from medical professionals. I received a letter from the Academy of Medical Royal Colleges about this issue. We will be deeply engaging them to make sure we get this right and act as swiftly as possible.
Rosie Wrighting.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am one of few members here today and potentially the only woman who had social media as a part of my childhood and under the age of 16. And that is why I'm so shocked that the Conservative Party can come here today and act with such urgency when they left my generation to view harmful content online for a decade. Social media has defined my life, and being literate in it has shaped my career for the good at times, but it also meant that there was a language barrier between me and trusted adults, a language barrier that I fear will only worsen and widen under a blanket ban. I urge colleagues across this House, when talking about an entire generation, to bring them with us, not send a message that is simply easier to remove young people from social media than it is to remove the harmful content on it. So can the Secretary of State assure me that my generation, the generation that followed, will be at the heart of this consultation?
Once again, my honourable friend shows the courage of her convictions and the experience that she brings to this House. I know her life in fashion has been crucially shaped by the online world, and that does provide opportunities for young people. So maybe I will ask her whether she can make sure the government hears from people like her in her generation to make sure we take those views deeply into account. We want to prevent harms, we will take action to do that, but we need to hear about from young people for whom social media has given them a chance and a future.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much. I've heard from literally hundreds of parents and teachers on the Scottish borders who want to see social media banned for under 16s. We all know that these apps are addictive and are causing serious mental health challenges for our young people. I'm now getting messages from parents who have heard what the Minister has said and fear that you're simply kicking this into the long grass. Why won't the government take action now?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his statement.
Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think my right honourable friend is taking exactly the right approach. This place is littered with legislation that turns out not to have been as good as it should have been and then doesn't get amended. And late amendments are not a good thing either. So, my honourable friend, the member for Battersea, highlighted some of the important health impacts of this. Will the Secretary of State be proactively seeking information from health specialists, including psychologists like Sarah Jane Blakemore, who's a very expert in the teenage brain?
Yes, we absolutely want independent experts to feed their views in. I do think there are lots of, my career started out in the world of public health at the King's Fund, and thinking about this in a public health framework I think is extremely important. I want to hear the views of all parents and families, as actually the last speaker just said. I have said really loudly and clearly, I know people want action. I will listen to that. But I also want to take the evidence, including from the honourable gentleman, Chunters, that I don't care. I don't think my action over the last 10 years has ever shown that is the case. I think I didn't hear what the honourable gentleman's actual question was. I want to hear from all those involved, including from... there's many people chuntering. I have already said I want every single MP in this House to feed through the views of their constituents. I want to hear from those in the medical and other professionals, because it's important we do this properly and that we get it right.
Ben Lake.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that the parents, grandparents and indeed young people across Ceredigion and Preseli will welcome action to tackle the harms of social media and mobile phone use. Will she confirm that given education, which is so important to implement some of these measures, is a devolved responsibility in Wales, that she will seek early discussions with the Welsh Government to ensure that any outcomes of this consultation will be equally implemented across the United Kingdom?
I absolutely recognise those points, and I want to work closely with the Welsh Government on all these issues.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is clear that social media harms our children, and I am firmly of the belief that when a child is being harmed, it's the government's duty to act. I support a ban. But even the most cursory engagement with Hartlepool parents shows me very clearly there is a range of views amongst parents on this issue. Can the Secretary of State fathom what possibly could be the objection to listening to parents?
Not really.
Sir Alex Shelbrooke.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and Madam Deputy Speaker, we do have censorship on films, and those films are censored not necessarily for violent content or sexual content, but sometimes psychological content, and policing that may be difficult. So I think that when the report comes through, the consultation the Right Honourable Lady has described, it will take time to put that report together. And I think what's concerning us is that when and how could action be taken, because we'll be past the King's speech. So if the Right Honourable Lady concludes that there has to be a social media ban for under 16s, what mechanism is that going to come into place in a short space of time?
The mechanism depends on, he knows this, the mechanism depends on the policy that we put forward. I want to do this properly and thoroughly so that we have, when we take a decision, that it works, it doesn't have unintended consequences, we've thought all of that through, and we have a policy that lasts. It is really important that we get this right. There are strong, different views across the House. Many honourable members have their own strong opinions. Good. That's what this place is all about. I am trying to take the country forward to try and build consensus, but you will never get everybody to agree. Leadership is required, and that is what we'll deliver.
Natasha Irons.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome this government's national conversation about the impact of screens and tech on our children? As part of our inquiry into children's TV and content on the Culture Media Select Committee, we've heard evidence that not all screen time is equal. So content that is for engagement, it can be beneficial for a child's development, but content that's designed for attention, like fast-paced images just bombarding children, can be harmful. So can the Secretary of State ensure that the consultation includes looking at quality and purpose of the content our children are consuming on video sharing platforms like YouTube? And can she look at what more could be done to ensure these platforms support the right type of content for our kids?
Absolutely. I was at Braunston Community Primary School in my constituency not long ago, where they showed me the incredible power of AI to help teachers with their lesson planning. One of the teachers told me it meant he freed up 30 days of his time a year so he could be present for his kids in school and present for his families at home. They were also using AI tutors to help narrow the disadvantage gap between rich and poor kids. We need to look at the quality of that screen time. So her point is very well made.
Vera Hobhouse.
Deputy Speaker, after more than a year raising the issue in this House, illegal drugs, including spice, are still blazingly so, to children online. If that is not harm, I don't know what is. What is the government doing to make sure all powers under the Online Safety Act are used to stop this appalling harm to children done in this way? And that's very much about Ofcom. And if the current legislation cannot deal with it, will she consider that new consultation covers how to deal with this and stop this pernicious trade?
She raises an extremely important issue, and I have put on the record publicly my absolute determination for Ofcom to use the powers that it has to act swiftly on that. I've made that very clear in private as well as publicly, but I'm more than happy to hear from the Honourable Lady about what more she thinks could be done.
Mohammed Yassin.
Mr. Speaker, as a signatory to a letter calling for an Australia-style model placing responsibilities on tech firms to block under-16s from social media, I welcome the government's consultation. Families in Bedford and Kempston are very clear that these platforms are harming our children now. So I'm pleased that Secretary of State is committed to a rapid consultation, but will she also commit to a clear timetable for bold action before more young lives are damaged?
I thank the Honourable gentleman for his question. I think I have said repeatedly in this House that we need to do the right and responsible thing, which is to consult, but I don't want to hang around. But what I want to do is have the very best effective way forward and proposals that will hold and last.
Graham Stewart.
Speaker, meaningful consultations, the government sets out what it's minded to do. It sets out a model. This consultation doesn't define social media. It doesn't set out an enforcement model. It doesn't even say anything about how age verification should be done. If you don't set out your model and what you intend to do, how, at the end of the consultation, are you going to have a practical guide and a practical model to implement? You don't. And if we are to follow up with another consultation, I fear parents and grandparents in Beverley and Holderness will be deeply disappointed with the dithering and delay displayed by the Secretary of State today.
The Honourable gentleman knows this was a statement. It's not publishing the consultation. I very much look forward to his views when we do.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Leading doctors have warned that social media has become a public health emergency, casting long shadows over our children's minds, from self-harm, sleepless nights, distorted self-images, sexual images, the addictive nature. The damage runs deep. Does my right honourable friend agree protecting young people's well-being must come before digital profit and convenience? And will she commission research into the long-term side effects of social media, including cognitive and motor development, to shape policy not just now but in 10 years' time?
I think I mentioned earlier the letter I received from the Academy of Medical Royal Colleges, who I believe are taking forward further work on this issue, where clinicians gave personal testimony about the horrific cases they've treated in primary, secondary and community settings. I know they will want to work closely with us on this, and I really thank the Honourable Lady for her question.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the statement from the Secretary of State. It coincides with the EDM that has been published today in my name, calling for children under 16s to be banned from social media, which is deliberately designed to be addictive and driven by profit. We've heard of the harms from across the House, which I will not repeat. What steps will the Secretary of State take to ensure any future consultation and then legislation is based on the foundations of health and safety by design? And when can we expect the legislation to come into force?
He's absolutely right that we want to make sure this is about not just safety but enhancing the well-being of children, looking not at, particularly, I think, around the issues of mental health and anxiety, and that will absolutely be at the heart of the consultation and any future proposals.
Julie Minns.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is 20 years since I co-authored the first Code of Practice on new forms of content on mobile. In that intervening 20 years, we've seen the proliferation of over-the-top services that bypass the network-level filters that we introduced as part of that Code of Practice. However, social media does not neatly fall into a categorisation of either age inappropriate or harmful. So will the Secretary of State please commit to working with the Academy of Medical Royal Colleges, who are working already to gather evidence on the harm, to ensure that our conclusions from this consultation are evidence-led?
Yes.
Final question, David Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am genuinely so happy that the government are finally waking up to this issue and how serious it is, and that there is a cross-party consensus on the need to ban social media for under-16s. These platforms are designed to be addictive, we all know that. Most adults can't control themselves, how can we expect our children to? Enforcement will be the key issue, so can the Secretary of State please give some views on what she thinks enforcement could look like and what she has already learnt from our Australian friends who are leading the charge on this legislation?
I hope that the action we took last week around Grok shows enforcement of existing laws is absolutely paramount. We will definitely be learning from the experience in Australia, not just in terms of how they develop the policy, their definition of social media, but also the enforcement issues. And I would more than happily report back to the House. May I also just say once again, Madam Deputy Speaker, there were many colleagues who didn't get in. Others who, I'm sure will want to feed in their views. I really do want to hear from colleagues. We will certainly be organising events in the House for colleagues to come together, but they can also absolutely contact the department to put forward their constituents' views, because my job is as a member of this Labour government, but also the Secretary of State for the country. And I believe when we get this right, it will be a legacy of which we can be proud.
Point of order, Sarah Pochin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State said I had got it wrong, and I quote in response to my perfectly reasonable question. She did not explain in what way exactly I had got it wrong. Does she not agree that all members in this chamber...
Order. When the Honourable Lady makes a point of order, she should address it to the Chair, not to the Secretary of State. The issue she has raised is not a point of order, not a matter for the Chair, but I'm sure she can follow up with the Secretary of State outside the chamber or in writing, which brings us to a statement on China from the Security Minister. Dan Jarvis. Statement, Security Minister Dan Jarvis.
With your permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to make a statement on the national security considerations of China's proposal to build a new embassy at the Royal Mint Court in Tower Hamlets. I know that members will by now be well aware that the Secretary of State for Housing, Community and Local Government has approved China's planning application. Some right honourable members have been briefed by my security officials, and some members will have seen the statement from the Intelligence and Security Committee, as well as the letter from the Director General of MI5 and the Director General of GCHQ. The decision made by the Secretary of State for Housing was an independent, quasi-judicial planning one, and it concludes a process which began in 2018 when the then Foreign Secretary, Boris Johnson, gave formal diplomatic consent for China to use the Royal Mint site for its new embassy, subject to planning permission, and welcomed it as China's largest overseas investment. Now, given the potential for legal proceedings, it would not be appropriate to give a commentary on the grounds for the decision. In their decision, MHCLG notes that the package of security measures proposed would be proportionate to the proposed use of the site, and that no bodies with responsibility for national security, including the Home Office and the Foreign Office, have raised concerns or objected to the proposal on the basis of proximity of the cables or other underground infrastructure. Now, I know that some members have raised concerns regarding the security implications of the new embassy, and it is on that issue that I wanted to update the House. National security is the first duty of any government, and that is why the intelligence and security agencies have been absolutely integral to this process. The ISC, as the committee entrusted and empowered by this House to scrutinise the government's most sensitive information, have today released their judgment on the security implications. I thank them for their work and am reassured by the depth of their scrutiny throughout the process. The ISC concluded, and I'm quoting from their statement, "On the basis of the evidence we have received and having carefully reviewed the nuanced national security considerations, the committee has concluded that, taken as a whole, the national security concerns that arise can be satisfactorily mitigated." And I can confirm today that the Home Office has received a letter from the Director of GCHQ and the Director General of MI5, which makes clear that, as with any foreign embassy on UK soil, it is not realistic to expect to be wholly able to eliminate each and every potential risk. However, they say that the collective work across UK intelligence agencies and HMG departments to formulate a package of national security mitigations for the site has been, in our view, expert, professional and proportionate. They judge that the package of mitigations deals acceptably with a wide range of sensitive national security issues, including cabling, and indeed they note that there are clear security advantages from the consolidation. Clear security advantages. Now, our security services have over a century of experience managing security matters related to foreign embassies on UK soil. This government and the last have been aware of the potential for a new embassy at this site since the Chinese government completed the purchase in 2018. The issues that continue to be raised in the media reports are not new to the government or the intelligence community, and an extensive range of measures have been developed to protect national security. We have acted to increase the resilience of cables in the area through an extensive series of measures to protect sensitive data. And I can confirm that, contrary to reporting, the government had seen the unredacted plans for the embassy. And this government has agreed with China that the publicly accessible forecourt on the embassy grounds will not have diplomatic immunity, managing the risk to the public. Based on all of this and our extensive work on this matter, I am content that any risks are being appropriately managed. But let me be clear, the bill also brings clear national security advantages. Following extensive negotiations led by this government, the Chinese government has agreed to consolidate its 7 current sites in London into one site. That is why, following deep scrutiny by security officials, the government has been able to conclude that we can manage the security concerns related to the embassy. Whilst there are those who have, and no doubt continue to have, concerns about this embassy, it is a fundamental and normal part of international relations that countries agree to establish embassies in each other's capitals. Whilst some would stick their heads in the sand and ignore the obvious need to engage, this government is engaging with China confidently and pragmatically, recognising the complexity of the world as it is and challenging them where we need to. Because for our security, our economy and our climate, China matters. And to be clear, this is not a question of balancing economic and security considerations. We don't trade off security for economic access. Now, of course, we recognise that China poses a series of threats to UK national security, from cyber attacks, foreign interference and espionage targeting our democratic institutions, to the transnational repression of Hong Kongers, and of course China's support for Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. That's why I announced a package in November to protect our national security, which set out the range of the work the government is taking forward to strengthen the security of our democracy against the threat from foreign interference and espionage. It's also why, for example, in December 2025, the UK sanctioned 2 China-based companies that have carried out cyber attacks against the UK and its allies. And it's why we have completed work to remove Chinese-made surveillance equipment from sensitive sites. It is why the UK has sanctioned 50 Chinese companies under the Russia sanctions regulations as part of our efforts to take action against entities operating in third countries over economic and military support for Russia. And it's why I will be hosting a closed event in February with Vice-Chancellors to discuss the risks posed by foreign interference from a range of states and to signpost our plans to further increase the sector's resilience. But taking a robust approach to our national security does also include engaging with China. Under the previous government, engagement with China had ground to a halt. This made us no safer. Indeed, it is only through engagement that we can directly challenge China on its malicious activity. And by taking tough steps to keep us secure, we enable ourselves to cooperate in other areas, including in pursuit of safe economic opportunities which are in the UK's interest, but also in areas like organised immigration crime, narcotics trafficking and serious organised crime. This is what our allies do, and this is what we're doing. Delivering for the public, putting more money in their pockets and keeping them safe through hard-headed, risk-based engagement with the world's most consequential powers. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am grateful to Right Honourable and Honourable Members for their ongoing attention that they give to protecting the UK's security. China has and will continue to pose threats to our national security. But following detailed consideration of all possible risks around this new embassy by expert officials across government, I am assured that the UK's national security is protected. Let me assure this House and the country upholding national security is the first duty of government, and we will continue to take all measures necessary to defeat these threats. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let us be in no doubt about the threat China poses. MI5 has warned that Chinese intelligence is actively trying to disrupt our democracy. Bounties have been placed on the heads of Hong Kong campaigners. Members of this House have been directly spied on by China. China actively supports Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, and China is infiltrating universities and businesses to acquire sensitive technology, as well as stealing it directly. Yet this government has failed again and again to take the action needed. This government failed to place China in the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme. This government failed to properly support the case against two men accused of spying for China on MPs in this House. And now they have shamefully approved plans for a Chinese super embassy. Despite everything China has done on our soil, China has been rewarded with exactly what they want, a super embassy that will be a base for espionage, not just in the UK, but likely across Europe as well. The government has capitulated to Chinese demands. The Prime Minister himself said to President Xi at the G20 in November 2024, and I quote, "You raised the Chinese embassy building in London when we spoke on the telephone. We have since taken action by calling in that application." In other words, the Prime Minister did precisely what President Xi told him to do, and then he faithfully reported back afterwards. This decision has serious implications. Last week, The Telegraph published plans showing 208 secret rooms and a hidden chamber just 1 metre from critical data cables. Our economy depends on those cables, so what assurance can the Minister give that those cables will be secure from Chinese interference? Now, in paragraph 97 of his decision notice, the Secretary of State who made the decision admits that he had not himself even seen unredacted plans before making his decision. So how can he possibly have assessed the risk himself as the decision maker without having seen those plans? The Secretary of State also admits at paragraph 13 that he did not follow our suggestion to hold sections 321 closed hearings to take evidence. Once again, how could the Secretary of State possibly have taken this decision in an informed way without having personally assessed the risk? And, Madam Deputy Speaker, it gets worse because paragraph 8.63 onwards of the Inspector's report admits that China can legally refuse to allow UK authorities to inspect the building during or after construction. So we're going to have no idea what they're actually building in there in any event. Now, the Minister references the ISC. He says that someone in government has seen unredacted plans, although we know that was not the decision maker, the Secretary of State. So can I ask, have the ISC seen those unredacted plans? because it has been suggested to me that they have not seen those unredacted plans. The ISC say the risks can be mitigated, but mere mitigation is not enough. Mitigation entails only a partial exclusion of risk, and nothing is said about how to manage future developments in China's capabilities, developments we cannot anticipate today. The ISC also says, and the Minister for some reason forgot to quote this, but they also say the government process was not robust enough. They say it lacked clarity on national security. The ISC say the key reports lack the necessary detail. And the ISC said the government does not have the dexterity required to handle China. Does the Minister accept those elements of the ISC report? And others share those concerns. A US government source was recently quoted saying the UK had, quote, downplayed the risks. The White House last week was reported to be, quote, deeply concerned. And the US House China Committee Chair says that he opposes these plans on the grounds Americans' data may be at risk. Does the Minister agree with our American allies? Madam Deputy Speaker, it is clear this decision is timed shortly before a planned trip by the Prime Minister to China. He apparently intends to seek some kind of economic deal with China in order to fix the mess he and the Chancellor have created here, with jobs down and unemployment up since the election. From its timing and from President Xi's clear demands, this planning consent appears linked to the Prime Minister's imminent visit and linked to the economic deal. It seems clear to me that they are trading national security for economic links, and this is a shameless capitulation to China's demands. China is spying on us, it is subverting our democracy, it is repressing people on our soil, and it is stealing our technology. Isn't the truth this? In those circumstances, giving them what they want is simply the wrong thing to do.
Before I call the Minister, can I gently remind shadow ministers and spokesmen that there is a time limit which the Honourable Gentleman exceeded somewhat. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I listened very carefully to what the Shadow Home Secretary had to say. There was a glaring gap in his analysis, and he didn't seem to want to have to say anything about the level of challenge that we inherited from the previous government in terms of the lay-down of the diplomatic estate. He didn't want to accept that, as with other countries, there is a degree of risk which has to be managed. And I explained very carefully and made sure that he had the opportunity to come in this morning for a briefing. And I was at pains to stress in my opening remarks that whilst, of course, balanced views have to be taken about these things, there are national security advantages to the proposals that have been agreed. Now, I know that he and honourable members opposite don't want to agree with that, but I think it is important that we debate the right honourable gentleman says it's nonsense. No, he's absolutely entitled to his opinion, as is this government, and I hope that he takes the opportunity to look very carefully at what the Director Generals of MI5 and GCHQ have to say. I also say to the right honourable gentleman, and to some but not all members opposite, that actually this is also a moment, hopefully, where we could have discussed these things in a sort of sensible and reasonable way, and that's how we should approach matters relating to national security. But also, I don't think it would be such a bad thing for a bit of humility from some members opposite. Not least because the attack that we heard from the Shadow Home Secretary, the attack that other honourable members have already engaged with, might have actually sort of landed a bit fairer and a bit truer if they hadn't spent 14 years in government, flitting between hot and cold, neither consistent nor credible on what is, after all, one of the most complex geopolitical challenges that we face. The party opposite went from golden age to ice age, from welcoming China with open arms to choosing to disengage almost entirely. And that's with the world's largest nation, who, along with Hong Kong, are our second largest trading partner. Now, it's convenient for some members opposite to forget that it was, of course, Boris Johnson, as Conservative Foreign Secretary in 2018, who granted consent for the Royal Mint site to be used as diplomatic premises. He was proud, and I quote, to welcome the fact that this is China's largest overseas diplomatic investment, the Conservative Foreign Secretary. In recent times, of course, we've seen Conservative MPs U-turn on the original position of their government and take a different approach. This government will ensure that the approach that we will take will be underpinned by ensuring that we engage consistently and pragmatically with China, but we will do so in a way that absolutely ensures our national security. The House will have heard the important contributions that have been made by the ISC and the conclusion that they have drawn. The House, the country will have heard the comments that we've seen from the Director Generals. These are important contributions. Nobody should underestimate how seriously government has taken this matter. We've engaged with it incredibly closely. The intelligence and security agencies have been involved with this process from the outset. I can give an assurance to those who have doubts that we will, of course, continue to monitor this process very carefully, but we believe that this is the right judgment.
Can I respectfully say to the Minister, that was an incredibly long answer, indeed longer even than the question, and perhaps questions and responses need to be briefer.
Rushnara Ali. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of my constituents will continue to have serious concerns about the proposed new embassy in my constituency. These include China's human rights record, espionage and local disruption in particular. A development of this scale would cause significant disruption for local residents, especially in Royal Mint Court, who are now facing considerable uncertainty, including privacy concerns and fear of losing their homes. What assurances can the government provide my constituents, and particularly those residents, regarding their concerns? And can the Minister say more about the national security concerns and how they will be satisfactorily mitigated?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is an assiduous member of this House, and she represents her constituents incredibly seriously. She will understand that for obvious reasons there are limits to what I can say with regard to the specific measures and the specific mitigations that will be put in place. But I am grateful to her for entirely understandably raising the concerns that some of her constituents will have expressed. What I can assure her is that we will want to work very closely with her to minimise any disruption to local residents, and of course I'd be happy to discuss these matters with her further.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for advance sight of his statement and for the time his officials took to brief me earlier today. The government's decision to approve plans for the Chinese mega embassy represent far more than a planning matter. It shows that ministers have learnt very little from evidence exposed in recent months of Chinese spying efforts to infiltrate British politics and this House. Throughout this stunted process, we on these benches have consistently called these plans out for what they are, a mistake. The government knows that this decision that they have made today will further amplify China's surveillance efforts here in the UK, endangering the security of our data. Planning conditions are meaningless without proper enforcement. Given the unprecedented security concerns surrounding this site, how will the government ensure planning conditions are rigorously monitored and enforced, particularly in regards to the underground cables that the current plans come dangerously close to? But no amount of planning conditions can address the fundamental problem. The embassy does not clean Chinese officials of their human rights abuses. It is shocking that China has placed bounties on the heads of democracy activists from Hong Kong who live in the UK. This type of interference and intimidation in our country is totally unacceptable. So in light of this decision, will the government include all Chinese officials, Hong Kong Special Administrative Region officials and Chinese Communist Party-linked organisations on the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme? Beyond the security and diplomatic concerns, there are fundamental questions around our democratic freedoms. The previous Conservative government attacked our fundamental right to protest, and this Labour government has continued to erode these freedoms. As a democratic society, we must protect the right to protest peacefully, including near embassies and including for those Hong Kongers living in the UK. Will the government continue to guarantee the right to protest even as this embassy now moves ahead?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, not least because she came along in good faith this morning and attended the briefing at our invitation, and I hope that she found that helpful. I am acutely conscious that there are technical details that the House will understand that I am not able to get into, and that is why we took the opportunity to brief the Honourable Lady and other Right Honourable members this morning. I'm afraid I don't agree with her analysis at the beginning of her statement in terms of our understanding of the threat. I referenced earlier on in my opening remarks the very significant number of measures that we've taken in recent times in order to protect our national security. But she did ask me about the cables. So let me take the opportunity to update her and the House with regard to that specific point. Let me say to her that the allegations that have been much discussed in the media are of course not new to us or to the security agencies. Our intelligence services have scrutinised the plans, and an extensive range of measures have been developed and are being implemented to protect national security, including putting in place additional resilience measures to protect sensitive data. Now, the House will understand that the Honourable Member opposite asked me what that means. I hope that he will understand that it would be unwise of me to get into the technical detail of the mitigations that we're seeking to put in place. I hope he understands, surely, that the Security Minister isn't able to get into the guts and the detail of precisely what we're going to do. But if he's just patient for...
I'm simply not going to have this. There's too much chuntering and indeed yelling across the chamber from the sedentary position, and the Minister might focus on responding to the question that was asked by the Lib Dem spokesperson, not to heckling from the rest of the chamber. Security Minister.
I'm grateful to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that an honourable member opposite did make a point about transparency, and I think it's important I take the opportunity to give as much detail as I am. But it's important for the honourable gentleman over there to understand that as the Security Minister, I can't get into the absolute detail of precisely what we're going to do for what I thought would have been fairly obvious reasons. But let me say to the honourable lady that the government has been aware of the potential new embassy proposal since 2018. Our security services have been involved throughout that process, and an extensive range of measures have been developed and are being implemented to protect our national security. I can say to her, and give her the assurances that I think she seeks, that an extensive range of measures have been developed and are being implemented to protect our national security. Now, she also, I think quite unfairly, I have to say, criticised the government's belief in the right to protest. I do not think that that is a fair critique. The government takes very seriously the right of people to protest in our country. It is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the government will always ensure that people have the ability to protest in a peaceful way. She also asked, entirely reasonably, about FIRS. I'm waiting for the honourable member opposite to ask me about it as well. She will know that FIRS is still a new scheme. It only relatively recently came into force, the 1st of July, or more effectively on the 1st of October. She will also understand that any decision with regard to FIRS will be brought forward to Parliament in the usual way.
Alex Barras-Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I thank my right honourable friend for the statement, which is of course complex and of course raises very significant issues which are shared on both sides and all sides of the House. With respect, of course, to the issue of national security, which he has talked about in his statement, I fully appreciate he's unable to talk about the mitigations that have been put in place, but I'm grateful that he has re-emphasised that point a number of times. I wonder going forwards, as part of the ongoing evergreen nature of assessing the risks that we face, both during the building of this embassy and if it continues and beyond, whether he is able to assure the House that wherever possible he will keep this place updated about any continuing change in the risk assessments, and if it requires a more detailed analysis, that the ISC is fully abridged of that.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable member. He's right to say that these are complex decisions, and he's right to make the point that clearly there are very significant restrictions on what can be said here in this chamber. I can give him the assurances that he seeks. Ultimately, of course, it is for the Intelligence and Security Committee themselves to decide on whatever particular lines of avenue that they might want to proceed on. But I can say to him that we've given that committee very close assurances of the work that is being done, and they've had access to material in order to take their own view. And I make a commitment to him and to Right Honourable Gentleman sat at the back, who's the Vice Chair of that committee, that we will continue to engage with him in a constructive way. And where we feel it's necessary or appropriate to update the House further, of course we will do that.
Vice Chair of the ISC, Sir Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As you and the House would expect, the Intelligence Security Committee has investigated the security implications of this proposal, specifically whether the intelligence community had sufficient opportunity to feed in any security concerns, and whether ministers had the necessary information on which to base a decision. And if you'll permit me, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to quote directly from the conclusions we've reached, which represent our unanimous view as a committee. On the basis of the evidence we have received, and having carefully reviewed the nuanced national security considerations, the committee has concluded that, taken as a whole, the national security concerns that arise can be satisfactorily mitigated. I will say, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we have been concerned solely with the national security perspective here, not with the other arguments for or against a new embassy. And if I may say to the Minister, it has proved more difficult than it should have been to get straightforward answers to our basic questions. The process within government does not seem to us to be effectively coordinated, nor as robust as would have been expected. In particular, there was a lack of clarity about the role that national security considerations play in planning decisions. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we will take those matters up further, as I know the Minister would expect, with the government.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman and to all members of his committee. Parliament entrusts the ISC to hold government to account, and they are able to do that in a way that other Right Honourable and Honourable members are not able to do. I think the Right Honourable Gentleman made two key points. The first was to share the analysis of the committee with regard to the national security concerns that have been expressed. I hope members on all sides of the House listen very carefully to what he has had to say and look very carefully at the judgment that his committee has arrived at. He did, though, make an important point, which I take seriously, about process. And I have no doubt that there is quite a lot that can be learned from the process point that he has made in this House today. And I am very happy to discuss that with him and his committee to identify what lessons should be learned and make sure that we do things better next time.
Derek Twigg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just, by some record, I support completely what the Deputy Chair of the ISC, of which I'm also a member, has just said, and say to the Minister that the process issue is something that needs looking at urgently, because the Deputy Chair was very clear about the problems we faced with that. But can I say to the Minister asking this, that obviously the very important letter today from GCHQ MI5 heads to the Foreign Secretary and the Home Secretary, within that letter it says very clearly the collective work across the UK intelligence agencies and Her Majesty's Government's departments to formulate a package of national security mitigations for the site has been, in our view, expert, professional and proportionate. We'd like to comment on that.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, well, I'm grateful to him, and I reiterate the points that I've made about process. I have a huge amount of respect for the committee. I've had the, describe it as the pleasure of appearing in front of them not so long ago. I don't think it's a state secret to make the point that they gave me a pretty tough grilling, and absolutely that's how it should be. But the point he's made about process, I think, is an important one. I think the point that he's made also about the letter from the Director Generals is also important. It is a rare occurrence for Director Generals to make public comment. They are both people who are extremely professional. They are people that I have the pleasure of working with on a regular basis. They are both people of great integrity, and the House and the country should listen very carefully to what they have to say. They have made the point that collectively our security services have 100 years of experience in terms of dealing with the challenges from foreign embassies. That is not to be remotely complacent about the nature of the threat that we face now, because clearly it is very different from how it was in the past. But I think we should listen carefully to what they have to say, be respectful of it, whilst at the same time not being complacent.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I don't think I'm breaking the Official Secrets Act if I gently point out that when I used to chair the Intelligence and Security Committee, I repeatedly deprecated the use of the word mitigation because it covers such a wide range of sins. But leaving aside security considerations just this once, does the Minister accept, as he should, that this is a colossal propaganda win for totalitarian communist China? And is there any argument which was used in favour of China getting this embassy that wouldn't have carried exactly the same weight if totalitarian imperialist Russia had wanted to buy this building? Would the government have stopped them for doing it? And if they would have done, on what grounds?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful, as I always am, to the Right Honourable Gentleman. And I genuinely am, because I actually respect the wisdom of someone who's served in this House for many years. The Right Honourable Lady is sort of questioning my gratitude to the Right Honourable Gentleman. I can give her an assurance that I have a huge amount of respect. I am answering the question. I have a huge amount of respect for members who've served for a long period of time, and particularly those who've chaired the ISC. And I think we do need to find a mechanism in order to ensure that members like the Right Honourable Gentleman have access to some of this information so that they can make informed comment in this House. I take his point, although I don't agree with it, about mitigations. He understands there are limits to what I can say with regard to the mitigations, but I take the point that he's made. In terms of his substantive point, I don't agree with him. I don't accept that this is a win, not least because I could not have been clearer about the importance of the consolidation of the estate. The government has reached an agreement with China that the existing diplomatic footprint in London will be reduced in size from 7 diplomatic sites to 1. I'm not sure that kind of constitutes a particularly big win in my book, not least it is a statement of truth, and I think it undermines the argument that he's made.
Mark Seward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Even if we accept that the national security concerns of this new embassy have been mitigated, as evidenced by the letters from security agencies today, and even if we accept that consolidating these 7 current properties that China own into one is a security advantage, that is still cold comfort to the Hong Kongers that I represent in Leeds Southwestern Morley. They still have to live with transnational repression. In the case of Chloe Chung, she still has to live with a £100,000 bounty on her head. And of course, they now still have to live in fear that this new embassy might become their prison. So can I ask the Security Minister, what assurances can he give Hong Kongers in my constituency, indeed the UK, that they will be protected from the ever-lengthening arm of the CCP?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't accept the basis of the argument that my honourable friend has made, and I think he would be well advised to place more emphasis on the point about consolidation, because I'm confident that that will deliver meaningful operational benefits, and that's a point that's been agreed by the security experts. But let me find what I hope is an important point of consensus, and that is to be absolutely clear about how unacceptable it is for China or for any other nation, for that matter, to seek to persecute individuals who are resident here in the United Kingdom. The government takes these matters incredibly seriously. That's why, through the Defending Democracy Task Force, which I chair, we've completed a very significantly extensive piece of work looking into transnational repression. There are a number of actions that have come from that piece of work which have been rooted right across government. We take it incredibly seriously. I myself have met with a number of people who've been the victim of TNR, and it is, as I say, completely unacceptable for China or anyone to persecute people in this country. But I would just ask him just to consider that we're talking about a proposal that will deliver an embassy for China at some point in the future. What I have to do and what the government has to do with deal with the level of threat as it is. And I'm confident, given the point about consolidation, that actually this is a proposal that we will be able to work in the national interests of our country and all of the people who live here.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
Whilst I associate myself with the wider security concerns, will the Minister forgive me if I raise a narrow point? And he knows what I'm going to ask, because I've asked this twice already and not had an answer. The correspondence between the government and the Chinese reveals that the medieval monastery on the site, an important monastery called Eastminster rather than Westminster, where we are, will remain on inviolable Chinese territory. And any UK citizens visiting it will have to be frisked, and they will be effectively in China. What reassurance can the Minister give to those who have bounties on their head, raised by the Honourable Gentleman opposite, or my right honourable friend, the member for Chingford, who's been sanctioned by the state? What reassurances can the Minister give that UK citizens visiting their own heritage would not be in danger by going on this site?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to the Father of the House. He's consistently made this point. This is at least the third time that I've heard him raise it. I hope he will have heard the point I made. I looked at him purposefully earlier on when I made a point specifically about the question that he's raised. But let me take the opportunity to say that the issues that he reflected upon, the bounties, this is completely unacceptable behaviour, and the government will not stand for it. The specific point that he raised is one that I've looked very carefully at, and I reflected a response to it earlier in my statement.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have been sceptical about this new embassy, but I do take the points made by members from the Intelligence and Security Committee here today, as well as the advice, the response from GCHQ and MI5. I also, of course, have to listen to my own constituents, including the Bracknell Forest Hong Kong community, who tell me that they are concerned about the ongoing transnational repression that they are experiencing. My right honourable friend has already talked a lot about the work that the government has already done. Will he commit to continuing to engage with the Hong Kong community so that we can make sure that we continue to adapt our response to the emerging threats that they experience?
Well, I'm grateful to him. He's consistently raised points on behalf of his constituents, and I can give him the assurances that he seeks. Let me say to him and the House that we condemn the Hong Kong police's efforts to coerce, intimidate, harass and harm those living in the UK and overseas. These acts of repression will not be tolerated here in our country. Now, I can say to him that along with other ministerial colleagues, I've taken the opportunity to raise these concerns directly with Chinese authorities, reaffirming that the extraterritorial application of Hong Kong's national security law is unacceptable and will not be tolerated here in the UK. I can give him the assurances that he seeks. I'm very happy to discuss this matter with him further.
Luke Taylor.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hong Kongers and other Chinese dissidents in the UK will be rightly concerned by this news today. And I want to make it completely clear that Liberal Democrats have serious concerns that this project will enhance China's ability to conduct transnational repression against Britons and Hong Kongers on British soil. So can I ask the Minister, what is the timeline for closing the 7 existing Chinese consulate buildings when the Royal Mint Court is opened? Will the government publish the 2018 note verbale confirming the embassy was contingent on planning approval, ensuring the government did not prejudge the application? And finally, paragraph 62 of the Secretary of State permission letter states that lawful embassy use of the site would give no worry of interference with the sensitive cabling that runs adjacent to the secret basement rooms. After China's proven record of unlawful espionage against MPs, British institutions, does the Minister agree that this is a catastrophic misjudgment and that we have no hope of our laws being observed by the Chinese Communist Party?
When questions run to 2 pages and take a minute, perhaps members might think about cutting them down slightly. Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, well, the Honourable Gentleman has expressed an opinion, and he's entirely within his rights to do that. But I hope he understands that I'm also entirely within my rights to point out to him that the opinion that he has expressed is not one that is backed up by the intelligence services and by the security agencies who've looked incredibly carefully at the detail of the proposal. He states boldly that this new proposed embassy site will deliver an additional capability to China over and above what they currently have. But I make to him again the point about consolidation and the point about the security advantages that we think will be accrued by this proposal. In terms of the points around timeline, I hope he understands that I'm not going to get into that today, not least because I have to be incredibly careful what I say, given the potential likelihood of further legal proceedings. But I'm very happy to discuss these matters with him and his colleagues on his benches further.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you. I just want to first of all make it clear I don't agree with this decision today. It will send a chilling effect through Tibetans, through Hong Kongers, through Uyghurs and other Chinese who just dissent with the regime in Beijing. But I've got 3 specific questions about the application today. First of all, what guarantees does the government have that the 7 other sites will be closed and disposed of? Will the new site be built by British construction companies hiring workers in the usual way, or by Chinese construction companies bringing in their own labour? And what forms of building inspection control will be present during and after the construction?
My honourable friend has got a very long and proud track record in this particular area, and I listened very carefully to what he has to say. He'll forgive me if I disagree with his analysis of the chilling effect of this, not least given the points about consolidation and the security advantage. He's asked about the 7 sites, and let me give him and the House an absolute assurance that that is part of the deal that has been agreed with China. The deal is that the existing diplomatic footprint within London, the 7 diplomatic sites, will be consolidated into this individual site. In terms of the precise details around construction and other activities, I know that he will understand that there are agreed procedures with regard to these kind of activities. I think there was a point earlier on about the relationship with the United States and the concerns that they might have expressed, which I don't recognise. But it is useful to note that China built a new embassy in the United States not so long ago. So this is not a particularly uncommon occurrence. But I give him assurance that we'll keep a very close eye on the points that he makes.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I say gently to the right honourable gentleman that I raise these issues as a sanctioned individual. Not only I'm sanctioned, my whole family is sanctioned. I have been trolled by operatives from the security service of China, and I am under constant regard by them all the way through. So I say this in a way on the basis of that. And I simply ask him this. When the Secretary of State issued his letter, he did give this quote, which was given earlier on, that this concern about cable should not present a problem for a lawful embassy use. Nothing about the Chinese is lawful here in the United Kingdom. Is it lawful for them to attack Hong Kongers who have fled here? Is it lawful for the pop-up police stations that go on pulling them in? Is it lawful for them to actually make sure that bounties are placed on their heads? Is it lawful for them to be asking British citizens sitting next door to Hong Kongers to bring them into the embassy so they may collect their bounty? These are all unlawful acts. The truth is, this Chinese embassy, with its 200 extra staff, will increase that. Every single place that China has had more people in its embassy, transnational repression has increased. Doesn't he agree with that?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, try though I might, there was never going to be a scenario where I would be able to satisfy the right honourable gentleman today in terms of what I've been able to say. He and I have exchanged on these matters on many occasions, and it's completely intolerable and unacceptable that he and members of his family have been sanctioned, and he knows the government's position with regard to that. He mentions the issue of law. UK law is absolutely sacrosanct, and where anyone, whoever they might be, falls short of that, they will be held to account by this government. He made a specific point about the potential, I think, for an increase in staff. Again, there are very clear procedures that rest with the Foreign Office that where a foreign nation seeks to bring additional staff resource into a country, all of that has to go through the normal diplomatic channels and has to be agreed by the Foreign Secretary. Now, I know that he doesn't support these proposals. I understand that he has strong views, which I have a lot of respect for, but I hope that he can respect the fact that we have engaged seriously with this proposal. The security services have been involved from the outset, and ultimately government has to take a view. We've taken a view that the national security implications of this can be mitigated. We've also taken a view, and I know that some honourable members opposite don't agree with it, that there could well be some security advantages as a consequence of these proposals. But I undertake to keep him and honourable members up to date, and if he wishes to discuss it somewhere else other than this chamber, then I'd be very happy to do that.
Chris Law.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can the Minister confirm the UK Government's happy rewarding and emboldening a nation who has one of the worst human rights records, who conducts espionage on his islands and in our Parliament, who has imprisoned the UK national Jimmy Lai on trumped-up charges, who has committed crimes against humanity against the Uyghurs, and who is the single most important enabler of Russia's illegal war machine against Ukraine and its civilian population that we as parliamentarians have stood against united?
I'm sorry to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I don't agree with the honourable gentleman's framing of his question. Whilst he's entirely right to raise specific concerns in the way that he did, this is not about rewarding China. It is not. It is about the importance of engaging confidently and pragmatically in a way that will enable us to take up opportunities where they present themselves and where it is in our national security. And as I made clear from my earlier remarks, that isn't just about economic cooperation. There are other areas where we do need to cooperate with China. I referenced three in my opening comments, including on organised immigration crime, serious organised crime, and on narcotics trafficking. These are important areas where we do need to work with China. But ultimately, the most important thing is that we safeguard our national security. And that's why we've worked incredibly closely to look carefully at the detail of this proposal and to make sure that we've got the right mitigations in place. And that's what we've done.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Minister explain, by giving China the embassy that it wants, how the government is demonstrating, in his own words, that it's responsible for unacceptable behaviour that the government won't stand for?
In part because of the reduction in the diplomatic estate from 7 down to 1.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So the Chinese communist regime, they sanction members of this House. They spy on members of this House. They carry out more cyber attacks than any other country. And the Minister admits that they are a national security threat. And yet the government thinks it's a good idea to kowtow to the Beijing bullies and allow this mega embassy. If it's in the national economic interest, Minister, could the Minister confirm that some British steel might be used in this Chinese embassy? And can he guarantee that this is in our national security interest completely for British citizens?
Minister.
Well, I congratulate the honourable gentleman on getting the clip that he no doubt will be posting on social media in the not too distant future, and that is up to him. I mean, the honourable gentleman seems to operate in a world that is quite selective in terms of some of the decisions that it seeks to make. I looked over to him earlier when I referenced the requirement for cooperation on areas like organised immigration crime. I don't know whether he thinks that's a good thing. I don't know whether he or his party have a policy about whether, given the concerns that are shared across this House, we should be engaging with China on matters relating to immigration. As part of the work to stop the small boat crossings across the Channel, he will understand, I hope, that it is, of course, necessary to engage with our near neighbours, but it is also necessary to engage internationally. I'm not clear whether he thinks that's a good thing, and I'm not clear whether he thinks that we should engage with China on those matters. What I am clear about is that this government will engage pragmatically, do the right thing, secure the economic opportunities, but fundamentally will always make sure that we will underpin our national security. And in terms of his point about British Steel, That is a fair one. This government will always want to support UK-based manufacturers and UK-based industry. So let's always look for, let's end on a point of consensus. Let's always look for opportunities to buy British.
I'm very hopeful that we can find a point of consensus, that questions need to be shorter, answers need to be shorter. I intend to keep the Minister here until all members have been satisfied this afternoon, but we do need to speed up. Mark Francois.
There's a pattern of behaviour here. The failure to act meaningfully over Jimmy Lai, the mysterious collapse of the Chinese spy case, and now this abject national humiliation. Let's call this what it is. This is appeasement of communist China. For economic gain. We tried that in the 1930s, and look where that got us. Why is this Labour government kowtowing to China, a communist regime that imprisons 1 million Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps for having the temerity to believe in God?
Well, in one sense, I can agree with the right honourable gentleman that there is a pattern of behaviour. He's right about that. The pattern of behaviour is doing the right thing and making sure that we safeguard our national security. And he might roll his eyes, but he was a minister in the previous government. He's served in this House for a number of years. He knows that under his Conservative government, there was a complete lack of consistency with regard to our policy for China. Now, this is a significant geostrategic challenge, and in the end, government has to make decisions. It has to have a clear-eyed policy, but anyone who thinks that we shouldn't be engaging with China, I think is naive. Anyone, he uses the language that he does, which I think is inappropriate and unhelpful and inaccurate. I've made the point about consolidation, I've made the point about the national security advantages, and I'll make the point about this government's commitment to securing our national interest. Let me just say one final thing to him. He's right to raise the case of Jimmy Lai. He knows the government's clear commitment that Jimmy Lai should be released immediately.
Steve Barclay.
Does the Minister believe that the approval of this mega Chinese embassy makes the British people safer?
Minister.
Well, the right honourable gentleman is very experienced from his own time in government, and he will know that difficult decisions have to be made. But it is my judgment, ultimately, this is the right way to proceed, that we do have to engage with China for the reasons that I've explained, but ultimately, nothing will prevent this government from ensuring our national security. And that's why we've progressed this proposal incredibly carefully, and that's why we've made sure that we've got the right mitigations in place.
Colin Lockhart.
Deputy Speaker, last week I made it clear that any hostile intelligence service would struggle to find a better location for espionage than the now approved mega Chinese embassy. What assessment has now been made of the risk that this site could be used for surveillance, intimidation or coercion of critics of the oppressive communist regime living in the UK, and how the government justify a decision that is both shameful and reckless in the disregard for national security?
Well, I'm grateful to her for the points that she's made, but I would just say to her, of course, we're already dealing with those challenges. There are some honourable members who seem to think that we don't have to mitigate and manage those risks at the moment. We do. There are those, and it's an entirely reasonable position if people want to take it, who think that the situation could get worse with the agreement of this embassy. But as I've tried to explain, because of the mitigations that we have put in place and because of the consolidation of the diplomatic estate, there are clear national security advantages as a consequence of this proposal. She doesn't perhaps agree now, but I hope she understands that the government takes these matters incredibly seriously and will do everything that we can to safeguard our national security.
Sir Desmond Swain.
China is notoriously transactional in its international relations. So what do we get in return?
Well, I always listen very carefully to the right honourable gentleman, not least because I seem to remember that he was the PPS to the then Prime Minister Lord Cameron, when the then government had quite a different relationship with China to the one that we have now. He will remember that very well, as do I. So whilst I'm grateful for his advice, I hope that he will perhaps have borne in mind the points I made about the consistency of the previous government, including the one he served in.
Esther McVeigh.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In light of what you said, I do hope you see this as a short question, and I do hope I get a short answer. Minister, do the security services have any concerns at all about the proposed new super Chinese embassy? Yes or no?
Minister.
The Right Honourable Lady has seen the letter that's been published today by the Director Generals. I don't know how much time the Right Honourable Lady thinks about matters relating to national security or understands the nature of the threat. Not at all. I'm seeking to explain to her that this government, like the last government, manage a range of national security risks. That will be the case whatever decision was taken around this proposal.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm going to ask again, does this make the British public safer? Yes, or no?
Minister.
Fundamentally, government is there to make the British people safer. And for the reasons I've explained, I'm confident that from a national security perspective, this is the right decision.
Jim Allister.
Isn't the plain truth, Minister, that this was a predetermined political decision from the moment the political decision was taken to call it in, when the government was facing by due process the council refusing this planning application? And all that's gone on, doesn't it simply bring the whole planning process into disrepute?
Yes or no?
And when we consider today that the London Labour Group have condemned this matter, isn't one of their members right when he says, wrong embassy, in the wrong place, at the wrong time?
Yes or no?
Well, I don't agree with his analysis. I've been crystal clear about the fact that people are, of course, entitled to their opinion, and people will have different views. What sensible members of the public will be interested in is what the security professionals have said. The security agencies, the intelligence services, those people who really understand the nature of the risk and the threat. What the public will be interested in is what they think, and I've been clear about what they think. I've been clear about the way in which we've approached this process, which I believe will deliver national security benefits for our country.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Can I just point out that when the previous Conservative government proclaimed a golden era of relations with China, when David Cameron welcomed President Xi for a state visit in 2015, as Theresa May was championing Huawei for our 5G infrastructure, the security services supported the then Prime Minister, or they were brought into line, which is, I expect, what happens under these circumstances. Can we make sure that we're not using the security services for propaganda purposes? And may I predict, in the fullness of history, we will look back at this decision with great regret.
Well, the right honourable gentleman, I know, gives a lot of thought and dedication to these matters. He spoke and reflected upon the engagement that had taken place under the previous government, under the then Prime Minister David Cameron. He will understand, because he thinks about these things very carefully, that there is obviously a need to engage with China. President Trump will be visiting China in the next couple of months. President Macron, I think, has been 3 times over the past years. Prime Minister Carney has been there recently. Serious grown-up people understand the need to have engagement and work closely with countries like China. Sensible people will get that. Sensible people will also understand that sometimes that involves tough choices. This government doesn't shy away from making those tough choices in terms of whether it's the right thing to do. I accept the challenge that he offers, which it will be judged over the long term. But I think this is the right thing to do, and I'm pleased that the security services agree with it.
Sarah Ball.
Deputy Speaker. The Minister says that China continues to pose a risk, and yet the government today welcomed this Trojan horse of an embassy into the heart of our capital. Consolidation helps them, not us, and planning conditions deal with the establishment, but not the actual real use inside in the years to come. So I ask again, it's been asked many a time before, are the British people safer as a result of this embassy? Yes or no?
Minister.
I don't agree with her analysis with regard to consolidation. This government will always work to make sure that the British public are safer. That is our job. That is our abiding mission. It is the first responsibility of government. And I'm confident that the decision that's been taken, with the mitigations in place, will deliver good national security outcomes for our country.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much. The government's decision to approve China's spy embassy is utterly wrong and puts national security at risk. But now the embassy has been approved, if, or rather when, we get evidence that China is using this embassy for surveillance, torture or other inappropriate means, will the government guarantee to close that embassy?
Yes or no?
Well, as with any embassy, both in this country, and of course let's not be naive about the fact that Britain has embassies right around the country. The Vienna Convention lays down the way in which different governments should behave with regard to the conduct of their diplomatic presences. Of course, we take our responsibilities very seriously under the Vienna Convention, and we expect every other country, including China, to do the same.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister will be pleased to know I'm not going to ask him about furs. But he did quote extensively from this weighty tome of a planning application, or planning approval rather. He said, the Secretary of State notes that no bodies with responsibility for national security, including the Home Office and FCDO, have raised concerns. But he didn't mention that it goes on to say that the Secretary of State considers that the lack of objection from these bodies on this issue carries significant weight. Now, given that extensive measures had to be put in place to protect sensitive data, can you explain why neither the Home Office nor the FCDO put in any objections to the proximity of the data cables and their vulnerability? And if I may, on the issue of the consolidation of the consular buildings, last week the government informed me that it has no record of how many properties within London, or within the UK in fact, are owned by the Chinese state. And therefore, in terms of consolidating consular buildings, how will they keep track on other buildings that are used unofficially by the Chinese state?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm disappointed that the Honourable Gentleman hasn't asked me about furs, because I got a very good response for him, which I won't be able to give him now. But he's not quite right to say that I quoted extensively from the planning document. I didn't at all. I referenced it only very fleetingly and then explained why that was the case. His key point was around the points that have been brought forward by the Home Office and the Foreign Office. No specific objections were raised by both of those government departments, because both of those government departments had satisfied themselves that the mitigations could be put in place to safeguard against the risk that might be faced. That's the reason.
Can I thank the Minister for his answers this afternoon? Point of order, Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, I raised in a written parliamentary question 967 when I asked the Department of Health and Social Care to publish training modules and guidance related to first cousin marriage and genetic risk. The Government Minister replied that these materials existed but would not be published to this House or more widely. In written parliamentary question 102-870, I asked the Minister if he would place those training modules again in the Library of the House of Commons, and the Minister said there were no plans to do so. This is astonishing, since that answer came after a Freedom of Information request to NHS England, which had already placed those very documents in the public domain. Can you advise me, Madam Deputy Speaker, on how a Minister might come to this House and explain why, yet again, Parliament has been denied information that was in fact releasable, as you have warned against on many occasions?
Can I thank the honourable member for the advance notice of his point of order? He will know that as Chair I am not responsible for the answers that ministers give to written parliamentary questions, though he might also know that the Procedure Committee is currently holding an inquiry into this very issue, and I would encourage him to provide evidence and to raise his concerns with that committee. Which brings us to the 10-minute rule motion. Shaukat Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision about the detection, treatment and monitoring of glaucoma by optometrists in England, and to make provision about the full integration of optometry and ophthalmology services for the purpose of glaucoma care in England and for connected purposes. I would also like to refer the members to my register of interest as a practicing NHS optometrist, and I would like to begin by thanking the Minister for being here for this valuable debate. As a practicing optometrist for many years, one of the hard takes of the role is this, that during a routine eye examination, one detects a condition that will forever change that person who is sitting in my chair's life. and the patient is blissfully unaware of it. Because that's exactly what glaucoma does. It changes lives quietly and often without warning. Glaucoma is known as the thief of sight, and for a very good reason. Glaucoma damages the optic nerve at the back of the eye, with each nerve fibre representing a different point in the visual field. And because the loss begins in the peripheral vision, people often don't realise that anything is wrong until it's too late. So if members would like a glimpse of what an advanced glaucoma sufferer sees, could I ask them to just cover one eye completely and with the other eye look through an aperture created by your hands and touch your fingertips to your palms. And as the condition progresses, the aperture gets smaller, smaller and smaller until eventually nothing is left. Now imagine trying to navigate a busy high street, to cross a road, or even simply move safely around one's own home. This isn't simply theoretical. Let me give you just two very brief but very real examples from my experience. A woman who on two separate occasions, whilst driving, her car was hit by another car from the side before she finally came in for an eye test, unaware that there was a problem because she could see the number plate, she could see road signs perfectly clearly, but what she couldn't see was the side of her vision eroding. Oh, and secondly, a heartbreaking experience for me when a pensioner with a handbag packed with what looked like her life savings, cash in hand, explaining that she will spend whatever it takes if I could just give her a pair of glasses that would allow her to see her two loves. One was her love of painting, and the other was her love of her grandchildren. Unfortunately, no amount of money would be able to restore her sight, as glaucoma, as well as being silent, is usually irreversible. Glaucoma, in fact, is the leading cause of preventable blindness in the UK. Over 700,000 people are affected. And what is even more concerning is that more than half of them are undiagnosed. That's 350,000 people walking around, driving around, not knowing. This could be any one of us, someone we love, or someone we work with, as was with the case of a previous member of this House, Paul Tyler, a former Lib Dem member who was not diagnosed until a routine eye test. In its early stages, glaucoma rarely has symptoms, and there are rarely any warning signs, just a silent, slow theft. By the time it's noticed, the damage is usually permanent, and the loss has far-reaching consequences. People lose not only their sight, but also their independence, the ability to drive, read, cook, or even leave their house. Falls increase, isolation grows, and then comes the emotional and mental health impacts, fear, depression, and loss of identity. Furthermore, with an aging population, we are facing a growing crisis. Glaucoma cases are expected to dramatically rise in the next coming decades. With a growth rate that outstrips the aging population, a study from 2017 suggested that over the next 20 years, glaucoma cases would rise by 44%. That's hundreds of thousands of more people needing care, follow-up and support. And I fear that data will prove to be an underestimate. So let me be blunt. Patients are losing their sight not because care doesn't exist, but because the pathway is broken and the follow-up is delayed. Just recently, I saw a patient who was referred to the hospital and diagnosed with glaucoma. That bit, absolutely fine. The initial appointment happened, but the follow-up was postponed. Then they missed an appointment. So by the time they came to see me again a year later, they had lost a significant amount of their visual field, to such an extent that even their central vision, their acuity, was affected. This anecdotal example corroborates with findings from major chains like Specsavers and others. The problem, current waiting list data only provides a measure of first appointments, not the ongoing care vital to chronic conditions like glaucoma. We need published data on follow-up waiting times because that's where sight is being lost. And here's the reality. Hospital ophthalmology is one of the largest outpatient specialities in the NHS, with 8.9 million appointments a year between 2023 and 2024 in England. It is estimated that glaucoma care accounts for about 20% of all hospital eye service appointments, with around 1 million visits annually across England alone. In 2024-25, it was reported that 600,000 people were on a hospital waiting list for an ophthalmology appointment. However, the ongoing care, such as the need for regular planned follow-up glaucoma patients, is often overlooked, with their numbers not hitting the headline like those waiting for an initial assessment or surgery. NHS hospitals cannot carry this load alone. Thankfully, Minister, this is where the government's own NHS 10-year plan, and in particular its ambition to shift care out of hospitals and into community and to focus on prevention, not sickness, closely aligns with the transformation needed in glaucoma care. There are over 14,000 qualified optometrists in England, providing more than 13 million NHS-funded eye tests. They are trained, regulated and ready to help. Community glaucoma services led by appropriately qualified optometrists with appropriate approved equipment have already demonstrated the ability to reduce hospital appointment referrals by up to 71%. If implemented nationally alongside an optometry-based glaucoma monitoring service, it may be possible to release 300,000 hospital appointments every year. That's not a one-time saving. Glaucoma is a chronic condition. These are recurring appointments for people who are living with, not cured of, the condition. Making full use of the skills and capacity already in primary care takes significant pressure off hospital services, enabling them to focus on tasks that can only be managed in a hospital. This could also save the NHS an estimated £12 million annually. At present, 10 ICBs have no glaucoma case-finding referral management services, and without this service, many patients in these areas who are referred to hospital could instead be retained in primary care optometry with appropriate commissioning rather than adding to the existing waiting list. And even what is more concerning, 21, half of the ICBs do not commission a glaucoma monitoring service in the community and rely simply on the hospital eye service to follow up glaucoma patients for the rest of their lives. This is where sight loss occurs, as the hospitals simply do not have the required capacity. It's a postcode lottery, one that punishes the vulnerable, especially when people from Black and Asian communities are up to 4 times more likely to develop glaucoma and often have the least access to timely care. As opposed to Wales and Scotland, where a shared care service for glaucoma is commissioned by every health board, optometry-led and properly integrated between primary care optometry and ophthalmology. And often the approach of NHS commissioners in England is hospital-led. The recent draft Getting It Right First Time model, developed with minimal input from primary care optometry, risks reinforcing England's hospital-led approach and undermining the government's own ambition to shift care from hospitals to the community. We are also seeing worrying behaviour at the ICB level, with several ICBs removing the limited community glaucoma services they had in place to make short-term savings. This is extremely myopic. Given ongoing financial pressures on ICBs, we do not expect individual ICBs to make significant progress in commissioning optometry-led glaucoma pathways that fully integrate optometry and ophthalmology without clear direction from the government. The total cost of visual impairment in the UK is now estimated to be £26.5 billion, set to rise to £33.5 billion by 2032. Glaucoma alone accounts for £750 million of it. And this is just not a cost to the NHS, but also the cost of lost productivity, informal care, and diminished quality of life. This is a silent epidemic, but it is not inevitable. So what am I asking for? What can be done to begin to tackle this silent epidemic? Fundamentally, I am asking for a national direction from the DHSC to ICBs that they should commission a uniformed primary care glaucoma service that utilises qualified high street optician practices, and only by doing so will we end the current postcode lottery in glaucoma care. We already know what works, we already have the workforce, and we already have the technology. We now need clear direction and a political will. Thank you.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Marsha de Cordova, Jim Shannon, Brian Lesham, Jeremy Corbyn, Ayub Khan, Iqbal Mohammed, Mr Adnan Hussain, Paulette Hamilton, Mark Pritchard, and Adrian Ramsey, and myself.
Shaukat Adam.
Glaucoma Care, England Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 13th of March 2026.
Friday the 13th of March 2026. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Sentencing Bill. Consideration of Lord's amendments.
Now.
I can inform the House that nothing in the Lord's amendments engages Commons financial privilege. We will begin with the government motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 7, with which it will be convenient to consider the other Lord's amendments and government amendments and motions as on the selection and grouping paper. I call the Minister to move the motion. Jake Richards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let me begin by putting on record the government's welcoming of the new Shadow Justice Secretary to his job. We look forward to working with him, Madam Deputy Speaker. He is somebody of some intellectual heft, and in any event, he's in the lucky position of having extraordinarily small shoes to fill. Of course, there will be policy disagreements, as there should be, but my hope is that the new Shadow Justice Secretary treads more carefully on issues around the independence of our judiciary and respecting our legal profession, perhaps fewer vitriolic social media videos and more thoughtful analysis. And as for the member for Newark, Madam Deputy Speaker, or as he likes to call himself, the new sheriff in town, we welcome that the inevitable has now happened, confirming the fact that reform is little more than a backwater for failed Tory politicians with an ego. And Madam Deputy Speaker, just briefly, I spent 5 minutes I'll never get back, reading the memo the former Shadow Justice Secretary left lying about. It says, and I quote, "Use humour, one of your best skills. Don't be afraid to be self-effacing or have a laugh." Well, it certainly got us laughing, Madam Deputy Speaker. And his memo also has the memorable line, "Don't think. You know things to be true. Get out of the habit of saying think." I happen to think he should get into the habit of thinking a little more. The honourable member for Newark says he has joined to be part of the team. We are still unclear whether he will remain speaking on justice issues. He's not in his new place today. Over the weekend, it was said that there would be a mini reshuffle at Reform, a rather depressing game of musical chairs. But whether their justice spokesperson remains the member for Runcorn, or if the member for Newark takes over, or if the member for Ashfield has a go, or if the member for East Wiltshire or the member for Romford joins in, the story is the same, Madam Deputy Speaker, failed former Tories who cannot be trusted with our justice system, let alone our country. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill will make sure that we are never again in the position that this government inherited. Prisons at risk of running out of places entirely, leaving us with nowhere to put dangerous offenders, police without the capacity to make arrests, courts unable to hold trials, and a breakdown of law and order unlike anything we have seen in modern times. That's why this bill is vital. It does not kick the can down the road. It does not shy away from making tough decisions to keep the public safe. Instead, it will end the cycle of crisis once and for all. And it does more than this. Absolutely.
Given way. He's given a powerful speech. He will recognise this is a bill that's of huge concern to residents of my constituency of Harlow, because obviously many of those who are waiting for justice to be served, they're victims of crime who are waiting years for their the person that's caused that offence to actually see a trial. So will you agree with me? It's really important this government gets on top of this backlog and gets people in front of courts as quickly as possible.
Absolutely, and my humble friend is a fine champion of this agenda, but also, of course, for his constituents in Harlow. And as he knows, this bill does more than just fixing the crisis we inherit. It will confront reoffending, keeping our communities safe. And Madam Deputy Speaker, as my right honourable friend, the Deputy Prime Minister, set out in the very first debate on the bill in this House, it takes us back to the fundamental purpose of sentencing, punishment that works for victims who deserve to see perpetrators face retribution, punishment that works for society, which wants criminals to return less dangerous, not more, and punishment that works to prevent crime. We want better citizens, not better criminals. That is what will deliver safer streets and protection from crime. This bill will restore the confidence of victims in the criminal justice system. And let me reiterate that nothing is worse for victims than prisons running out of places and crimes going without punishment, which is the situation we inherited when we came into government in the summer of 2024. Yes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister for giving way, and the Minister has outlined very clearly what the Government and the Minister in particular is trying to achieve. There are some perceptions by the general public that certainly indicated in the press and the media that they feel that maybe the Government's going to be a bit soft on those who carry out crimes. But in the rehabilitative structure, which I am very much in favour of, and which I think maybe the Minister's in favour of as well. Can he outline, please, what will be done to enable those when they leave prison to be rehabilitated and to ensure that they don't reoffend, because the rise in numbers of those who reoffend is incredibly worrying.
I welcome the Right Honourable Member's intervention. I'll be setting out in the course of this speech and more generally what this government is doing to ensure that we can increase rehabilitation and crack down on reoffending. But I would just say gently to the Honourable Gentleman, he states that there is a suggestion that this bill is somehow soft on crime. By the end of this Parliament, there will be more offenders in prison than ever before. So I completely reject that assertion. Briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to pay tribute to the campaigners that have informed large parts of this piece of legislation and the amendments that we're discussing today. We are introducing tough restriction zones that limit the movement of offenders instead of limiting the movement of victims. These new restriction zones, which will be given to the most serious offenders on licence and can be imposed by a court, will pin any offender down to a specific location to ensure that the victims can move freely elsewhere. This was campaigned for by the founders of the Joanna Simpson Foundation, Diana Parks and Hetty Barkworth Nanton. Once again, I pay tribute to them and to all of those who have campaigned for this crucial change. And Clause 6 of this bill introduces a new judicial finding of domestic abuse in sentencing, which enables probation to identify abusers early, to track patterns of behaviour and to put safeguards in place. On this, I must pay tribute to the Liberal Democrats in particular, and in particular the Honourable Member for Eastbourne, for his tireless campaigning and willingness to work across party to deliver this. I know that all parties opposite support this crucial change. It is worth remembering more generally, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this legislation was carefully drafted as a result of an independent sentencing review led by the former Conservative Justice Secretary David Gork. I again take this opportunity. Great man, they're saying. They're voting against every single one of his proposals, Madam Deputy Speaker, but there we go. I take this opportunity to thank him again for all his work. It was a thorough, comprehensive and excellent piece of work. We are determined to ensure that the bill receives royal assent as soon as possible. There is an urgency to this process. And let me also remind the House that alongside this legislation, this government is building prison places at a faster rate than ever before. In our first year, we opened nearly 2,500 new places, and we are on track to add 14,000 by 2031. In the next 4 years alone, we will spend £4.7 billion on prison building, but we simply cannot build our way out of the crisis we inherited from the Conservatives. The pressures on the system demands that we reform sentencing, but let me also remind the House that nothing in this bill changes sentences for prisoners convicted of the most serious, heinous crimes who are serving extended, determinate or life sentences. And of course, this bill delivers vital reforms to our probation services. We are rebuilding the service the last government decimated. We are increasing investment up to £700 million by 2028-29, a 45% increase. And we are recruiting. We hired 1,000 trainee probation officers in our first year, and we're on track for 1,300 more this year. At this point, I want to pay tribute to all the hard-working probation officers in our country. They deserve full credit for what they do, and it has been important for us to find the extra resources to put into this service to grow the numbers and the support available. Absolutely.
In government, the party opposite oversaw a disastrous privatisation of probation, which ended in a £500 million bailout by taxpayers. Our probation service plays such a critical role in the rehabilitation of offenders and keeping our communities safe. So can the Minister set out further how this bill will ensure that our probation systems are strengthened and fit for purpose?
Can the Minister perhaps restrict himself to the amendments?
Yes.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the intervention from my honourable friend. I'll be coming on to that issue shortly. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to address Lord's Amendment number 7. Whilst we cannot support the amendment as drafted, we fully support the intention behind it to promote transparency and improve the experience of victims. We agree that robust processes are required to ensure the accuracy of transcripts, but placing a statutory duty on the judiciary to approve the release of all Crown Court transcripts could significantly increase workload and undermine efforts to drive down the Crown Court backlog. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted to say that we have tabled a government amendment that will expand the provision of Crown Court sentencing remarks to all victims who request them free of charge. This new clause puts victims firmly at the centre of the process, ensuring that every victim can request and receive relevant sentencing remarks for free. This clause delivers a major step forward for transparency, enabling victims to digest sentencing remarks outside of the pressures of a courtroom setting and free of charge. The details on timeframes and processes will be set out in due course, but I can confirm our intention to the House that this will specify that transcripts will be provided within 14 days of a request being made. This timeframe will support applications made under the unduly lenient sentencing scheme, and I can also assure the House that we are considering the opposition's amendments to the Victims and Courts Bill, which would extend this deadline to 56 days, extremely carefully. I'm grateful to members of this House for their engagement on this issue. This change represents a profound step forward for victims and for transparency in our justice. I know that the honourable members for Richmond, Warrington North and Lowestoft have been campaigning on this issue for some time. They deserve great credit, in particular the member for Richmond, if I may. And so for the first time, every victim whose case is heard in the Crown Court will have this important right of access free of charge. I turn now to Lord's Amendment 1. And again, I must begin by thanking the Honourable Member for Bexhill and Battle, the Shadow Justice Minister, and the parents of Lenny Scott, an ex-prison officer murdered by a former inmate in a horrendous revenge attack. This amendment meets their call for a small but important reform to sentencing around whole life orders. We recognise the unique and dangerous job that police, prison and probation officers do. They perform a distinctive role with routine contact with dangerous offenders. We want to ensure, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the exceptional seriousness of murders that are motivated by their important work, which strike at the heart of the rule of law, are expressly recognised in the sentencing framework for murder.
Will the Minister give way?
Yes, of course.
I thank the Minister for giving way. A comment often made to me and my colleagues when I was policing, as soon as I left the police station in full uniform, I was a sitting target every single day. Does the Minister agree that the mandatory whole life sentence is proposed for those who murder police officers, prison officers and probation officers sends a clear and unequivocal message that they will be met with the harshest and most serious penalties on offer to the court?
Absolutely, and I thank my honourable friend for his service and his contribution and his support for this amendment. As I said when I had the great privilege of meeting Lenny's parents last week with the Shadow Justice Minister and Lord Timpson in the other place, it's not just about the technical mischief that this amendment solves, because thankfully these cases are few and far between. It is about sending a signal to the brilliant prison officers and probation officers that the work they do is respected by people in this place, in the country at large, and that we can make this small change as part of this legislation, I hope goes some way to doing that. And indeed, I've met prison officers since we've announced this change who have intimated their gratitude to Lenny Scott's parents in particular and to this place for hopefully making this change. And that's very welcome indeed. I want now to move, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the amendments 2 to 5, which relate to the Sentencing Council. Through these, we have sought to help clarify what is expected from the Lord Chancellor and the Lady Chief Justice when considering any approval requests from the Sentencing Council for its business plans and sentencing guidelines. Broadly speaking, these amendments do three things. First, if the Lord Chancellor decided not to improve a business plan, Amendment 2 requires them to notify the Council. It also requires them to lay a document before Parliament as soon as practicable, stating the reasons for that decision. Amendments 3 and 4 make similar provisions under different guises. Secondly, we want to make it clear that there is a very high bar that must be met for any guidelines to be rejected. Amendments 4 and 5 therefore provide that guidelines can only be rejected when this is necessary to maintain public confidence in the justice system. Finally, we have set out on the face of the bill that any approval requests from the Council are to be considered as soon as practicable. Taken together, Madam Deputy Speaker, these amendments represent a significant step by the Government to ensure that these approval processes are surrounded by clear safeguards, transparency and accountability. Yes, absolutely.
Giving way, while the Lords have endeavoured to amend the bill in a number of areas, the provisions of Part 4 allowing foreign national offenders to be deported at any time within their sentence is very important to Northern Ireland. Given Article 2 of the Windsor Framework, that assessment has been made of the risk that these offenders will actually not be removed, leaving Northern Ireland with a two-tier system in which foreign criminals benefit from additional EU-derived human rights protections rather than being sent home. Would you commit to meet with myself and a number of my colleagues on this important issue to Northern Ireland.
This issue was raised, I think, at second reading and at report stage by one of the honourable member's colleagues. The legal advice that we have received simply states that there is no discrepancy in Northern Ireland. I'm very happy to have a conversation with you and any other colleagues on that. It's clearly only right that these provisions apply also to Northern Ireland as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is committed to greater transparency on prison and probation capacity and holding current and future governments to account. We have demonstrated this by publishing the first annual statement on prison capacity in December 2024. The 2025 edition will follow shortly. This amendment delivers on that promise by making it a statutory requirement to lay a statement before Parliament each year. Legislating on this duty ensures transparency in the long term and delivers on the government's commitment to do so. Never again we will be in a situation that this government inherited, where the previous government had overlooked prison capacity for 14 years, leading to the crisis that we had to deal with. The government has also accepted Amendment 12, which removes the clause in the bill that would have introduced the power to publish the names and photographs of those subject to an unpaid work requirement. The purpose of this clause was to increase the visibility of community payback and ensure the public can clearly see justice being delivered. We remain committed to ensuring that local communities can see the benefits of community payback in their area. However, we have listened carefully to the issues raised in both houses concerning this measure, and perhaps more importantly, the concerns raised by our brilliant probation and prison staff on the ground. And after careful consideration, we do not consider it appropriate to proceed any further. We are confident that current delivery of unpaid work, bolstered by wider provisions in this bill, means that unpaid work will continue to be tough and visible without the addition of this specific measure. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are very pleased to have made further progress on the issue of IPP sentences. We want to do everything we can to support those who are still serving these sentences to progress to the end of their sentence, but we are not willing to undermine public protection. The amendments made in this bill strike that careful balance. The Victims and Prisoners Act 2024 made significant changes to the IPP licence period. The qualifying period for referral to the parole board for consideration of licence termination was reduced. It went from 10 years after first release to 3 years for those serving the IPP sentence and 2 years for those serving the DPP sentence who were convicted when they were under 18. It has now been over a year since the first of these measures came into force. 1,700 people had their licence terminated automatically on the 1st of November 2024, and a further 600 became eligible for referral to the parole board on the 1st of February of last year. We have now gone further by providing those serving the IPP sentence with an earlier opportunity for licence termination and an additional opportunity for those serving IPP and DPP sentence thereafter. Those serving an IPP sentence will be considered for licence termination 2 years after release rather than the current 3 years. This provides suitable time for support and rehabilitation in the community whilst ensuring our communities are best protected from harm.
Would the Minister give way?
Yes, absolutely.
I thank him for giving way, and I welcome the amendments relating to IPP sentences. It's a matter of concern to many across the House. Can the Minister assure the House that changes to IPP licence termination will continue to provide for community rehabilitation whilst protecting communities from harm? And can the Minister also commit to continuing to work to resolve the remaining challenges around these sentences?
Absolutely, and my honourable friend, as a member of the Justice Select Committee, always brings thoughtful contribution on justice issues, but in particular IPP. There is that balance that has to be struck between protecting public safety, but also ensuring that there is rehabilitation. The government thinks that this legislation has gone some way to doing that, but there is always room for further review and assessment as we go forward. And I know that Lord Timpson, who's leading on this piece of work for the government, will continue to engage, certainly with the Justice Select Committee on this issue. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful for the improvements that have been made to this bill during its passage in the House of Lords, and I hope, in particular with the undertakings I've given on the provision of sentencing transcripts, I hope that all parties will be able to support the government's amendments in lieu of Amendment 7. These represent a major step forward for transparency and for victims, and I beg to move these amendments.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 7. I call Shadow Minister Dr Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as we've heard today, the House is considering amendments made in the other place to the sentencing bill. There is no doubt that our justice system is facing significant challenges. I've always acknowledged this, and during recent debates on a wide range of issues from sentencing to prison capacity to probation to jury trials, there's been cross-party acknowledgement that for decades, across a number of governments of different colours, there hasn't been sufficient investment or political priority given to our justice system. But that should not and must not serve as an excuse for this government to bring forward changes to our justice system that damage it, fail to actually address the challenges before us, and slip through the net changes that elements of the Ministry of Justice have always wanted to do and are simply using the excuse of the current challenges to finally pull off. But that is what we are seeing, both in relation to the proposals on jury trials and even more clearly to the clear detriment of victims in this sentencing bill. I welcome elements of this bill. Some of the examples we'll go on to discuss and the Minister mentioned, for example, the restriction zones, the domestic abuse markers, but these are overwhelmingly outweighed by the fact that the heart of this bill is a catastrophic blow to the victim's search for justice, as it will let out thousands of rapists, paedophiles and seriously violent offenders out of prison earlier. The Minister mentioned in his opening remarks the Independent Sentencing Review, and I remind members of this House that the Independent Sentencing Review gave absolutely no consideration whatsoever to what victims and the public would think of the proposals related to sentencing. And actually that report is an insult to victims and their families, and many of them have told me directly. At least during the common stages of this bill, every other party joined the Conservatives in voting against these dangerous proposals, including the Liberal Democrats, and in fact, a number of Labour MPs bravely abstained. It should be a matter of deep shame for the Liberal Democrat Party that they have since joined Labour in voting to let rapists and paedophiles and seriously violent offenders out of prison earlier, especially as they so clearly articulated why this was wrong before. A complete betrayal of serious victims of crime and their families. This is likely my final opportunity to say to this House and MPs opposite that I'm confident they will come to regret these elements of the bill and will find it difficult to explain themselves to victims when they see perpetrators of crimes like rape, child sex offences and child grooming leave prison sometimes only after having served a third of their sentence because of their support for these measures. I will do whatever I can to ensure those victims know who made those choices when there were so many other alternatives available to them. But as I do have to accept that this government majority, with the help of the Liberal Democrats, has ended that campaign for now, we should consider the amendments of this bill before the House today. And as I know the public greatly value constructive cross-party working, I want to begin with an important area where we were able to secure government support in relation to Law's Amendment 1. This amendment ensures that where a police officer, prison officer or probation officer, including a former officer, is murdered because of their service, a whole life order will be the starting point for sentencing. This change originated from the opposition, and I'm grateful that the government accepted the principle following my meetings and campaigning with Paula and Neil Scott, whose son Lenny, a former prison officer, was murdered because he refused a bribe from an inmate. Parliament has long been clear that those putting themselves in danger directly by confronting and standing up to the most dangerous people in our society should have the greatest possible protection of our law available to them. That is a whole life order. We had previously legislated to that effect through the mandatory whole life order for those that murder police and prison officers in the course of their duties. The case of Lenny Scott highlighted a gap in the law, though. Lenny was brutally murdered years after his service as a prison officer in revenge for handing in a phone he'd found in a prison cell search. Imagine, years later, having moved into a new phase of his life, enjoying work, the gym, time with his children and the rest of his family, being shot in a car park late at night simply for doing his job. Lenny's mum told me how she knew something was wrong when Lenny didn't come home that evening. She even went out in the middle of the night to look for him, only to have the police arrive at her door at 1 a.m. with the devastating news. It's been a true privilege for me to work with her and Lenny's dad, Neil. And I want to extend my sincere thanks to Lord Timpson and the other place and the Minister for taking the time to meet with them both and agree to work with them further to see what else we might do to improve protections for our prison officers. I'm sure the Minister will agree it was clear from the meeting what decent, moral people they are, which explains the sort of person Lenny was. I'm also very grateful to Lord Timpson for bringing fresh thinking to this area by including probation officers in the measure. They also must work closely with dangerous, violent offenders and sometimes stand up to them to protect the public. They face the same dangers and so should get the same protections. Whilst our wider focus must always be on preventing crime and protecting the public, it's right that clear gaps in the law are addressed when they arise. The opposition therefore supports this amendment in lieu of our own, and I know Lenny's parents and all his family and friends have been delighted to see its progress in the House. In my time working with victims on campaigns, I've learnt the pitfalls of naming a law after an individual case. There are always others that might warrant the remembrance of their own experiences in the naming of a law, but for Lenny's family personally, they would have every right to call this measure Lenny's Law. Yep. Next, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to consider amendments that are attempting to deliver reform in an area much needed, but are simply insufficient. Lord's Amendments 2, 3, 4 and 5 all concern themselves with the relationship between the Lord Chancellor and the Sentencing Council. Between them, they provide guidelines for specific scenarios where the Lord Chancellor may not approve the Sentencing Council's business plan, conditions for withdrawing consent for the Sentencing Council's issuing of sentencing guidelines, conditions of withholding the consent to a request from the Sentencing Council to issue allocation guidelines if it's necessary to do so in order to maintain public confidence in the criminal justice system. We saw in the debacle over two-tier sentencing just how far the Sentencing Council has strayed, and these measures will not fundamentally correct that. The official opposition has made it clear in the past, and I will restate it again, that it is our firm policy position that we would abolish the Sentencing Council and restore power back to elected ministers directly accountable to the public and give Parliament a role itself. The functions of the Sentencing Council in delivering consistency through sentencing are well recognised, and it is not our intention to do away with those functions, which will be restored to the Lord Chancellor's office, but we believe it is for the Justice Secretary to be responsible for our sentencing guidelines, not a group of unelected individuals with no direct accountability to the public and limited accountability of any kind. Consultation with the public is not the same as accountability to the public, and we are clear Parliament should have the power to act as well. Therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst the amendments are not a point of contention in the bill's progress, we will not divide the House on them, I raise them to point out that they would not be part of a bill introduced by a Conservative government, as we would abolish the Sentencing Council entirely and fully restore accountability. Next, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to draw the House's attention to Lord's Amendment 7 on court transcripts of sentencing remarks proposed by the opposition and supported in the other place. Lord's Amendment 7 would require sentencing remarks delivered in the Crown Court to be made available within 14 days of a request, free of charge, subject to judicial approval and existing reporting restrictions, and published online. As I mentioned, this was a Conservative amendment. Let's start with something we can all surely agree on. Sentencing remarks matter. They are how judges explain the seriousness of the offence, the harm done to victims, and the reasons for the sentence imposed. For victims and offenders, a sentence being passed in a Crown Court will be a moment of extreme seriousness in their lives. I think we can surely agree that it shouldn't be that unless you can afford to pay, you'd have to simply rely on your memory or on scribbled notes by those in the court on your behalf, and not have a word-for-word record of this event is a good example of how for decades our justice system has been doing things that no one can really justify from any party, and these things must be changed. For victims and families, access to these remarks is often central to understanding the outcome of a case and to having confidence that justice has been done. It will also be crucial for them to give consideration to making an application to the unduly lenient sentence scheme, as the Minister mentioned, which the Government continues officially to insist should remain at 28 days. Though I do take on board the Minister's remarks that they're giving consideration to the 56-day time limit. I would just say I know what's incredibly important to the families is as well as a wider overall limit, is that those directly affected by the most serious crimes get a more extended period than just simply 56 days, equivalent to the offender's ability to have a unlimited appeal in exceptional circumstances. So I do hope the Minister takes that on board. The last Conservative government initiated the piloting of access to the remarks for victims of murder, rape and other sexual offences. I'm not aware of anything from this pilot that would make for an argument against the measures we've proposed. Lord's Amendment 7 addresses that problem directly by placing a clear duty on the court on the face of the bill to provide sentencing remarks within 14 days free of charge and publish them. The Minister said it would be all remarks. That's not what the amendment says. It says remarks on request. And this is actually short of where we should be in the end, which is to aim for all court transcripts, more generally of proceedings, to be made available. But we've been sought to be modest with the aim of garnering wider support. We have to remember we have a system of open justice with very limited exceptions. In the vast majority of criminal cases, any member of the public can walk into a court and hear each and every word that's said. I acknowledge that ministers have since indicated a willingness to move in the direction of greater access, and that is welcome, but their proposals fall short. Under the approach now proposed by the Government, key details, including the timetable for provision, the scope of any exceptions and the safeguards that will apply, will be set out in regulations, and the remarks would only be available to the request of victims rather than other individuals. For something as fundamental to victims and society's understanding of justice as sentencing remarks, the opposition does not believe that is good enough. If the Government truly agrees that victims should receive sentencing remarks free of charge within 14 days, then there should be no difficulty in keeping that guarantee in the bill itself. It does not allow for the publication of remarks for others to be able to see them either, and I'm also not clear if a victim receives the remarks under the Government's proposals if they'd be allowed to forward and share them and publish them themselves. And why does wider transparency matter as well as being a measure for victims? I would point members to the historic injustice of the appalling grooming gangs offences. It's clear that the hard work done to revisit historical examples of these offences and ensure the public are fully aware of their full horror of what happened and continues to happen to these girls and boys has made a difference to the public and Parliament's understanding of these offences. This is what transparency does. It drives accountability, and it should not simply rest with the victims to secure that. The judiciary accept that in principle through our open courts and through select broadcasting of sentencing high-profile cases that transparency is vital, and this agenda must continue to be driven forward, and the government's proposals fall far too short. At a time when public confidence in the justice system is under strain, transparency and accountability are not optional extras, they are essential. Lord's Amendment 7 delivers a clear, practical improvement for victims and others by guaranteeing timely, free access to sentencing remarks in primary legislation, and the opposition will vote to keep it, and I urge the House does the same. I don't intend to hold the House further to ensure others with particular interests in other amendments have the opportunity to speak. I've made clear we welcome some of the provisions of this bill, but I've also made clear that whatever positive it brings, this bill is enormously damaging to one of the core purposes of our justice system, ensuring victims of serious crime and their families are able to secure true justice. It's a matter of personal regret for me that I was not able to persuade members opposite of the damage this bill will do to that, and it will now fall onto the shoulders of victims and families in future months and years to speak up when their perpetrators walk out of jail early, and even more concerningly, the victims who are stalked, abused, raped or violently attacked by criminals when they should have been in prison. It will fall on them to speak out and get these measures reversed. Those of us on these benches will be there to help them raise their voices. At least, I hope by then, some of the members on the benches opposite will do the same.
Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill delivers the long-term, joined-up, sustainable reform our criminal justice system desperately needs. I want to comment today on Amendments 1 to 7 alongside Amendment 14, amendments I believe will strengthen this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, we inherited a system on the brink. Prisons close to running out of places, courts paralysed by backlogs, police forced to operate with one hand tied behind their back, trust broken and fear raised, a breakdown of law and order that left communities like mine in Portsmouth paying the price. In Portsmouth and across the country, the justice system is struggling under the weight of an unprecedented backlog. Crown courts in England and Wales now have between 77 and 78,000 outstanding cases waiting to be heard, with tens of thousands open for a year or more, and some defendants waiting for up to 4 years before trial dates are even available. These delays, Madam Deputy Speaker, mean victims in my city and beyond are denied timely justice, eroding confidence in our courts. The sentencing bill and wider reforms are a crucial step towards tackling these backlogs, speeding up justice and ensuring offences are addressed without further delay. The Conservative Party talks tough on crime, but their record tells a very different story. They increased sentencing lengths without building the capacity to support them, and in 14 years they added just 500 prison places. When the system finally broke, they released tens of thousands of offenders early, largely, Madam Deputy Speaker, in secret. 10,000. In secret, shattering public confidence in justice. This government is working hard to fix their mess. We believe in prisons, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many offenders must go there, and some, Madam Deputy Speaker, for a very long time. Many offenders must go there. We have already opened 2,500 places, and we're on track for 14,000 by 2031, the biggest expansion since Victorian times. But we also have to be honest about the challenge. We cannot build our way out of a Tory prison crisis alone. We owe it to the British public to reduce crime and to reduce victims. That is why this bill reforms sentencing, so punishments can actually cut crime and rehabilitation can help reduce crime and reduce victims. That includes tough, credible and visible punishments in our community. Offenders will be closely monitored through tagging, restrictions on where they can go and strict conditions that curb their freedom. Courts will be able to impose no-go zone banning offenders from entering specific areas such as town centres, retail zones, building sites or industrial estates where they have previously offended. These, Madam Deputy Speaker, are not soft options. They are enforceable restrictions backed by modern technology and real consequences if breached. This approach is vital for crime that devastates working people, and particularly I'd like to mention, Madam Deputy Speaker, the horrendous life-changing crime that is tool theft. In Portsmouth and across the country, tradespeople have told me the story time and time again. When tools are stolen, it's not just property they lose, it's income, cancelled jobs, damage to reputation, and families pushed into financial stress overnight. And in some cases, Madam Deputy Speaker, it has led to the taking of our tradespeople's lives. It is because of this I have campaigned relentlessly on this issue, working closely with tradespeople, industry bodies, police, insurers and retailers, and together we made the case that tool theft must be treated as serious and repeated crime. Because of that work, this bill and the amendments delivers real change for these victims. Repeat tool offenders will now face tougher sentences in court and also in our communities.
Does she accept the vast majority of the result of this bill will only have to serve a third of their sentence instead of half?
I believe that we are clearing up the mess left by the Tories, where people are still waiting for their day in court. It is not okay to commit a crime and not even be able to sentence for 4 or 5 years. If you'd like to intervene again, I'll sit down.
The facts are, those tool theft victims that she's talking about, will any single one of them agree that those people should only serve a third of their sentence?
I think they'll be serving more than was under the Conservatives when they didn't care about tradespeople or construction crime. Repeat tool theft offenders will now face tougher sentencings because of a Labour government, including tagging on release, strict movement restrictions, robust unpaid work and no-go areas, stopping them returning to the places where they targeted working people. This is about disrupting criminal behaviour, protecting livelihoods and showing that Labour is the only party that stands squarely with those who work hard and play by the rules.
Thank her personally for the work that she's done on tackling the huge issue of tool theft, which had a huge impact on tradespeople in my constituency of Harlow. So can I personally thank her for that work? And does she agree with me that, as she said previously, that it's not just about the person themselves, but it's also about their family, their livelihood, and it has a huge impact on their mental health to be victims of such crime. So I thank her for her work.
I thank the Honourable Friend for his kind words and the work he has also done in Harlow. And I repeat, my knowledge, there was not a government before us that even cared about tradespeople. Alongside this, we are investing, Madam Deputy Speaker, up to £700 million more in community punishment and increasing probation funding by 45%. That means better supervision, faster enforcement and a system that is credible to both offenders and to the public, and again looks to reduce repeated crimes for victims. In addition, I particularly welcome a number of government amendments which further strengthen this bill. As the daughter of a retired police officer, and I notice my honourable friend from Portsmouth South is in the room, and his dad was a retired probation officer, I have family and friends still serving in the forces and as prison officers. I welcome Amendments 1 and 14, which broaden whole life orders. Murder, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the most heinous crime a person commits, and these amendments ensure that those who murder police, prison or probation officers, including where the crime is motivated by their current or former duties, face the full force of the law. These crimes strike at the very heart of the rule of law, and it is right that sentencing reflects that. I also welcome Amendments 2, 3, 4 and 5, which strengthens transparency and accountability around the Sentencing Council. These amendments set a very high bar for rejecting sentencing guidance, ensuring Parliament is informed where decisions are taken, and help maintain public confidence in the justice system. Crucially, they sit alongside the reforms that reflect legislation I fought for in my tool theft bill to ensure sentencing properly takes account of the full circumstances and impact on victims. That principle is vital. Justice must never lose sight of the harm that is done to victims and communities when crimes are committed. Amendment 6, Madam Deputy Speaker, is another important step. By placing a statutory duty on the Secretary of State to publish an annual report on prison capacity, this government is ending the culture of secrecy we inherited and ensuring proper accountability to Parliament and to the public. Madam Deputy Speaker, I strongly welcome the government's changes in lieu of the Lord's Amendment 7. Which will ensure victims can access transcript of sentencing remarks free of charge. This is meaningful improvement for victims, an important move towards a more transparent and humane justice system, and another step in the right direction of putting victims at the heart of our justice system. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill ends the chaos we inherited. It restores confidence in justice, and it delivers punishment that works for communities like Portsmouth. now and into the future. I am proud to have worked hard on developing this bill, and I am proud to support it.
I call Liberal Democrat spokesperson Jessica Brown-Fuller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank members across both chambers for their contributions to this and their continued work, particularly the Prisons Minister for engaging collaboratively with Liberal Democrats in the other place and making concessions both in the legislation and at the dispatch box. We are pleased to see the Government amendment to the Lords Amendment 7 today, which would introduce the provision of free transcripts of sentencing remarks for victims. As a long-standing campaign of my honourable friend, the member for Richmond Park, for the provision of all court transcripts, it is a great first step to see victims gaining access to this improved level of transparency and accountability.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I'll happily give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to her for giving way. I just want to take this opportunity to say my own personal thanks to the Minister, to everybody involved in bringing the legislation to this stage, and also pay tribute once again to my constituent Juliana Talizzi, who came to see me when she was charged £7,000 for the transcript of the trial that saw her rapist sent to prison. This is a huge step forward for victims of all kinds, and I am really, really pleased to see this in our debate today. And I just want to put on record my huge thanks to everyone for that.
I thank my honourable friend for reminding us that at the heart of this piece of legislation that's coming forward in the sentencing bill is victims and their ability to understand what's come in sentencing remarks. Because given that so much happens in a court trial, whether reliving past trauma or confronting a perpetrator, for many, listening to proceedings can feel like a foreign language. For others who choose not to attend the sentencing hearing, they have no knowledge of what was said. That is why having consistent free access to transcripts is so vital, as it provides an opportunity to process the events of court proceedings afterwards or to read them for the first time. For many, this can give closure and an opportunity to move on, but it is also the route for appealing a sentence if they believe it to have been unduly lenient. Providing victims with court transcripts free of charge would markedly improve experiences for victims and survivors, but I do have some questions regarding the amendment that the Government have brought forward. So my questions to the Minister are, could he provide some clarity as to the application of the term victim is in the definition used by the Victims Code, and whether in the case that a victim is unable to personally request sentencing remarks, such as victims without capacity or victims that are children, that immediate families of victims are included within the provision?
Would the member give way?
I'll happily give way to my honourable member.
Because I can't ask the Minister himself, I might ask you whether you think we also need clarity on whether deceased victims' family members might also have a right.
I thank the honourable member for his point, and the Victims Code lays out that a victim, if they are deceased, the immediate family, being parents or siblings, would be included, which is why I asked that question of the Minister. Also, subsection 3C allows the Secretary of State to provide exceptions to the requirement to supply a transcript of sentencing remarks. What sort of exceptions does the Government anticipate? And as per subsection 3D, what sort of information might be omitted from a transcript? And if the Secretary of State doesn't plan to use sweeping powers to accept or omit, why have such provisions in the amendment been included? The previous Government ran a very limited pilot of free court transcripts. Will this Government publish a detailed publication of the review of that pilot? We believe that this could and should go much further, as per the campaign by my honourable friend for Richmond and Baroness Brinton in the other place. And we have tabled an amendment to the Victims and Courts Bill, which would mean all transcripts were provided free of charge, including judicial summaries and bail decisions. The Chief Lady Justice recently spoke to the Justice Select Committee about a pilot with HMTCS, the use for AI for transcripts, especially in the asylum and immigration courts, and she described it as a great success. So I'd be keen to understand if the Government will work with the Liberal Democrats to progress this work, because we do appreciate the growing cross-party support on this issue and the work of all in the other place to achieve this really important first step today. We also welcome the Government committing to a statutory annual report into the state of prison capacity and, importantly, the probation service. This is an important mechanism for oversight, which will improve long-term assessments of the health of our justice system. And we were very happy to see the Government accept our amendment to remove Clause 35 from the bill, which did nothing to address the crisis in our justice system and was totally at odds with the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act. We also welcome the amendments tabled by the Government to strengthen protections in relation to the Lord Chancellor's approval of sentencing guidelines. We have been supportive of many of the provisions in the bill aimed at addressing some of the key failings in our crumbling justice system. Our courts, prisons and probation services are all at breaking point and without urgent intervention are at risk of failing completely. The bill offered an opportunity to ease some of those pressures our system faces, where currently the needs of victims, offenders and the system more widely are too often ignored. We do also need to ensure that our prison system is one of rehabilitation, one that ends the cycle of reoffending and reduces those long-term pressures. All of the Liberal Democrat work on this bill has been in that vein in order to get the legislation into a better place to achieve those aims. So to briefly conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, we realise the mess our justice system finds itself in. We've always aimed to work collaboratively and productively cross-party to ensure that we can begin to turn the tide on this, and we will continue to do so. We need a sustainable solution to this crisis, which includes cutting reoffending and tackling the court backlog to reduce the number of people in prison on remand, and properly resourcing our probation service, which will no doubt feel the impact of this legislation most acutely. The bill contains a number of proposals that Lib Dems have campaigned for as part of the wider package of reform, but it still could go much further to ensure that it's fit for purpose, to protect victims and safeguard our justice system for the future. Thank you.
Here, here.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased that this bill will deliver some long-term and sustainable reform to our criminal justice system and make sure that we never again end up in the position where dangerous offenders aren't being locked up, the police don't have capacity to make arrests and courts are not able to hold trials. It was frankly a breakdown in law and order like nothing we have seen in modern times, because the last government increased sentence lengths without reckoning with the consequences of doing that, adding just 500 places in their time in office, and that was a dereliction of duty beyond comprehension, and I think that's something that must not be forgotten in the context of this bill. Our prisons were brought to the point of crisis, and frankly they only survived till the general election in 24 because they, on the quiet, largely released 10,000 offenders, completely undermining public confidence in our justice system. And why? Well, it's true, and the opposition Shadow Justice Minister shaking his head. I was working in the prison service, I know what went down, I know exactly what happened. And that's why this bill is so important, because whilst it was born out of necessity, it is bringing forward the kind of reform which will be absolutely transformational and which, frankly, governments of all colours should maybe have done in years past. That doesn't mean we're not being tough on crime, in fact quite the opposite, because as the Minister's laid out today, there's going to be more people in prison at the end of this Parliament than there has ever been in the past. But as has been previously been outlined in this debate today, anyone that thinks you can simply build your way out of this crisis is not living in the real world and is not serious about public policy. So it is welcome that we're deporting more national offenders and bearing down on the court backlog to reduce remand prisoners. All of this is necessary but not sufficient, which is why this bill is very, very welcome today. I want to speak specifically about Amendments 1 and 14 around broadening whole life orders. When I was a prison officer, I found it personally incredibly frustrating how little acknowledgement was given, frankly, by wider society about the serious level of assaults and injuries that staff often had to suffer. And this is something I'll be taking up with the Minister maybe on another time, because I know it's not directly about this amendment. But I do think it's important that there is that public recognition about how dangerous the job can be for probation officers as well. And I want to pay tribute to Lenny Scott's family, who have worked tirelessly to advocate for this change. It is very welcome, and I hope that every member of Parliament from across the House will support that amendments, and those amendments today, sending the clear message that this House backs our police, probation and prison staff, particularly with the dangers that they face, and send a clear message that we support them this day and indeed every day. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said at the start of this bill, it may have been born out of necessity and, frankly, emergency at the start of this government, but I am proud that it is a Labour government that is bringing forward the reform that our justice system has long needed, and I am proud to support the government amendments today.
Leave the House, Minister.
With leave of the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, today is a pivotal day, subject to agreement from this House in due course in the other place. This bill would have completed all its stages and will shortly become law. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank, first of all, my predecessor, my honourable friend, the member for Scunthorpe. Although I've been the minister who's taken this piece of legislation through the House, his painstaking work in developing the policy has been fundamental, and he deserves great credit. I want to thank my honourable friend, the member for Portsmouth North, for every single opportunity she quite rightly raises her campaign for clamping down on tool theft, and she's taken that opportunity again. She is a fine champion on this issue and for her constituents. And I want to thank my honourable friend, the member for Doncaster Central. She brings huge experience to this. To these issues, and we are taking measures to offer further protection for prison staff, but I'm very happy to speak with her about what more the government can do. Very briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, just some of the issues that have been raised. On the Sentencing Council, we've aired this debate before, but the Conservative position, which was developed by the now former Shadow Justice Secretary, the member for Newark, it is a team effort. I'm not sure about that. It is an example of real constitutional vandalism. It has never been the case that the judiciary this would threaten the independence of the judiciary. What these amendments do and what this proposal does that's set out in this legislation is ensure there is a democratic lock around sentencing, ensures there is a role for this place, but that the Sentencing Council remains independent, and that is absolutely the right thing to do. On transcripts, I welcome that there is a degree of a consensus on this. The Conservative position on this amendment at the back end of last week and then early this week seems to have changed a few times. This strikes the right balance. If anyone could seek a free transcript of sentencing remarks, we might be in a position where our court staff, who have a big job at getting a grip of the backlog, are spending all their time issuing transcripts. This strikes the right balance. On the specific issues that the honourable member, the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, has raised, of course we have to look into it when victims are children, whether they are deceased, whether there is a lack of capacity. It may be that the Victims Code does that already for us, but but we absolutely have to get it right, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we will ensure we do so as this policy is developed. She mentioned her concerns about exceptions and omissions and asked me to ponder on examples when those exceptions could be engaged. Well, of course, when there are issues of national security or public safety, it may be relevant, but I can say at the dispatch box that one would hope that that would be extremely exceptional circumstances. But it is important that those provisions are in there. We believe that this provision will allow more openness. It's ambitious but also realistic considering where the technology is at the moment and also the pressures on our court system. But do we want to go further when we can? Absolutely. We believe in the fundamental principle of transparency and openness in our justice system, and where we can, we will. And Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, absolutely.
I apologise here for his opening speech. I was chairing the Justice Committee, but I don't think that matters because I want to agree with him on these amendments. They strengthen the bill considerably. They do bring more openness and they do bring more transparency, and we welcome, I think, all of the recommendations here, whether they be in relation to the Sentencing Council or the Prison Capacity Report, or indeed the transcript new version of Laws Amendment 7, and indeed IPP prisoners. They're all welcome improvements on this bill. They need to go further in some areas, we think, particularly in relation to IPP prisoners, but this is a good step along the way.
Well, I always welcome the intervention from the chair of the Justice Select Committee. As I said, following an intervention from my right honourable friend, the member for Colchester, the work on IPP is an ongoing process, led by Lord Timpson in the other place, but an ongoing process, and I know that he will always be happy to engage with honourable friends in the Select Committee. Madam Deputy Speaker, then, I can conclude my remarks by stating very firmly that this bill will solve the mess that this government inherited and begin to make sure that our prison system is fit for the future. I want to once again place on record my thanks to all honourable and right honourable members who've engaged with this bill throughout its passage. That expertise has strengthened it in many important respects, and I beg to move, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 7. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Tellers for the ayes, Jade Botterill, Stephen Morgan. Tellers for the noes, Harriet Cross, Gregory Stafford. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 319. The noes to the left, 127.
The ayes to the right were 319. The noes to the left were 127. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. With the leave of the House, I shall put a single question on Government Amendments A and B in lieu of Lord's Amendment 7. I call the Minister to move Amendments A and B in lieu of the Lord's Amendment 7 formally.
To move.
The question is that Government Amendments A and B in lieu of Lord's Amendment 7 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. With leave of the House, I call the Minister to move that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendments 1 to 6 and 8 to 15. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendments 1 to 6 and 8 to 15. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Point of order, Sally Jameson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to apologise because I inadvertently made an error. At the start of my speech on the sentencing bill, I forgot to declare that I remain a member of the Prison Officers Association following my time in the prison service, and I hope that the record can be corrected.
I thank the honourable member for her point of order. Her comments are now on the record, and the record is corrected. We now come to the motion relating to the Holocaust Memorial Bill, allocation of time. Minister to move.
Back to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the next item of business. And the clerk will read out the next item of business.
Holocaust Memorial Bill, consideration of Lord's amendments.
Now,
I can inform the House that the Lord's amendment does not engage the Commons' financial privilege. We will begin with the government motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 1. I call the Minister to move the motion. Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendment. First, I am grateful to members of both the Commons and the Lords who have so diligently scrutinised the bill throughout its passage. I thank the noble Lord Khan of Burnley for taking the bill through the other place and for being so thorough in his approach. Before I address the amendments tabled by the Lord, I'd like to take a moment to remind the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, why we introduced this bill in the first place. There is a long-standing cross-party commitment to establish a new National Holocaust Memorial and Learning Centre. We do this to mark a profound and dark moment in our history, to remember the sheer loss of humanity, and to continue to learn the lessons day after day, generation after generation. This simple three-clause bill was introduced in February 2023 to enable us to make progress in delivering this. The bill does two things. Firstly, it authorises expenditure on the construction, operation, maintenance or improvement of the Holocaust Memorial and Learning Centre. And secondly, it seeks to remove a statutory obstacle to it being built next door in Victoria Tower Gardens should it receive planning consent. The bill does not provide the government with planning powers to build the Memorial and Learning Centre. They are being sought through the separate statutory planning process. Turning to the amendment which is before us today. On the face of it, the Lord's amendment looks uncontroversial, and I have absolutely no doubt it is well-intentioned. However, the government cannot accept the amendment. In short, the amendment seeks to deal with matters which are not part of this bill and which are more properly dealt with elsewhere. Following debates in the other place, there have been constructive discussions with those leading support for the amendment to consider how best to proceed. In light of those discussions, I want to assure this House that the government's aim in establishing a National Holocaust Memorial and Learning Centre in line with the cross-party consensus since 2015, is to increase understanding of the Holocaust and of anti-Semitism. There must be no question of Learning Centre deviating from this purpose.
Minister, and I declare a sort of interest in that many members of my family were murdered in the Holocaust. What I understand the meaning of the term Holocaust to be is the Nazi mass extermination of the Jews during their period in power, both in their own country and in the countries they occupied. Now, I haven't been following the progress of the bill as closely as I should have done, but I get the impression that there's some move away from keeping it specific to that terrible crime and to widening it to cover massacres in general and other terrible racial crimes. I think the intention of this bill for this museum was that it was the extermination of the Jews by the Nazis and their associates. Can she confirm that that is still the situation?
Minister. Thank you to the honourable member. I can confirm that's the case, and I will be very clear and explicit about both the intention and what we will do to ensure that we enshrine that intention. The Learning Centre will provide a solid, clear, historical account of the Holocaust, leaving no visitors in any doubt about the unprecedented crimes perpetrated against Jewish people. The content for the Learning Centre is being developed by a leading curator supported by Martin Winston, the Holocaust historian and educator, and by an academic advisory group. With their help, we will ensure the content is robust, truthful and fearless. It will stand as a vital rebuttal to Holocaust denial and distortions in all its form. Delivery of the Holocaust Memorial and Learning Centre is being supported by the UK Holocaust Memorial Foundation. We value the work of the Foundation, which has been steadfast in its determination to build the memorial and to create a learning centre in which the story of the Holocaust is told powerfully, unflinchingly and honestly. We aim to make sure that the body responsible for the Holocaust Memorial and Learning Centre has the independence and the permanence which the Commission sought. We will provide the operating body with governing documents that are clear and specific, leaving no doubt that the Learning Centre has been established to provide education about the Holocaust and about anti-Semitism. We will also ensure appropriate processes for the appointment of governing body members and provide support so they have a clear understanding of their role. The governing body will be permitted to hold fundraising and commemorative events and public lectures as long as it is appropriate to the intent and the purpose of the Learning Centre. It will be for the trustees to determine what activities are consistent with the aims of the Memorial and Learning Centre. So I hope I have shown that there is no disagreement between the government and those who wish to ensure that the Learning Centres focus very clearly on the history of the Holocaust. No additional clauses are needed on the face of the bill to achieve what we all want to see. Moreover, there are inevitable risks in seeking to prescribe too narrowly what the Learning Centre is permitted to do. The better way to proceed is to put in place clear and robust governance arrangements for the Learning Centre, to place on the trustees the responsibility for ensuring the facts of the Holocaust and the long history of anti-Semitism are explained clearly and honestly for this and for future generations. And our aim must now be to pass this bill and to move ahead as quickly as possible to establish the National Holocaust Memorial and Learning Centre.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. Shadow Secretary of State, James Clement.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. As this bill returns to the House, it does so at an important time of year. Next week, we mark Holocaust Memorial Day, when communities across the country will pause to remember the 6 million Jewish men, women and children who were murdered during the Holocaust. As a former Home Secretary, I've seen firsthand the strength and dignity with which Jewish communities have preserved the memory of the Holocaust. And as Foreign Secretary, I saw that also in Israel and in other countries. But the people who have done so do it not only to honour those who were murdered, but also to educate future generations. And that act of remembrance is a service to the whole country. And it is why education is essential if the memory of the Holocaust is to endure, and if we are to confront anti-Semitism wherever and whenever it appears. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill has taken much longer to progress than any of us would have wished. I am therefore pleased that the government has chosen to take it forward. The primary purpose of this bill is clear and narrow in scope. It is about the Holocaust, and it is about ensuring that the lessons of the Holocaust are learned and that history is preserved for future generations. And on that point, there is strong and genuine cross-party agreement across both houses. And I want to thank the Minister for meeting with me and for listening carefully to the concerns that were raised from our side of the House. I think those discussions have been constructive, and I welcome the seriousness with which they have been approached. There has been contention during the passage of this bill, and there have been strong views expressed about the location of the memorial, about the security of the memorial, and the design of the memorial. And those debates reflect the importance of this project and the desire to ensure that it is done properly. However, the issue before us today relates to the purpose of the Learning Centre. Conservative and cross-bench peers have been clear in expressing their concern. They have sought assurance that the Learning Centre will exist for one purpose only, and that purpose is to provide education about the Holocaust and about anti-Semitism. I welcome the assurances that the government has now provided on these points, in particular the commitment that the Learning Centre will be focused exclusively on the Holocaust and anti-Semitism, and that there must be no question about it drifting from that mission or that purpose in future years. I also welcome the commitment that the governing documents of the future operations body will make this purpose clear. These assurances matter. This memorial is intended to last for generations, and it must have a clear mission that future trustees and future governments cannot dilute or reinterpret. Madam Deputy Speaker, in light of those assurances, we will not be pressing this matter to a division. And that reflects the progress that has been made through constructive discussions, both in this House, in this House and in the other place. But I do want to make one thing clear, one final point clear. Those assurances must be carried through, and the good faith of those who have entered into the conversations need to be rewarded. I also recognise concerns about the design have been raised throughout the passage of the bill, both directly with me and with the government. And whilst those matters fall outside of the scope of the legislation before us today, I hope that ministers have listened to those concerns and will ensure those concerns are communicated more widely to those involved with the construction of the Education Centre. If this House is to create a lasting national Holocaust memorial, it must be clear in its purpose and it must be faithful to its promise.
Chris Vins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I start by thanking the Minister and indeed the Shadow Secretary of State for their speeches in opening this important debate. And can I start by saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I absolutely welcome this bill and its aims to create a lasting memorial to those 6 million people who lost their lives in what was probably the most devastating event in recent history. And also, of course, those who did survive and carry those scars with them, and of course also their families. Although I do obviously recognise what my right honourable friend has said about the bill and the amendment in particular, and then also particularly I would say the need to move this bill forward at pace. I'm attending our Holocaust Memorial Day event in Harlow at the weekend, and the theme for Holocaust Memorial Day 2026 is Bridging Generations. And the reason this is so important is because we need to recognise that the responsibility of remembrance can't just end with survivors. When we came together in this House last year to recognise the 80th anniversary of the end of the Second World War, we all recognise that this will be one of the last significant anniversaries where veterans of that terrible conflict would be with us. We must also recognise that as we move forward, those survivors who did survive the terrible events that happened in the Holocaust will no longer be with us, but we must carry their flame. We must continue to remember. And building a bridge between memory and action, between history and hope for the future, and education about the Holocaust and anti-Semitism is hugely important for this reason. Like I'm sure many honourable members and right honourable members across the House, I have visited Auschwitz and seen the horrors of the Holocaust. But what we perhaps don't see so often are the events that led to this. I think about Kristallnacht. I think about the ghettos. It has been a real pleasure to meet on a fairly regular basis with my local rabbi in Harlow, Rabbi Yvette, to talk about how the Jewish community in Harlow is doing. And I'm pleased to hear that the Jewish community in my constituency haven't experienced anti-Semitism. However, we must always be mindful. And I want to particularly pay tribute to Rabbi Yvette for the work that she's done working with faith groups from across my constituency. I was sadly unable for personal reasons to attend this year's interfaith service that she ran at Harlow Synagogue, but I'm looking forward to attending it next year. An opportunity for the Christian community, the Muslim community, the Hindu community to come together to show that we are at one to fight the scourge of anti-Semitism and other forms of racism. And I'm looking forward to standing with her and other religious groups, other religious leaders in Harlow at the weekend to recognise Holocaust Memorial Day. We must never forget the evils of the Holocaust, and I'm really pleased that this government is taking that very seriously, and this bill is a huge part of that. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Spokesperson for the Liberal Democrats, Marie Goldman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Holocaust begins to fade from living memory, it becomes ever more vital that the next generations continue to be properly educated about it and that the victims are commemorated with dignity and with care. The theme of this year's Holocaust Memorial Day, Bridging Generations, reminds us that remembrance of the Holocaust does not end with the survivors. The responsibility now passes to all of us. We must engage with the past so its lessons are not lost in the future. The work of the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust encourages us to honour the legacies of all who were murdered in genocides, including those who have no family left to remember them, not through bloodlines, but through education and memorial. A Holocaust Memorial and Education Centre in the heart of London would be a powerful, permanent commitment to that responsibility. 6 million Jews, along with millions of others, Roma, disabled people, LGBTQ+ individuals, were murdered in the Holocaust, showing where hatred can lead. The genocide since show we haven't learned enough. Last year, hate crimes increased across our country, fueled by political extremism. When we say never again, it cannot be empty words. It must be our commitment to stand united against hatred. Alongside my friends, the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton and the members for Cheltenham and Guildford, I have met with the Board of Deputies, the Jewish Leadership Council, the Community Security Trust and the Anti-Semitism Policy Trust to discuss the alarming rise in anti-Semitism and how we must respond to it. The Liberal Democrats believe no one should feel scared or anxious when going to their place of worship, which is why in our manifesto we pledged funding for protective security measures for places vulnerable to hate crime and terror attacks. While we are devastated that this is necessary, we are pleased that the government has increased protections for synagogues and ask that they continue to work hand in hand with these organisations for the safety and security of all Jews in the United Kingdom. This memorial, Madam Deputy Speaker, presents a vital opportunity to challenge anti-Semitism through education, and we recognise the work of the House of Lords has put in to safeguard its educational purpose. But we must ensure that robust security measures are in place so that people can visit this memorial safely and without fear. It is also key that we deliver this memorial in a timely manner. The Conservative government committed to this project following the findings of the Holocaust Commission in 2015. It is unacceptable that 11 years later, construction has yet to begin. In 2023, Holocaust survivor Manfred Goldberg said, "I was 84 when Prime Minister David Cameron first promised us survivors a national Holocaust memorial in close proximity to the Houses of Parliament."
Would my friend give way?
I will give way, yes.
Thank you. I appreciate you giving way. One of my constituents, Kitty Hart-Moxon, actually helped to set up the Holocaust Educational Trust and will be 100 this year. And as you said, that bridging that gap is she's handing that over to Peter, Maura and the family to keep that going. But don't you think it'd be a wonderful tribute that she'd be able to see this memorial and show how important that is to the people of Great Britain?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. I couldn't agree more. Manfred Goldberg went on to say, "Last month I celebrated my 93rd birthday and I pray to be able to attend the opening of this important project." Tragically, Manfred passed away on the 6th of November at the age of 95. My thoughts are with his family. Manfred was an extraordinary man who gave so much to Holocaust remembrance and education in the United Kingdom. As a nation, we must continue this legacy and ensure this memorial and education centre is built through proper process, with careful planning, strong security and quick delivery. In doing so, we commemorate the 6 million Jewish people murdered in the Holocaust, honour survivors and create a space that truly educates future generations, standing as a lasting commitment to remembrance.
Sir Edward Lee.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there's universal recognition of the gravity of the Holocaust. It's widely and wisely regarded as the greatest crime in human history, which is precisely why this memorial should proceed only on the basis of broad consensus. No one wishes to create division around Holocaust commemoration. Yet there is demonstrably no consensus within the Jewish and local community about the Learning Centre itself or how it should be used. This was evidenced by the 2018 Times letter signed by 8 Jewish peers expressing deep reservations about the current proposal. The original decision to site the memorial in Victoria Tower Gardens was made with good intentions, including the recognition of the importance of the Holocaust through proximity to Parliament. But it was taken without prior consultation or proper investigation and was opposed by the local council. Subsequent scrutiny has revealed serious flaws within the site, and you can't have a discussion of what the Learning Centre is used for without understanding that. And I've taken part in several of these debates, including the last time we debated this with Sir Peter Bottomley, the former Father of the House, on the day that the general election was called. And no satisfactory answers have ever been given. The plans are for a substantial underground structure on ancient marshland beside the Thames. The water table is known to rise sharply after heavy rainfall. Significant flooding occurred there with recent memory. Do we want to have to wet vac our Holocaust memorial every few years? We've had no answers on this point. Victoria Tower Gardens is a protected public park, protected by statute. It's maintained by the Royal Parks, which has never supported a memorial on this site. The chairman of the Royal Parks warned that it risks damaging one of the area's few open green spaces and setting a dangerous precedent. Statutory protections dating back to the 1900 Act of Parliament are being undermined with very little debate. The park can realistically accommodate only a modest memorial without destroying its character. The current design would fundamentally alter the park through an 80-metre ramp, a wide moat dividing the space, and the replacement of large areas of grass with paving. Now, quite rightly, the intention is for large numbers of visitors, particularly school children, to attend the National Holocaust Memorial. No credible plans exist to manage coach traffic, drop-off points or parking, compounding existing pressures on Millbank. Local opposition is well documented, including from the Thorney Islands Society. For residents and regular users, the park would largely cease to function as a neighbourhood green space, ordinary activities becoming inappropriate in such a situation. Victoria Tower Gardens may also be needed to support the ongoing restoration and renewal of the Palace of Westminster. Reducing flexibility now risks increasing costs and constraining future options. The moat. Now, let's talk about the purpose of this. And I've been to these Holocaust memorials. The most impactful Holocaust memorial internationally is the Washington model, which I visited. Their Holocaust Memorial Museum is immensely successful because it prioritises education through a dedicated museum that confronts the scale and the reality of the crimes. The most meaningful memorial we can offer is sustained education, ensuring young people understand the Holocaust fully and that its memory is never diminished. Had the Learning Centre been established years ago at the Imperial War Museum, as we've constantly suggested, and as the Imperial War Museum we want to do, I'm going to finish, if you don't mind. Hundreds of thousands of visitors could already have benefited from it, and there would have been no delay. Now, the House of Lords has wisely passed an amendment clarifying that the sole purpose of any learning centre must be the provision of education about the Holocaust and anti-Semitism. It's a mystery to me why the government opposed this and why they have imposed strict time limits on debate. This much-desired memorial should be the result of clear consensus, not imposed in a way that stifles discussion. And I'm quite suspicious of why the government is opposing this wise amendment from the House of Lords. One of the reasons why an underground learning centre is inappropriate. This is not a proper museum. You know, I've been to the memorial in Israel, in Washington. These are huge structures. You're taken across the whole process. You can't understand the Holocaust unless you understand its beginnings and how people came to abide this to be filled with this horrible hatred. It's basically just a bunker. It's totally inappropriate. It's also a security risk. You're going to have armed guards on it. You're going to have railings. Just imagine the terrible nature of some appalling atrocity or terrorist atrocity that might be committed there. It's just simply an inappropriate location. And I suspect, now I don't know, but I suspect the reason why the government are resisting this amendment is they are actually worried that this bunker, this totally inappropriate underground structure, which is not a proper museum, might become a target. Might become a target. And I would suggest, all right, I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's not that the government is not giving way. The government is showing leadership by negotiating with other parties to find consensus in this chamber. That is something we should celebrate. I'm ashamed that 81 years after the Second World War ended, we still do not have a national memorial. And the far of the House is talking about more debate, more time wasting, and more Holocaust survivors dying before we even start work. Does he not recognise the need for this memorial? And placing it right next to the home of democracy in the UK absolutely makes sense. to celebrate what we did well during the Second World War in terms of protecting the Jews, but also what we got wrong.
The whole point of what, it's not just me, by the way, it's a large part of the Jewish community. We want a proper museum of the type that exists in Washington. And this, I'm afraid, is not a proper museum. It's a small underground structure in an inappropriate place, difficult to secure. If the government and the previous government had proceeded with consensus and wanted to build an aesthetic memorial which could have given proper tribute to the people who died, this could all have been passed years ago. The whole debate has been around the underground learning centre. It has not been around the memorial. Everybody accepts there should be a memorial. Everybody wants to have a proper museum. This is not a proper museum. And I'm just curious, frankly, as to why the government is resisting this perfectly sensible amendment from the House of Lords. And I think there is a real danger, actually, that in order to allay security concerns, the whole purpose of this learning centre may indeed drift from the Holocaust. May indeed drift. And that would be, I think, extremely regrettable. So I'm sorry if I've irritated the honourable gentleman, but I think that this is a debate, and I think that we're all entitled to express a point of view.
Josh Babarende.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the spirit of this amendment. I welcome, of course, this bill. I welcome the assurances that the Minister gave. And notwithstanding some differences of opinion, I do welcome the civility with which this debate is taking place, which is exactly what needs to happen on such a sensitive issue. Madam Deputy Speaker, I speak today not only to this House, but to those gathering back home in Eastbourne on Holocaust Memorial Day 2026, the 27th of January. And on behalf of our town and those far beyond it, I pay huge tribute to remarkable Eastbourne resident and Holocaust survivor, Dorrit Oliver Wolfe, whose tireless Holocaust education work as a survivor herself ensures that future generations never forget. She's a leading light, whether by facilitating events like Holocaust Memorial Day in Eastbourne, school visits, or even as a published author, sharing her experiences through her book, Yellow Star to Pop Star, or sharing her story to the masses of Channel 4 viewers when she appeared on First Dates in 2021 and told us more about her experiences. We thank Dorrit so dearly for her advocacy, for her service, and for her fabulousness. Dorrit's example serves as a real testament to the need for the Holocaust Memorial and Learning Centre that is the subject of this Holocaust Memorial Bill going through Parliament, literally as we speak. Education is our most powerful defence against hatred's return. And the theme of this year's Holocaust Memorial Day, for a better future, carries such profound weight. In that spirit, we remember the 6 million Jewish lives stolen and all victims of Nazi persecution. We honour their memory by confronting hatred wherever it emerges, including in the face of genocide in our world today. But with great sadness, that confrontation requires vigilance. From the anti-Semitic attack on Bondi Beach to the targeting of Jewish people worshipping at their synagogue in Greater Manchester, hatred persists. And in Eastbourne, the event organisers of our Holocaust Memorial Day commemorations this year have worked so hard to hold an event as safe as possible. In fact, I directly requested that Sussex Police strengthen its officer presence at the event to reinforce that. And while I'm grateful that the police have agreed to review its presence and have deployed specialist officers with significant capabilities accordingly, it is a shameful tragedy that in 2026, Holocaust memorial gatherings still require the extensive protection necessary today. Our society, at home and abroad, has so much further to go. Legislation like that before Parliament can take us some way, but defeating prejudice requires each of us in our communities, our schools, our daily interactions to challenge anti-Semitism and division. And so I say to those gathering in Eastbourne, thank you for remembering, for standing against hatred and for choosing a better future. As we embrace the path forward, as we light candles of remembrance, let us move towards the tolerance and humanity that the Holocaust victims and survivors were denied. We will never forget.
Susan Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since the horrific attacks of 7th of October, we've seen a sharp and sustained increase in anti-Semitic abuse in Britain. Last year, a report commissioned by the Board of Deputies of British Jews found widespread failures to address anti-Jewish discrimination across public life, including within the NHS, education, the arts and policing. This matters today and is not a problem of the past. The Community Security Trust recorded over 3,500 anti-Semitic incidents in the UK in 2024, one of the highest totals on record. I also understand that some will try to tie what is happening here to Israel's actions in Gaza. People may hold strong views about that conflict, but we must be absolutely clear. British Jews are not responsible for the actions of any government overseas. They are people trying simply to live their lives regardless of their faith or community identity. They should never be blamed, targeted, or held account for events beyond their control. This is why remembrance must go hand in hand with education. Holocaust survivors are fewer each year, as we've heard. We cannot rely on living testimony alone. We need strong, honest education about the Holocaust, about anti-Semitism, and about how quickly lies and conspiracy theories can spread, especially online. The truth is that hatred is often fueled by misinformation and lack of understanding. Today, conspiracy theories travel faster than ever, amplified by social media and algorithms that drive people towards ever more extreme content. Given the ease with which hate can spread online, a memorial linked to a learning centre, one that helps people understand the Holocaust and confront anti-Semitism, has real value. As we approach Holocaust Memorial Day, I hope the House can send a clear message. We remember, we educate, and we will stand against anti-Semitism and prejudice in all its forms, wherever it's found. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Steve Bartley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise very briefly because I agree both with the tenor of the debate and also the tone in which colleagues across the House have quite rightly highlighted the sheer horror of the Holocaust, the importance of remembering its sheer scale, and the challenges, particularly as the member for Chelmsford highlighted in the context of rising anti-Semitism, or indeed as the member for Eastbourne spoke about in terms of as fewer survivors with lived experience are there to share their stories. I also wanted to address 2 points that the member, the father of the House, the member for Gainsborough, raised. He raised, if I could surmise, I think, a point firstly on security. And I simply don't know, I say to my right honourable friend, I simply don't know where the best site would be from a security perspective. It may be between Parliament, which is obviously a heavily secured site, and MI5 is an appropriate location for a site that will always carry security risks. It may be there are other sites that are better, and I defer to those with far more expertise than me on that. But I also note both the current father of the House and the previous father of the House spoke about concerns with the design of the memorial. And it's also, I think, reflective of the fact that the father of the House is the former chair of the Public Accounts Committee. And I always have a slight concern, not obviously the principle we all agree on, the importance of this. And again, as the member for Chelmsford spoke, 11 years now, there is a need to make progress. So it is not that I call for delay. I certainly don't. This is important. We need to get on with it. We need to deliver it. But I think it is fair to say that when the House is all agreed on an issue, there is a danger that issue is not sufficiently scrutinised. And I note the current father and the previous father of the House raised concerns. He speaks of a former chair of the PAC. I currently chair the Finance Committee. Now, the Finance Committee is not responsible for restoration and renewal in this House, and the House will come on to debate that. But I think I've already seen, Madam Deputy Speaker, and you have huge experience of that programme. But there are already very serious concerns emerging around the challenges of restoration and renewal, and indeed that programme has been repeatedly delayed and seen significant cost overruns. And we have a design here where a significant proportion of the construction is underground in a very constrained site. And the Minister, who again I think opened the debate extremely well, and I agreed with much of what she said, but she spoke about giving the trustees, as it seemed to me, quite a lot of discretion. And so I simply wanted to say how important I think on this programme that there is very real transparency around some of the challenges that I fear will emerge with the design of this programme, with the construction, the risk of cost overruns, the constraints and compromises. And could I just, to bring that alive, bring one question as an example. This site was constrained and Parliament, as is its right, chose to vote to remove that constraint. When I look at the R&R programme, I'm told that the Children's Education Centre has to move because of an identical constraint. And the interaction between this programme and the R&R programme, I suspect, is something that will come before the House in due course and raise some challenges. And indeed, the House hasn't even decided on R&R and things like what happens with the Education Centre. And so my purpose in speaking is the importance of remembering the unbelievable horror of the Holocaust cannot be overstated. But when the House, if you just let me finish, when the House all agrees on something, the question is, have the designs been sufficiently scrutinised? And therefore, my plea to the Minister is to have a commitment around the transparency of that and how some of the pressures, which I foresee will emerge, will be communicated in a very timely way.
Yeah, well said.
Minister, with leave the House to wind up.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With leave of the House, I'd like to thank honourable members on all sides for their contribution to this important debate. I appreciate that while the government's commitment to establish a new National Holocaust Memorial and Learning Centre has cross-party support, there are strongly held views in many quarters about how that vision is made a reality. And we are committed to listening and to engaging as we move forward. I'd like to start by thanking the Honourable Member for Baintree, both for the work that his party did to initiate this important scheme and this bill, and for maintaining cross-party consensus and working constructively with us to find solutions in order to move forward. He was right to focus our minds on the purpose of this bill and on the key purpose and mission of the Learning Centre. My honourable friend, the member of Harlow, was absolutely right to remind us for the need of pace and urgency. This was initiated in 2015. It has taken far too long to get to this point. And as he pointed out, as we delay, as we take time, the hope, the ambition that the last survivors could see the construction of this Memorial and Learning Centre is further out of sight. So we are determined to move at pace with construction, should we get support of the House, to conclude this whilst the last remaining survivors are still here. The member for Chelmsford gave a powerful contribution highlighting the reason for this again and the need to constantly remember so that never again is not just a hollow slogan, it is not just empty words. And she's right to highlight that we do this and we have this debate in the context of a rising tide of hate and division that we're seeing across our country. And so the collective task before us is to make sure that we move, that we deliver, that we remember and we learn for this generation and future generations. I will give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I think it is timely just to remind us all that if we held a minute's silence for every person killed in the Holocaust, we would be silent for 11.5 years. It's right and proper that we have a national memorial. Can she just reassure this House anti-Semitism is not confined to history, it is happening day and daily, whether it be attacks at football matches or in our streets around us. Our Jewish friends face hostility simply for being Jews. So as this centre remembers the Holocaust, will it also deal with the anti-Semitism that is very prevalent today in our society? And will those Jewish friends feel confident that they will not be attacked when they go to the centre?
Minister.
Thank you to the member for raising that point. She is absolutely right. We are seeing increased anti-Semitism. We see case after case in all of our communities. I spend a lot of time talking to the Jewish community, to our faith leaders. I hear the fear, I hear the anxiety, I hear the worry. And we as a government are absolutely committed to responding to that and to making sure that we are taking action so that our Jewish friends in this country feel safe and feel that they can live their lives without the fear of attack, without the fear of prejudice. That is a collective ambition we have across the House, and one that we have to work day in and day out to make sure we deliver. But remembering where this can take us is part of that journey, which is why I think this bill and I think the Memorial Centre is absolutely key. Can I thank the member for Eastbourne for paying tribute to his constituency, Dorrit Oliver Wolfe, and for her legacy and her impact. There are so many survivors that have made such a huge contribution, that have continued to give, that have continued to remind us. And I hope that collectively we deliver this bill for them and we deliver the construction of this site. I'll move to the Father of the House. And look, the Father of the House is right to point out that there have been issues about the location. There have been large debates about this, but I want to gently point out that there has been extensive consultation throughout the planning process. 4,500 responses were submitted to the planning application, and a planning inquiry was held publicly. So we have consulted, and we have heard, and we have listened. The issue of the location is increasingly settled, but there is work that we will continue to do with the community, with the council, to make sure that we get the design right. And critically, I point out to all members of the House, we protect the gardens. So the site only takes up 7.5% of the area of the Victoria Tower Gardens. So we will do a huge amount of work to make sure that the Memorial Centre is absolutely aligned and consistent with that public park, and that critically we are doing work to enhance the park, including the playground. And let me end by sort of reflecting on the contribution for the member for North East Cambridgeshire and his plea for transparency. And we hear that. There is consensus, and we want to maintain that consensus, and that does require us to continue listening, to continue engaging, and to make sure that we are keeping the House updated. Any construction has difficulties going through planning, but also delivery. And our commitment is that because all members across this House have worked together to get this point, we will continue to update the House. And look, I would like to close, Madam Deputy Speaker, by underlining the government's determination to ensure that the Learning Centre remains firmly focused on education about Holocaust and anti-Semitism. We will ensure that this determination is embedded in the future governance arrangements for the Memorial and Learning Centre so that there can be no dilution or digression from this intent. And we do this because as members across the House have raised and highlighted eloquently and passionately, in order to ensure that we remember this dark moment and that we learn the lessons of history so that this can never happen again. And I hope we can now move ahead as quickly as possible to establish the Holocaust Memorial and Learning Centre with the consent and the support of members across the House.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. No. Minister to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendment. The Miata Fambula, Deirdre Costigan, Laura Kirk-Smith, Mark Seward, Peter Prinsley, Sir James Cleverly, and Zoe Franklin be members of the committee, that Miata Fambula be the chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee, that the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their Amendment 1. That Miata Fambula, Deirdre Costigan, Laura Kirk-Smith, Mark Seward, Peter Prinsley, Sir James Cleverley and Zoe Franklin be members of the committee, that Miata Fambula be the chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee, that the committee do withdraw immediately. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes consideration of the Lord's amendment to the Holocaust Memorial Bill. We now move on to the programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the next item of business.
Garcia military base and British Indian Ocean Territory Bill. Consideration of Lord's amendments.
Now.
Before we move to consideration of the Lord's amendments, I can confirm that Lord's amendments 2, 3 and 6 engage the Commons financial privilege. Having given careful consideration to Lord's amendments 2 and 3, Mr Speaker is satisfied that they would impose a charge on the public revenue which has not been authorised by this House. In accordance with paragraph 3 of Standing Order number 78, the amendment will therefore be deemed to be disagreed to and are not subject to debate. We will begin with the government motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the other Lord's amendments and the government motions as on the selection and grouping paper. I call the Minister to move the motion to disagree with the Lord's Amendment 1. Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendment number 1. Madam Deputy Speaker, national security must always be the first priority of any government, and this is all the more important during these uncertain times. This government has always and will always act to ensure the safety and security of the British people. And that is precisely why we have agreed the Diego Garcia military base deal and why we need to pass this bill so that the treaty can come into effect. The deal secures the vital military asset for future generations. It allows the base to continue to operate as it has done for decades to come, protecting UK national security and regional stability and that of our allies. Madam Deputy Speaker, as part of this agreement, the Government has negotiated robust and extensive provisions to protect the base that will categorically prevent our adversaries from compromising the base or interfering with the vital protection that the base gives both the United Kingdom and the United States. I'll make a little bit of progress and I will take some interventions, certainly from those honourable gentlemen. The UK will never compromise on that national security, and as we've repeatedly made clear, the agreement we struck is vital for protecting our national security, guaranteeing the long-term future of a base that is vital for both the United Kingdom and the United States and our allies, which had been under threat. And the deal secures the operations, crucially, of the joint US-UK base on Diego Garcia for generations, and it's been publicly welcomed by key allies, including our Five Eyes partners, as well as key international partners, including India, Japan and South Korea. I'll happily give way.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. Throughout the passage of this bill, he has prayed in aid the support of the United States of America and the wider Five Eyes community. Well, this morning, the President of the United States dropped what could be described as depth charge on that and made very clear what he thinks. Now, what is the House and the Government to read in what the Minister says of what was the American position on the bill and what it appears their Commander-in-Chief is saying today?
Minister.
Well, of course, we engage with the United States, our closest defence and security partner, on a range of issues, including this issue, every single day, and we continue to do so. And he asks an important question. The United States and President Trump welcomed this deal in the spring, and when we discussed in detail the reasons why the agreement was needed, the strong protections it includes, and the vital security it provides for Diego Garcia, the administration endorsed the agreement as a, and I quote, a monumental achievement following a thorough interagency process in the United States, and he will know how serious that is. And I will just respond in one more point and then I'll happily give way. And in May, the United States Secretary of State said, and again I quote, the Trump administration determined that this agreement secures the long-term, stable and effective operation of the joint US-UK military facility at Diego Garcia. And we will, of course, have discussions with the administration in the coming days to remind them of the strength of this deal, how it secures the base for the United Kingdom and the United States. And we, of course, continue those discussions in many levels. I will give way to the right honourable gentleman.
Following the excellent point made by my honourable friend, does he realise that the President of the United States, following his perspicacious comments last night, has had a chance to examine the deal in full? And does he therefore understand why the last government, the Conservative government, of which I was a part, indeed doing the same job that he is doing now, does he understand why the last Conservative government would never, ever have got this deal?
Well, on that last point, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've said in this House many, many times, and he does know this, the right honourable gentleman, as he was part of that government, his government started this deal because they recognised there was a serious challenge to the operations of that base that's critical for our national security. No. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've heard this claim made multiple times on the government's own record of his past administration, the former Prime Minister, the member for Richmond. It's very, very clear that he continued, and the government continued those negotiations right into the run-up to the general election in 2024. They engaged in 11 rounds of negotiations because they recognised, as did we, of the very serious risks to the operation of that base. I'll happily give way to the former Cabinet Office Minister.
The Minister makes an important point that the key thing about these negotiations were they were predicated upon the United States' concern about the continuing operation of the base in the context of concerns around international law. Now, given the position set out by the President of the United States last night, namely that he's not concerned about this. In fact, he's concerned about the deal the other way round. And moreover, I don't think any of us would think there's a concern around international law vis-à-vis the President of the United States. These two things are material changes. Surely, in the face of these material changes, now is the time to pause and reconsider the implementation of the treaty because the circumstances have changed.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the circumstances have not changed, and if he refers back, I mean, again, this collective amnesia that we see on behalf of former cabinet ministers on the other side who engaged, I remind him, in 11 rounds of negotiations because they knew of the very serious security and operational reasons affecting this base. And I refer him again to the Secretary of War, who said at the time, Diego Garcia is a vital military base for the United States. The UK's very important deal with Mauritius secures the operational capabilities of the base and key US national security interests in the region. We are confident, again I'm quoting directly from the Secretary, we are confident the base is protected for many years ahead. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've taken a number of interventions, so I'm going to move on. Madam Deputy Speaker, the deal had to be done because the base was under threat. Courts had already begun making decisions that weakened our position, and without the deal, as I've said many times, we face the prospect of further wide-ranging litigation which could have rendered the base inoperable. But let me be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I have on many occasions, this is not just about the legal position, this is about the operations of the base, because without a treaty and without a secure footing, legally binding provisional measures could have been imposed within weeks, undermining base operations. Our ability to protect the electromagnetic spectrum from interference, to ensure access to the base by air and sea, and to patrol the area around the base would have been eroded, and everything from overflight clearances to securing contractors could have been affected, driving costs through the roof, deterring future investment and degrading the facility. And our adversaries would have jumped at the chance to disrupt the base, for example, establishing outposts on the outer islands with a guise of legality on their side. And it's for all those reasons, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the previous government, many of whose former cabinet ministers sit opposite us, undertook 11 rounds of detailed negotiations. And that's also why they made critical concessions on the principles of sovereignty and of direct payment. And I repeat, Madam Deputy Speaker, I mean, I've taken a number of interventions. I'd like to make some progress. I will happily come back and take further interventions. Yes, of course I'll give way.
Stringer.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and I've heard him in this chamber a number of times say that the United States supported this deal. The President of the United States clearly doesn't support it anymore. I would have thought that was the case for a pause. But I would also have thought it was the case for a pause. Something else that's changed, which is the resolution of the United Nations Committee to End Racial Discrimination, who've also asked for this bill not to go forward. Does he not think those two things together mean we should pause?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we won't pause in defending our national security interests and those of our allies. We will do the right things to keep our national security and the operations of this base working as they have done for many decades. And I would reiterate, Madam Deputy Speaker, that despite the claims opposite, there is a matter of public record. February 2024, the former Prime Minister spoke with his Mauritian counterpart to confirm his commitment to negotiations, which continued, as I said, to the general election. And it was simply not credible to try and hang on, hope for the best and endanger an asset vital to our national security. The reality is, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the previous government failed to secure a deal. They failed to secure the protections, for example, to the outer islands. And when it came to a matter of critical security, they did not deliver. So I'm proud that we've secured a deal that is able to do those very things. I will give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Like every time he comes to the House, he's most courteous. But he's brought the example of the former Prime Minister into this debate today. The former Prime Minister stated very clearly that the negotiations had to result in a, quote, mutually beneficial agreement. That was not the case, and therefore the government ended those negotiations. Yes. Today in this House, this government is expecting us to vote at third reading on a deal that our greatest ally, an ally that he has advocated through this whole process, has turned its back on. How can he expect this House to do that when circumstances have fundamentally changed?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've explained again the references from the Secretary of State, from the Secretary of War, from the government, of course, the President's previous comments on this, and of course it's our Five Eyes partners as well. It's Canada, it's Australia, it's New Zealand, it's other key partners, and they all understand the critical national security capabilities the base provides. It's also Japan, it's also the Republic of Korea, and indeed it's also been welcomed by a number of our other overseas territories. So perhaps he would discount their views. We're not willing to do that. We're willing to deliver national security and the capabilities that our Five Eyes partners need. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to the issue referenced in the amendments from the Lords. I want to refer to the many questions, genuine questions, on behalf of a number of honourable and right honourable members about Chagossians. We've also secured a deal that protects the interests of Chagossians, and I know that there are a number of members of this House that rightly care deeply about this issue and have done so for many years. But I'm afraid to say there are others who have picked up the mantle for pure political game playing and also fail to recognise that there is a genuine range of opinions within the Chagossian communities. There are a genuine range of views. There are some who oppose this deal and there are many who support it, and that simply has not been recognised by many. And we deeply regret, and I reiterate this, Madam Deputy Speaker, the way that Chagossians have been treated by successive governments in the past, and that's why we're committed to a future relationship that's built on trust. The treaty provides the only viable path to resettlement on the outer islands of the archipelago, and we know that's a matter of critical importance to many Chagossians. And following the government's efforts, Mauritius has confirmed that all Chagossians who were born on the archipelago and their children will be eligible for Mauritian citizenship, will be eligible to participate in a future resettlement programme regardless of where they live. And this bill also preserves current British and British Overseas Territory citizenship and the pathway to British citizenship for Chagossians, meaning that Chagossians will be able to hold both British nationality and Mauritian citizenship. And in fact, as of April 2025, 94% of Chagossians with British nationality also have Mauritian citizenship. I'll give way on this issue to the gentleman.
That particular point, the Minister will be aware that that matter was debated at length in the Lords. And indeed, one of the amendments we are now considering deals precisely the entitlements of the Chagossians. They weren't involved in these negotiations at any stage, and they made that clear.
Why on earth would he reject the Lord's amendment, which simply says that they should have a defining say in their own future?
Minister.
Well, with respect, Madam Deputy Speaker, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a decision in relation to the engagement of the financial privilege and standing orders that means that those amendments are not for debate and will be disagreed with. That's been made clear by the Chair. But working with Mauritius, we have also agreed the parameters for the operation of a Chagossian trust fund. And on the 12th of December, the Mauritian government approved legislation to establish the trust fund, and this confirms, and again in response to very many reasonable opinions expressed both in the other place and indeed by the benches opposite, the Liberal Democrat.
Point of order, Sir John Hayes.
The Chair made clear at the outset that those amendments that deal with matters of finance were inappropriate to consider here for obvious reasons. But I understood that those amendments that we were debating, including the ones that reference the Chagossians, don't concern finance in particular. Could you clarify the matter?
It's 2 and 3 as infringement.
Just to be clear, I know that the previous Deputy Speaker and the Chair did read this statement out, so I'll give it out again for clarity. Having given careful consideration to Lord's Amendments 2 and 3, Mr Speaker is satisfied that they would impose a charge on the public revenue which has not yet been authorised by this House in accordance with paragraph 3 of Standing Order number 78. The amendments will therefore be deemed to be disagreed to and are not subject to debate. We can't keep having the same discussion and again. This is a very substantial debate with many people hoping to speak, so let's try and proceed as fast as we can. Minister, quick.
Thank you for clarifying that, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I wanted to say that in parallel, we have also established a contact group to give Chagossians a greater say in UK government support to their communities, and we're in the process of enhancing that group, as Baroness Chapman committed to doing so in the other place. And as I said, that Chagossian Trust Fund, thanks to the work we've done, thanks to very reasonable concerns raised across the House, that will be operated for Chagossians by Chagossians, and there will be a Chagossian majority on the board, including a UK-based representative and a Chagossian chair, which I think have been very reasonable concerns raised during the course of these debates, and we are trying to address. I need to make some progress. Madam Deputy Speaker has been conscious of time. I'd like to make some progress if that's okay, but I will come back for further interventions. Madam Deputy Speaker, before moving on to a discussion of amendments, specifically, I'd like also to express my thanks to the noble lords in the other place for their tireless efforts and to the many noble peers who scrutinised and supported the bill. And I want to come specifically first to Amendment 4, tabled by the Government. I'd like to thank Lord Lansley in the other place for his helpful conversation and collaboration on the topic. The amendment will change the parliamentary procedure applicable to the delegated power in Clause 6, and with this amendment, all instruments made using that power will be subject to the negative procedure, and previously no parliamentary procedure applied unless the power was used to amend, repeal or revoke Acts of Parliament or statutory instruments made under them. And this amendment makes clear the Government is prepared to work with those who engage in genuine constructive dialogue rather than those who rely on political point scoring to achieve meaningful compromise. I'd like to turn to the other amendments made in the other place and make it clear that the Government is thankful for all the scrutiny and willing to engage with the challenge, but the other amendments are either already provided for, not necessarily, or are simply making political points and play games with our national security, and we cannot accept them. Lord's Amendment 1 would amend Clause 1 of the bill so that the bill and treaty would be prevented from entering into force until the Government had sought to renegotiate the termination clauses to include the base becoming unusable due to environmental degradation, and that's unnecessary, and let me set out why. First of all, I'd like to highlight that limiting the circumstances in which the treaty can be terminated protects the UK's interests and those of the United States, who've invested heavily in the base, and in line with the United States' wishes, the previous Conservative government agreed to limiting termination to 2 grounds, both of which in UK control, and this government secured that. I will if it's on this point.
The Minister mentions the United States' wishes, and he appears to be presenting the case that the United States remains in the position it was previously. And yet this is despite the fact of what the President Trump said last night. And the now Deputy Prime Minister said in February, if President Trump, and I quote, if President Trump doesn't like the deal, the deal will not go forward. Well, last night he said he didn't like the deal. Is it still going forward, or does he suggest that President Trump didn't mean what he said last night?
Live on TVs.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've already answered this point. As I said, discussions will continue with the administration in the coming days, as they have done throughout this process. We will remind them of the strength of this deal, allay concerns, and of course emphasise how it secures the base for both the United Kingdom and the United States. We work together on these matters. As the Speaker of the House of Representatives set out this morning, it's important we work together on all matters of national security. Let me make some progress on this issue of termination. First of all, I would like to highlight that limiting the circumstances in which the treaty can be terminated protects the UK's interests and those of the US. The government secured that procedure. And secondly, I would like to reassure the House that, given the importance of this base, we are taking necessary steps to protect it from environmental damage and working with the United States, again in partnership. We already have extensive measures in place, such as a coastal erosion programme, and scientific studies show that natural land loss over the past 50 years has been less than 1%. That said, we recognise the concerns of Lord Craig and Lord Horton, and I'd like to reassure them and the members of this House that the international law of treaties allows for the termination of a treaty when it becomes impossible for a treaty to be performed as a result of, and I quote, the permanent disappearance or destruction of an object indispensable for the execution of the treaty. And Baroness Chapman set out the legal position clearly in the other place. And since that debate, for further reassurance, we've also consulted Mauritius to verify that they share that assessment. And I'm happy to update the House that this has been confirmed in writing to the government. Mauritius is clear on the point, both as a matter of international law and in its own domestic law, and we welcome that confirmation by Mauritius and trust this assures members of this House and indeed in the other place that share his concerns why such an amendment is unnecessary. I will give way to the former chair of the Intelligence.
To the Minister, he does seem to be putting an awful lot of faith in the good intent and reliability of the Mauritian government, a close ally of China, which you may remember gave us cast-iron guarantees about the future of the Hong Kongers once the lease on Hong Kong was given up. May I gently remind him that in the Labour 2024 manifesto entitled Change, it said, defending our security also means protecting the British overseas territories and crown dependencies, including the Falklands and Gibraltar. Labour will always defend their sovereignty and right to self-determination. Can he look the Chagossians in the gallery, in the eye, and tell them that that's what the government is now doing?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've said many times, and I have great respect for the honourable gentleman and his role, and we've had many good conversations, but it is extremely unhelpful and not wanted by residents in Gibraltar or indeed the Falkland Islands that this comparison, this false comparison, keeps being made. Absolutely, we stand by that commitment, Madam Deputy Speaker, absolutely to defend the Falklands and Gibraltar, and that's exactly what we have been doing and will continue to do so. I would gently say I recognise fully and respect that there are many Chagossian groups who disagree with this deal. There are many who agree with this deal. And unfortunately, some of the comments in this place have only represented one side of that argument. It's our duty as a government to listen to all of those groups and to engage appropriately with them. Madam Deputy Speaker, Lord's Amendments 5 and 6 both relate to the costs of the treaty. I'm not going to take any more amendments at the moment. I do need to make some progress. Amendment 5 requires the Secretary of State to publish the total real terms costs of payments made under the treaty, including the methodology used by the Government Actuaries Department and the Treasury. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I confess it brings me some satisfaction to learn that the opposition has eventually accepted the importance of quoting financial figures for a 99-year treaty in real terms. They've always known it's misleading to ignore the impact of inflation. A pound today is not worth the same as a pound in 99 years' time. And now at long last they seem to have seen the light. But let's see if in today's debate we can do away with that deliberately and the misleadingly inflated figures that have been bandied around again today by the Shadow Foreign Secretary at questions, and we actually start discussing the financial elements of the treaty with accuracy and transparency. And with respect to the I'm going to complete, and then I will take certainly the gentleman opposite who's raised these issues before. With respect to the amendment, for all these good intentions, I'm afraid it's quite unnecessary. We have been clear about the costs of the deal from the moment of signature, and we published full details of the financial arrangements at that time on the very same day the treaty was signed, including the finance exchange of letters and the explanatory memorandum laid before Parliament. And Madam Deputy Speaker, if members on the opposite bench are having difficulty finding where, it's on pages 9 and 10 in the explanatory memorandum, and the document set out the payment schedule and confirmed the amounts at the time then. Methodology is clear. The average annual payments being calculated using forecast inflation figures from the Office for Budget Responsibility. We used the forecast GDP deflator, which is published regularly. This generated the real value of the payments, which is the value adjusted for inflation, to create a fair comparison with other costs. And members will recall this equates to less than 1/4% of the defence budget and compares favourably with the cost of comparable overseas facilities. I've mentioned the facility that France pays for in Djibouti. This is an immensely more valuable facility. It's priceless for our defence capabilities and those of our allies. I will take one on this side and then I'll come back over here.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way, but can he confirm that this deal provides certainty and a full operational use of this bay for 99 years going forward?
Minister Darcy.
Absolutely, I can confirm this secures the base, it secures us for us and our allies, and it secures the crucial capabilities which benefit ourselves, the United States, and indeed all our allies. But I'm happy to take some further canter through the calculations. The net present value was established by discounting the real value of the sums due to be paid over the treaty using the social time preference rate as set out in the Green Book. This adjusts for social time preference, which is a reflection of the value society attaches to present as opposed to future consumption, and that's been used in the UK by governments of our flavour and of the other sides since 2003. And members will also be aware, I'll just make this one point and then I will, members will be aware that my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, announced a review of the social time preference rate shortly before Christmas, and this follows a review of the Green Book last year. I don't know how that review will conclude, but I do know that the government used the correct methodology at the time. It's clear and transparent in doing so, and when the figures were published, and we will continue to do so in whichever way the review comes out. The final point I want to make is that I will go on.
I thank the Minister for giving way. This evening, the Minister is trying to convince us to vote for this Chagos deal. So can I just ask this question? Because the President of the United States says that the government are handing this over for no reason whatsoever. So can he give us some reasons?
Mr.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with greatest respect to the right honourable lady, I don't think she's been present in many of the other debates on this issue. She popped up here today to make these points. I've been very clear and answered the question already, so I'm not going to do so again. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Ben Obsejecting.
I thank the Minister for giving way and for his detailed explanation of how the calculations have been made. The Government Actuaries Department said that it clearly stated it was cost $34.7 billion for this deal. That figure was then confirmed by his colleague, the Minister for the Middle East, who said that all figures had been ratified by the Government Actuaries Department. But his colleague sitting next to him, the Minister for Defence Readiness and Industry, told me that that figure was inaccurate. Could the Minister therefore clarify how much does this deal cost?
Mr. Doughty.
We set out very clearly the costs at the time, which I've done with him on the Chamber a number of times. And what I will confirm is they've been verified by the Government Actuaries Department. The House of Commons Library has been through them and reached the same conclusion. The Office for Statistics Regulation has welcomed the government's approach and said it's in line with intelligent transparency. And the Office for Budgetary Responsibility also confirmed separately to them that discount rates were correct. So I've given him 4 good reasons and the costs. However much they bandy around the costs, this is simply unhelpful. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we've... Madam Deputy Speaker, I will move on to the other amendments. Amendment 6 introduces an ongoing estimates and supply scrutiny process for expenditure under the treaty, including parliamentary approval for future payments and supplementary estimates. The agreement has undergone intense scrutiny, and the treaty provides robust mechanisms for dispute resolution under Article 14. It's normal practice for payments under treaties to be made under the prerogative power and charged on the consolidated fund under the authority of the Supply Acts, and furthermore, this would infringe on the financial privilege of the Commons and affect the Commons' arrangements for authorising expenditure. And these are long-standing practices that members of the former government will know. It was the same that applied under them, and it applies under this government too. And finally, subsection 4 would infringe on the prerogative power of making and unmaking treaties. It's not wise to impose any immovable requirements about a hypothetical set of circumstances which might arise in the future. This provision would seek to risk requiring the government to breach the UK's obligations under a treaty, and it's clearly preferable that all options should be open to a future government to deal with whatever the future may bring in the UK's best interest, taking into account the circumstances that exist at the time. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, conscious of your exhortations on time, and I know a number of honourable and right honourable members wish to speak, The previous government recognised there was a problem. They engaged in 11 rounds of negotiations. They failed to reach a deal in the interests of ourselves in the United States. We secured this deal. It protects the base. It protects the interests of the United States and our Five Eyes partners. And I beg to move.
Right. Before I call the Shadow Foreign Secretary, for the benefit of the House and to provide a fuller response by the point of order raised by the member for South Holland and the Deeping, it is the Lords' Amendments 2 and 3 which relate to the referendum, which will be disagreed to under SO number 78.3. The expenditure necessary for a referendum has not been authorised by this House. Lords' Amendments 5 and 6 are within the scope of the debate. Although Amendment 6 engages the financial privilege of this House, it does not in itself involve any expenditure. I hope that helps colleagues going forward. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1, and I call the Shadow Foreign Secretary Dame Priti Patel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I just want to clarify.
Point of order, Sir Ed Duncan-Smith.
I only want to clarify that slightly. They are on the order paper, but they are not allowed to be voted on because of financial privilege. But they can be debated and discussed without vote at the end, surely, because they were passed onto the order paper at the time. Otherwise, they shouldn't have been published on the order paper.
The advice I'm getting from the clerks that is actually incorrect because they are disagreed to in the Lords, so we must continue the debate in hand as it is on the order paper. Dame Priti Patel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, Labour's Chagos surrender bill is back, and this House has its last chance to act in the national interest and defend the rights of the Chagosian community and protect hard-pressed British taxpayers' money who are expected to foot the colossal bill of £35 billion in costs being given to foreign government, Madam Deputy Speaker, to guess what? Cut their taxes while our taxes rise here. I want to put on the record the thanks of this side of the House to the other place for their scrutiny and diligence in once again holding this government to account, because when Labour plotted to deny this House a debate and a vote on the surrender treaty during the 21-day CRAG process, it was Conservatives in the House of Lords which forced a debate and a vote. And when Labour limited the time for this House to give the bill line-by-line scrutiny it needed, it was the House of Lords which stepped in and made time available. And when this Labour government ignored and neglected the views of the Chagosian community, it was the House of Lords and the International Relations and Defence Committee that came to the rescue and organised a survey, giving important insights into their concerns about the government of Mauritius and the future of their ancestral home. And when Labour refused to accept any amendments to modify and improve this £35 billion surrender bill, it was the House of Lords which made important changes, which, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are debating today. So let me be clear. This is a bill that the Conservatives have fought against at every single stage. It is a deal to surrender British sovereignty that we will not accept, and it's a deal we will continue to oppose and challenge ministers on. And every vote today is a vote to kill this bill. We will keep on voting against this bill and opposing it until the government, and one would hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister sees sense and withdraws it and tears up the treaty. And we are not the only ones vociferously opposing this, because we now know that the President of the United States is against it, saying it is being done for no reason whatsoever. And that China, I'll come in a second, and that China and Russia will have noticed this total act of weakness. I will give way.
I thank my right honourable friend. I did ask the Minister what were the reasons this government are signing away those Chagos Islands. He couldn't give any reasons. The President of the United States says for no reason whatsoever this government is giving those islands away. So can my right honourable friend give us any reason to sign off this deal today?
Let me just remind my right honourable friend exactly what the President of the United States said. There is for no reason whatsoever. And of course that Russia and China will have noticed this total act of weakness. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, in fact, it was the previous Foreign Secretary, now Deputy Prime Minister, who's on the record saying if President Trump doesn't like the deal will not go forward. And they've got to be happy with the deal, or, guess what, there's no deal. So why have Labour continued to press this bill today? And in light of these comments from the President, can the Minister tell us
what will happen with the future status of the 1969 exchange of notes between the UK and the United States, which states clearly that the British Indian Ocean territory shall remain under United Kingdom sovereignty. What is the impact on that agreement? Is it being changed? I will give way. I will, of course.
Give way. When I intervened on the Minister, as did other colleagues, we seemed to get some sort of rather sort of la-la land answer about the government's response to what the President of the United States has said. And in terms, the Minister said, oh, I'll sort of go and have a word with him and sort of, you know, put him straight. Well, good luck with that, I suppose. Is she as confused with me that with the government having prayed in aid for so long, the unalloyed support of the United States, they've now lost it, and rather like in a Bobby in the shower moment of Dallas, are pretending the incident has never happened?
I thank my right friend for his comments, and I mean, look, first of all, this side of the House is completely against this. But when it comes to the President of the United States, who, for the record, has said for no reason whatsoever should this be going ahead, it seems to me that the government is still on hold to the President of the United States. I will give way.
I thank the right honourable member for giving way. I'm too young to have seen that scene in Dallas, so that went slightly over my head. But would the right honourable member agree that you can't read everything into a social media post? After all, the member for Clacton said about the member for Newark, he's a fraud, I've always thought so. Don't believe a word that he says. Isn't it true that you can't always stick with the same mindset on social media?
Well, let me just say, for the benefit of everyone in this House, the United States of America is our strongest ally when it comes to the national security of our country, and rightly so. And when the President of the United States now raises concerns, we should listen to those concerns. And I would like to think that this government will act upon his concerns as well. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to the details of the amendments and Amendment 5 from the other place on the costs and expenditure, because these introduce new provisions on the transparency of the costs that British taxpayers are being forced to pay. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the benefit of this House, it's vital that we see the full costs, as Labour has never acknowledged or accepted the financial costs and the burdens of this bill on the taxpayer. And as the House knows, the Conservative Party, this side of the House, had to force the information out of the government through a freedom of information request. And even Labour ministers have had the barefaced cheek to come here and give us a 3.5 billion valuation rather than the 35 billion costs the Government Actuary Department tells us. In most areas of government spending, Labour like to brag, obviously, about how much is being spent. Welfare is another familiar theme that they like to go on about. But on this issue, they are using a valuation technique to downplay the amount. And we've even seen the Prime Minister claim it's how the OBR counts the costs. And when the OBR has actually said that they do not hold any information on the cost of the financial impacts on the specific treaty over the future sovereignty of the Chagos Archipelago, and have not been contacted by His Majesty Treasury, the MOD, or the Government's Actuary Department. So what, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the truth? This amendment should help bring about more openness and transparency on the costs. I will, of course, give way to my...
First of all, can I commend the Shadow Minister and commend the Conservative Party for bringing this forward? It's absolutely crucial. Does the Shadow Minister share my concern? Key is that if the British Government has fully briefed the US about the risks to the Pell-and-Bear Treaty for Diego Garcia becoming sovereign to Mauritius, because if government has, then President Trump will be very glad to comment on it. Does the Shadow Minister agree? Maybe contact with President Trump might be the thing to do now.
Well, I would like to thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and he's absolutely right. The particular treaty is in relation to nuclear weapons on the base, coming onto the base of Diego Garcia. That is why our emphasis must be on the strength of that relationship when it comes to the national security of our country. This House will not disagree on that. But what is deeply concerning is that the President of the United States has explicitly expressed his disapproval of this entire process and this giveaway. And so to the point that my right honourable friend speaks about, which is about the nuclear treaty, we should absolutely be engaging with our closest ally, the United States of America. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. It's not as if the President of the United States has expressed disapproval. He says it's the greatest act of stupidity to do this. And do you think it's ironic we're getting told by the Minister for a statement in May when in under 12 hours the President has absolutely trashed this deal?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and this speaks to the absolute complete nonsense as to why this government has proceeded with this. It is a gross act of self-harm, and actually, to quote the President of the United States, an act of stupidity, and one that will have very significant consequences for this government. I will give way one more time.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and has she noticed that the Minister, who is shall we say, a flexible friend in the cause of the government's policy, has been relying on the fact that in the past, other members of Donald Trump's government in America have been saying supportive things about the bill. Would she like to cast a wager, as I would, with the Minister, that 24 hours after Donald Trump changed his tune, they will change their tune in exactly the same direction?
Well, I say to my right honourable friend, you know, if the government wishes to U-turn on this and scrap the bill, we would absolutely welcome that and support it. There's no question about that. So coming to Amendment 1, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not just on the money, which was Amendment 5, where the government's claims lack any credibility, but on Amendment 1, the honourable friends in the House, will compromise the long-term operations of the base. We are required, Madam Deputy Speaker, to give notice to the government of Mauritius of a range of activities taking place on this base. If the Pendalaba Treaty, as my honourable friend has pointed out already, which Mauritius is a signatory to, applies to Diego Garcia, then it would prohibit the stationing and the storage of nuclear weapons. This is very serious. And while the Prime Minister's claimed that China, Russia and Iran oppose the surrender, we know that these three states, guess what? They back it, they publicly endorse it, and they will seek to gain from this lack of sovereignty. These points are all relevant to Amendment 1, as this change requires the government to renegotiate Article 11 of the treaty, so that payments cease should the use of the base for military purposes become impossible. And we hope that this scenario obviously does not materialise. We believe that Diego Garcia is a vital cornerstone of our national security and our defence, and it should remain so. But as the treaty currently stands, if we stop using the base, the UK is still bound into paying pretty significant payments, Madam Deputy Speaker, huge costs over the 99 lease period. And this amendment is therefore a vital point of contingency. And we would like to see the whole agreement binned now, but we will believe it is reasonable and practical for the government to accept this change. So can the Minister explain, when he sums up, why he's not prepared to consider this and renegotiate parts of the treaty? I will give way.
To my right honourable friend, does she, like me, feel some sympathy for the Minister? He's rested his whole case on this, on the support of the United States of America. The Deputy Prime Minister saying it wouldn't go ahead if the President of America didn't support it. And we all remember the great mystery around who shot JR. There's no mystery around who shot the Minister's fox, and that was the President of the United States last night. His whole case has crumbled away.
My honourable friend's absolutely right. He's spot on. And this is the moment, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would argue this is the critical moment where the government should tear this up and scrap this absolute disaster, and this should not proceed at all. I will. Of course I will do that.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Foreign Secretary for giving way. Does she, like me, notice that all the military veterans in the government and on the Labour benches seem to have abandoned their post today? And I think I've counted about 9 veterans, with one notable exception. I think I've counted about 9 veterans on our benches. And if more of them had been there, perhaps they could have told the front bench about the forlorn hope The forlorn hope were the people who were sent out either to defend the indefensible or go on suicidal attack missions. They were either in search of promotion or for pardons for sins of the past. And so, does my right honourable friend agree with me that they have been sent out here to defend the indefensible?
I would like to thank my honourable...
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, can I just correct the record? He's saying that there weren't any veterans. I've served this country as an army reservist as well. I'm very proud to have done so. I have many other members on this side who served as veterans, and they absolutely defend our national security of this country, and have done at many different stages. So I do think that comment is not accurate and needs correcting.
I can make a decision. I don't need any help. Minister, I don't think that was exactly a point of order, much more of an intervention that may or may not have been taken by the Speaker, who was about to rise to her feet. But you've got your point on the record. We need to move at a pace. We're not going to get speakers in otherwise. Deputy Patel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, although Amendments 2 and 3 have not been called, I do want to briefly comment on them for members of the Chagosian community watching this debate, because the actions of the Conservatives in the House of Lords, because of those actions, the government will force to slow down the ratification process, which is a brief moment, and a survey has been undertaken, clearly, in the other place in the House of Lords. And that was by the International Relations and Defence Committee, which is very important because something like 3,000 respondents gave a view, giving a very clear statement as to the direction of travel on the Chagos Island, their ancestral home, and they want them to remain British. And we have been absolutely... very briefly, my last intervention.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. If this is such a good deal, why does she think one of my local authorities is having to house hundreds of Chagosians who are fleeing to the UK to escape the consequences of this deal?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I thank him for his intervention, because I'm aware that his local authority is under a range of pressure with Chagosians who are fleeing, basically, to come to the United Kingdom. They have raised many serious concerns about the government of Mauritius and a clear wish for the Chagosian community to be respected, to be engaged, and to absolutely be stood up for their voices to be listened to. And they have been treated appallingly, and there is a sense of betrayal of the Chagosian community. It is wrong. It is absolutely wrong. And while we cannot, Madam Deputy Speaker, vote on these amendments today, it is still within the gift of the government to see sense and take action to facilitate their right of self-determination, which is absolutely vital. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this entire surrender bill is wrong, which is why we will keep on opposing this on these benches. And to all those Labour MPs, I've said this before and I'll say it again, being whipped and commanded to enter the division lobbies to back this surrender bill and to support the government's plans to remove the Lord amendments tonight, I say this: you are being used to service the interests of your Prime Minister rather than your country and your constituents. You are being forced to vote through billions to a foreign government allied with our enemies who are growing closer to them, while your councils and schools are seeing their budgets squeezed and cut. You are being forced to be complicit in the betrayal of the Chagosian community. But tonight you have the chance to do the right thing and join us in the division lobbies. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the Conservative Party will continue to stand up for our national interests, British taxpayers and the Chagosian community, and that is why we will keep opposing Labour's £35 billion Chagos surrender bill.
Backbench members are on a 5-minute speaking limit. It will drop further as the debate continues. Alex Ballinger.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and in answer to the member opposite's intervention earlier, there are more than one veteran on the benches on this side. And I wonder what the veterans from the Conservative Party that were there through 11 rounds of negotiations under the last government were saying, because they clearly supported it at that point and there were clear reasons for doing so. For me, this is not an exercise in process. It is about whether this House chooses to protect on firm, enforceable terms an overseas base that is fundamental to British security and our closest alliances. Diego Garcia is a critical asset for the UK and our allies. It supports counter-terrorism, monitors hostile state activity and enables a rapid deployment of UK and US forces across regions that matter deeply to our national interest. Those opposing this bill need to be clear what they are opposing. They are opposing a treaty that secures the base for 99 years with full operational freedom, backed by our allies and negotiated substantially under the previous government. Delay or failures here? Yes, I will give way.
Will you be supporting Clause 1, given the fact that it says he's just specified it needs to be for military purposes? If they become impossible because the islands go underwater, which is a real risk, for example, does he want to be able to carry on paying for it? So will he be supporting Clause 1?
I will not be supporting Clause 1 because this amendment would require renegotiation. And we already have a joint commission that deals with issues that arise, and international treaty law provides routes determination if we're in that sort of situation. So this amendment is not necessary at all, and I will come back to this in a second in my speech. If we are refusing to comply, others, international organisations and partners, would not ignore those measures, undermining the practical operation of the base. The same reason, indeed, why negotiations were started under the last government. And the treaty does contain safeguards that are not decorative. They are operationally vital. The UK will control installations and the electromagnetic spectrum. We will control the 24 nautical mile buffer zone where nothing can be built without UK consent. And there will be a strict ban on any foreign military or security presence on the outer islands. These are precisely the kinds of protections that make the base secure, usable and resilient against interference. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we're here today to consider the Lord's amendments, I wanted to go through each of those in turn. Lord's Amendment 1, which is requiring recognition so the UK could stop payments if it cannot use the base. On the surface, as others have mentioned, this may sound prudent, but it is a recipe for uncertainty and delay at the very moment we need clarity. The treaty already establishes a joint commission to deal with issues as they arise, and international treaty law provides routes determination if an indispensable object for execution permanently disappears. The amendment adds risk, not security, undermining confidence in the treaty framework that we need to keep the base operational. Lord's Amendments numbers 2 and 3 were rejected by the Speaker. Lord Amendment 4, which is around procedures for orders under Clause 6, this is a government amendment responding to the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee to provide appropriate parliamentary procedure. It strengthens scrutiny and is a sensible refinement of how the bill operates. This House should support Lord's Amendment 4. Lord's Amendment 5, which is to do with publishing the total costs and methodology. This is duplicative. The government did already publish full details of the financial arrangements on the day the treaty was signed, including the relevant explanatory material. This methodology is clear. It uses the Office for Budgetary Responsibility inflation forecasts to calculate the average annual figures, and the figures have been verified by the government's actuary department. The House of Commons Library reached the same conclusion, and the Office for Statistics Regulation has welcomed this approach. This is not about transparency, it's about rerunning an argument that we've had time and again in this House, including I don't know how many urgent questions. Lord's Amendment 6, to do with Commons votes to cease payments if Mauritius breaches them. This would require additional parliamentary steps on anticipated expenditure. I will happily give way.
Honourable gentleman, he's talking about the cost of the deal. Could you just set those out for the House? Because I don't think anyone has done that in the debate so far today, and he's speaking with such expertise. It would be great to hear from him exactly what it is costing. I
will very happily outline the House. The Minister has already outlined it. It's approximately 0.25% of the defence budget. This is tiny in comparison to the base in Djibouti that the French operate. And if you compare that to the operation of an aircraft carrier or something of that size, it is very, very good value for money. As I was saying, Lord's Amendment 6 would cut across long-standing constitutional practice on treaty payments, and it would infringe Commons' financial privilege and established arrangements for authorising expenditure. More importantly, it would send a damaging signal that the UK is building an exit ramp into primary legislation, weakening our hand and injecting instability into the very agreement designed to secure the base. The treaty already contains robust dispute resolution mechanisms, and that is where the issues belong. Yes, I will continue. Madam Deputy Speaker, the strategic logic is straightforward. Diego Garcia's location, infrastructure and operational utility are indispensable.
And on that
the treaty,
point, will my friend give way?
I will happily give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. On the security of the base, does he recall the visits that I went on, and I think he went on as well, as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee to Washington, D.C. last year, where we spoke to many American interlocutors, including State Department officials. And over the course of an entire week in the US Capitol, not a single US interlocutor disagreed with or opposed the deal before it.
My honourable friend makes a very good point. Of course, this treaty has been through the interagency process in America. It has support across the system. And while colleagues may have mentioned the President changing his position at the moment, the US system is much wider than that. And I don't think we should base our long-term strategic and security interests on Truth Social posts. Therefore, this House should reject Lord's amendments 1, 5 and 6 and support the government's sensible procedural amendment number 4 and pass this bill in a way that protects national security rather than gambling with it.
For the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Dr Al Pinkerton.
ChatGPT, give me a speech.
Point of order, Simon Hoare.
Never has a point of order been greeted with such joy from the chair. You rightly have pointed out, as has Mr Speaker, with regards to the Lord's amendments, the Commons financial privilege, which is a privilege which we guard jealously and exercise, of course, with caution. How is the House supposed to exercise in an informed way that financial privilege when, despite several probes to the Minister to come up with a figure with regards to what this deal is going to cost the public purse, the House, in this debate, for those right honourable and honourable members attending this afternoon, have not been given that figure. We had a lot of theory about how a figure had arrived at, but no theory. How do we exercise in all conscience?
Mr Hall, I'm worried the longer you speak, the longer you'll disappoint other colleagues that are hoping to contribute in the debate later on. I wouldn't want to ruin your reputation on that front. Now, this feels like a continuation of the debate. The Minister may wish to or may wish not to respond during his closing speech, but my job is to make sure as many members who have sat through this get to put their voice on the record as well. So, Dr Elpington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and please forgive my slightly croaky tones today. Thank you.
Please keep your speech short, Dr Elpington.
I have done my best after receiving a visual cue from Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill returns to us from the other place with amendments that raise very serious questions about the governance, cost and durability of the treaty concerning the future of Diego Garcia and the wider Chagos archipelago. For decades, decisions about the Chagos Islands were taken without the consent of the Chagosian people. That was the defining feature of the injustice that they have experienced. My concern, shared by many across this House and others in this place, is that unless this government properly considers these amendments, Parliament risks giving statutory effect to a framework that lacks the safeguards necessary for accountability, legitimacy and long-term sustainability. And that's precisely what these amendments, in my opinion, seek to address. Now, the government has acknowledged in the things that they have proposed the historic wrongdoing to the Chagosian people. It's recognised a right of return in principle and proposed a £40 million trust fund to address the harms caused by forced displacement. Yet the framework before us today provides limited assurance that the Chagosian people will have any meaningful agency over the decisions and structures that will shape their future. That matters because legitimacy is not derived alone from intergovernmental agreement. It rests on whether those affected can participate meaningfully in decisions taken about their homeland. At the core of the United Nations Charter lies the principle of self-determination. Article 1.2 could not be clearer. One of the purposes of the United Nations is, and I quote, to develop friendly relations among nations based on respect for the principle of equal rights and the self-determination of peoples. It's therefore deeply regrettable that members across this House, who reasonably expected to have the opportunity to vote to reaffirm our commitment to the UN Charter and, crucially, our commitment to the right of Chagosians to self-determine their own future, as a distinct, albeit displaced people, have been denied that opportunity today.
On that subject of self-determination,
I will quickly.
to the honourable gentleman, I'm very sorry about his throat. I suspect he, like me, will be very keen that Greenlanders have the right of self-determination. I've sat through ministers time and again, who carp on about the need to defend their right to have a say on what happens to them. Will he compare and contrast that with the situation faced by the Chagossians and say why it is that the Danes can put into law the right for their people to have a say on their future, but we're about to rule it out for people to whom we owe a duty of care?
I am very grateful to the noble gentleman, and if you just bear with me 2 minutes, I will get to precisely that point. It is shameful that a meaningful referendum was not the starting point of this government's approach, leaving opposition parties to insist upon it through amendments. It's equally shameful that this principle today has been rejected on the grounds of cost. What price does this government place on self-determination? For Chagossians, this will be received for what it is, justice laid upon injustice. Now, this government and governments before it routinely defend our overseas territories in the international arena on the basis of the self-determining rights of their citizens. Today, this government rightly defends Greenland on that same basis, asserting the right of Greenlanders to determine their own future. It's therefore with deep regret that I speak in support of that right and of that principle, as expressed through Amendments 2 and 3, knowing that we will have no opportunity to vote in favour of those amendments when a division is called. On accountability and oversight, Amendments 5 and 6 reinforce Parliament's role in scrutinising the financial commitments of this agreement. They ensure that this House is not asked that the House is not asked to authorise long-term expenditure without clarity of its scale, duration and assumptions. These amendments require transparency in how costs are calculated and ensure that Parliament retains control over future payments. This is not obstruction. It is a proper exercise in parliamentary responsibility and one owed to future administrations and to the public. They also give the government a mechanism to terminate the deal and all future payments to Mauritius should Mauritius fail to honour its obligations. Now, in May, the Prime Minister stated that this deal would cost up to £3.4 billion over 99 years. However, Freedom of Information disclosures suggest an initial estimate closer to £34.7 billion, a figure we've already heard today. That disparity risks further undermining trust in this government and confidence in its wider approach to public spending. At a time when families across Britain face a cost of living pressure, Parliament is entitled, indeed expected, to demand clarity before committing taxpayers to potentially vast, long-term liabilities that will endure well beyond any of our lifetimes. On security and durability, Amendment 1 addresses the strategic importance of Diego Garcia while addressing that the United Kingdom is ensuring that the United Kingdom is not locked into ongoing payments should the military use of the base become impossible. Given the rapidly shifting nature of the United Kingdom's relationship with the United States, particularly under this current president, this amendment is essential to ensure that we're not bound into a long-term lease without a similarly long-term tenant. No one in this House or in the other place disputes the strategic importance of Diego Garcia to our national security and to global security more broadly. This amendment reflects that reality and raises legitimate questions about the long-term viability of this deal. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, returning, if I may, briefly to Amendments 5 and 6, these together form a coherent and, in my opinion, proportionate package. They reinforce parliamentary oversight, protect the public purse and hold the government's financial commitments to account. The other place has not sought to frustrate this bill. It has asked whether Parliament is prepared to proceed without sufficient safeguards on cost, governance and legitimacy concerns. And very finally, I again place on record my disappointment that Amendments 2 and 3 were not selected for today's debate. Those amendments would have provided the Chagossian people with a referendum, allowing them a direct and meaningful say over their future, something that remains conspicuously absent, despite repeated assurances about consultation. So, absolutely, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chagossians are not and should not be diplomatic collateral. They are not a note in the marginalia of an agreement between Mauritius and the United Kingdom. They are a people who have been treated badly by our country and are now deserving of agency, dignity and justice. For those reasons, the Liberal Democrats urge the Government to accept Amendments 1, 5 and 6. But more than that, we urge the Government to pause, to reflect on the changing geopolitical circumstances in which we find ourselves, and to think again about whether this is the right approach for us, the Chagossian people, and for our future security.
Graham Stringer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been said in this debate that some honourable and right honourable members have come to the debate on Chagos late in the day. That's right. I first got interested, some honourable and right honourable members, the right honourable member for North Islington, for instance, has been banging on about Chagos for decades, and I admire him for doing that. I first became concerned when I saw the cost to the United Kingdom to pay for something that we owe. I asked myself in terms of a litmus test, could I explain that to my constituents? Why we're going to pay for something to an island that has no connection directly with Diego? Yes, I will.
Thank him for the kind comment he just made. The reason that I spoke about the Diego Garcia and the Chagos Islands for many years was fundamentally the injustice that was done and their right of return to the islands. The whole point has been to gain the right of return, which has been won through this bill for the outer islands in a limited form to Diego Garcia itself.
I thank my the right honourable member for that intervention. That is at the heart of what has gone wrong that he has been talking about for a long time. The Chagosians were treated as itinerant workers in the 1960s, so they didn't get at that point the basic rights that other people on other parts of the old British Empire, British protectorates. So they were discriminated against, and they're being discriminated against again by giving the Mauritius the power to determine what goes on. The only solution to the central issue of this problem is not a survey that the House of Lords are doing in good faith. It is to have a referendum, which has been ruled out of order today for good reasons, in procedural terms, to give the Chagosians a say in a referendum of whether they want to return or not. Otherwise, it is all speculation. I don't think my honourable friend from the front bench answered the real point about why we shouldn't be taking notice of the United Nations Committee to End Anti-Discrimination, anti-racial discrimination. That's fundamental, because they go back to the 1960s decision and they see what happened then and what is being perpetuated now as racial discrimination. And the Mauritians and ourselves are perpetuating that. My honourable friend didn't really answer that point, as he didn't really answer the point, the other things that has changed. And I did listen to many of his statements in this House when he said in good faith that the United States support us. Whether they did then or not, they probably did. They absolutely, certainly don't at this time. And both those items are a reason for pausing, thinking again, and getting into compliance with the United Nations Committee on Ending Racial Discrimination, and talking, certainly, as my honourable friend said, to the United States, because they have changed their position. The amendments before us are really not the core of the bill, because that has been dealt with in a very short period of time at the second reading and the report stage and committee stage in this House. But they are important in as much as they ask for information. We're going to pay for something that we didn't used to have to pay for. It will have consequences for our ability in the Indian Ocean to look after our defence interests, and we don't know how much it will cost. Putting amendments in that will give us an exact figure for those costs is important. It's also important on Amendment 1 to limit that if for some reasons the Mauritius changes its view, or the islands indeed disappear if they go underwater. So I don't have the opportunity this afternoon, Madam Deputy Speaker, to vote for what I would like to, but I will vote for the amendments that the Lords have put before us.
Good Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I really rise because it comes out of the previous debate that we had in here, where the government ministers were posed with, and the question has been asked again, what are the reasons for this legislation? And they rested on, first of all, one issue, which was all about the idea that somehow we had received a binding judgment from the International Court of Justice, and this was therefore important because we had to stand by that. And I remember we had these arguments about it and the debate, and it became clearer and clearer and clearer during that debate, particularly amongst some of our colleagues, that this simply wasn't correct, that there is no binding judgment on this. It is an advisory judgment because we have an opt-out for all matters to do with Commonwealth governments. Now, that is very clear. That's been said by many judges and learned legal people as well. And some of my right honourable friend, one of who I see sitting on the bench right now, have raised then other reasons. And it was led to us that there's somehow that beyond that there were other issues that if we didn't do this, we would face challenges under two other agreements. One is UNCLOS and the other one stands steadily as the ITU. And what is most interesting about all of this is that when pressed throughout all of this, bit by bit their argument fell apart. And it's clear and it's important for here because there are very detailed, and I won't go into those now, but they have to be raised in much more detail later on. But the issues really, well, actually I don't get any extra time, so I'm not sure it's such a good idea, if you don't mind. If you want to give me a bit of extra time, that's fine. Okay, very quickly.
I do thank Governor Ray, because I know this is a very important subject to him, and he's very carefully explained why he doesn't think the government has to act. But he's not explained why his government was negotiating a deal if it didn't have to act. At great cost and great consumption of time. Thank you.
It doesn't really matter to me who's in government. I'm in opposition. I was opposed to it then, so I'm not going to try and defend any of this if he doesn't mind. I was far more opposed to it then than many of his colleagues were on the right benches, let me tell you. So now that I've expunged any dishonour to my part, I have to say to those on the opposite side and to the rest of the House, so really these two areas that were really critical, UNCLOS and the ITU, we discovered that there were certain articles that exempted us in any way from any challenge in a legal sense. So therefore, they were not binding. And so I say this because today it is a matter of intense sadness. And I follow the Honourable Gentleman, who I'm a massive admirer of, and he knows that, for his steadiness and determination, often in unpopular elements. But I say in following him that Articles 2 and 3, and by the Liberal Democrats the same, we have in a matter of sophistry, I have to say to this House, if we believe in free speech and free debate, and we believe in voting on what we believe or we oppose, then why is it genuinely that we cannot do this on Articles 2 and 3? Because sitting in the gallery, there are people there who will be utterly depressed by the idea this chamber has shut itself out from the rights of the Chagossians to debate them here today and to vote on them. And I know it's clever to get that done, and I know the Speaker's office is under pressure to do that, but I have to simply say, this is not right. It is not right that they cannot have this House decide on their rights, and particularly when the committee that he mentions, the UN committee, has made it very clear that they should stay this legislation because they fear for the problems that exist on that as well with regards to race relations. And so I simply say to the House today, this is a sad moment for this House. This horribly flimsy piece of legislation that casts away rationale completely. And then this morning, the President of the United States, who has prayed in aid in all of this, that somehow we should motor through this because he was in favour of it, and the American government, if they're in favour of it, we stand, and we know that the earlier Foreign Secretary said, if America doesn't want it, and doesn't agree with it, then we won't do it. But here we are rushing through with this. Why are we rushing? Why don't we stay this? Wait to hear exactly what America thinks about it and make a decision as to whether we carry on. Surely that would make more sense and it would be more rational. And I just don't get, through all of that, what the unpalatable haste of all of this is all about. To dismiss the Chagosians, to dismiss the logic and the reasons why we have to do this, and to head to pay billions and billions of pounds of taxpayers' money for no reason at all. I think somebody else said that today. No reason at all. Meanwhile, China, as they say, is facing and looking at this and laughing. So is Russia. So is Iran. So are all their nasty states that exist that we have danger. And I simply finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying, honestly, this is a bad day. This is badly done. This is a bad day for us, for the concept of dispute, debate and liberty. And I simply say we should hang our heads in shame, because that place is better at debating things than we are, and they have much better rights.
The limit is 4 minutes. Tom Hayes, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend for Halesowen has said much of what I was going to say, thankfully, so I'll try to be briefer. The Shadow Foreign Secretary has made a set of arguments which are predicated on the case for national security. And so I think it's important, therefore, that we do take on the question of how secure we are. If we look at the economic security that this government inherited, 15 years of slow, weak growth, the lowest business investment in the G7, wages which grew at a consistent 2% a year, flatlining. If we look, too, at the impact of the Brexit deal negotiated by that side, in early 2025, the UK's GDP was between 6 and 8% lower than it would have been without Brexit, and we lost 180 billion up to 240 billion pounds of output. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is important because it actually relates to the credibility of the opposition when they make their case on the basis of national security.
This debate is about the issue in hand, not the credibility of the opposition. Let's get to the point quickly. Marvellous.
Moving forward 3 pages, which was a condensed version of the way in which our country was left completely insecure by the opposition. If we move forward and look at Diego Garcia, it is a critical UK asset for national security. We all agree on that in this House. It supports counter-terrorism, it monitors hostile states, and it enables rapid deployment of US and UK forces worldwide, in large part why the US administration has backed what this government has been pushing forward. Recent operations against high-value ISIS targets show its vital role in keeping global trade routes and the British people safe. And with this deal, we have full operational freedom. We have control of installations, communications, logistics and land use, with strict safeguards, UK control of the electromagnetic spectrum, a 24 nautical mile buffer zone, and a ban on foreign military presence in outer islands. Now, in the interest of giving a briefer speech, I'm going to put down the 2 pages which further explain the way in which this treaty reinforces the UK relationship to the Chagos Islands and supports our national security. But I do have to say, we have talked about this issue at great length. There have been many urgent questions, there have been statements, there has been many debates in this House. But the opposition side are talking about the importance of national security. We are now facing in this country some of the gravest threats to our national security. We have Russian cyber attack and Russian disinformation that this country is repelling daily. We have security services that are having to fight against Russian spying and sabotage of our infrastructure.
Point of order, absolutely relevant. Dr. Luke Evans.
Forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure which amendment is being addressed at. Well, I'm not sure which amendments have been addressed. There are at least 5 on the order paper to be talked about. I just wondered if Russia is relevant to any of those amendments.
We need to stop using points of order to continue debates. No doubt the member's going to get right to the point and they conclude very quickly. Tom Hayes.
I always listen to you and I always listen to the honourable member opposite. And as I said at the outset, I support all of what the honourable member for Halesowen said. And he went into great detail about the amendments. But the point I'm bringing us back to here is the Conservative Party need to put country before petty party politics. They are acting in a childish way and they are overexcited about this debate. I'm going to close here by saying that this is a treaty which protects our national interest, it safeguards British interests, and I think that the opposition have a cheek when in fact they were responsible for at least 85% of the negotiations, which has led this House to this debate. So I'm going to close just by saying, in this House, we speak through the chair, because in so doing, it tempers debate. When I speak with school children about this House, they remark upon the fact that we're in an old building, and I think that shows our continuity over many years of history. In this place, we make decisions in a sombre, sober way. We do not make it in the same way as the President of the United States did last night, in the form of a rash tweet. Let's not take that social media post at face value. Let's do the reasonable thing and debate this properly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Some very tiny islands. That is how this government's National Security Advisor described Diego Garcia and the Chagos Islands. And I'm afraid that that contempt is consistent with how they continue to treat those people. The former Foreign Secretary never once met with Chagosians. The current Foreign Secretary, there is no evidence that she has ever met with Chagosians. And I'm afraid the Minister at the dispatch box only met with Chagosians on the 30th of September and the 3rd of October after the deal was done, and refused to discuss the deal with them, unless he is saying that those who are here today are lying. I, on the contrast, before anyone starts to heckle, have many meetings with representatives of the Chagosian community and organised roundtables with them. I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we urgently need these amendments, 1, 5 and 6, on financial oversight of this £34.7 billion bill the British people are about to have to foot. The clawback option is the bare minimum the government should be accepting for if Mauritius breaks the conditions of this appalling deal, because it is quite likely that we will see mistreatment of the Chagosian people. It is also important that that clawback is there, because we will need to review and understand the surge of Chagosians who came to the UK after this deal was announced. The government tried to dismiss it and claimed that the increase had nothing to do with this deal. That is wrong, and we will continue to see that. This is a bad deal. Agreement is legally illiterate. There was an ICJ opinion, not a ruling. It is historically illiterate because the Chagos have never belonged to Mauritius. This is a bad deal, ceding territory to those hailing from those, ceding territory not from those hailing from those islands, but a country that has consistently mistreated Chagosians and legislated to criminalise their views. This bill cements a shameful treatment of the Chagosian people into law. Anyone voting tonight against a clawback should be ashamed of themselves, because they should want to put in place the minimum protections for the people of the Chagos Islands, those people who have come this evening to hear us debate because their voices have not been heard in this chamber and they have been denied by a government that would not meet with them, a government that has no interest in supporting them, and a government who tonight will vote against the only protections that might make sure their voice is heard. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I align myself with the comments made by my honourable friend, the member for Hills Owen. In South East Cornwall, we may be geographically removed from Diego Garcia, but we're closely connected by the realities of national defence. In Tor Point, we have the third highest number of veterans of any community, with over 14% of people having served. And residents across the area have written to me about the importance of this issue. His Majesty's Naval Base in Devonport is the largest naval base in Western Europe and a key part of our national defence capability. So we're an area that understands the importance of national defence. We understand its complexities. We know that it requires long-term thinking and joint working with multiple allies, each of which understandably have their own national interests in mind. So would the Minister agree this is not just about international law, it's about securing Britain's ability to defend ourselves, including control over key capabilities like berthing submarines, electromagnetic defence and force mobility. Given that 85% of the Chagos negotiations took place under the Conservatives, can I also ask the Minister, does he know why the Tories started negotiations when they were in government, if they didn't think there was a threat to this crucial base? As well as defence, South East Cornwall has deep ties to our marine environment, with many local livelihoods dependent on the sea, and our local economy relies on healthy and resilient marine environments. So it's also important to recognise the role of that. The Chagos Marine Protected Area, established in 2010 through the Blue Belt programme, the UK continues to play a leading role in enhancing marine protection across the overseas territories. For members who may not be aware, this is a brilliant programme that works with local communities to understand biodiversity, manage impacts and build deeper understanding between people and nature. And this marine protected area is home to extraordinary marine life. Research has shown that it contributes to climate resilience at a global scale. So Mauritius is committed to protecting that marine environment, which I welcome. However, as an island state located miles from the base, I do have concerns about the practicalities of monitoring and enforcing protections against harmful activity. So I ask the Minister what provisions within the bill and the treaty will safeguard the existing marine protected area and ensure that effective enforcement remains in place to prevent this harm to the ecosystems and the species that depend upon it.
Katie Lamb. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government's handover of the Chagos Islands is nothing short of a disgrace. British taxpayers are being asked to stump up billions of pounds in order to pay for the privilege of giving away something we own, a strategically vital territory, to a close ally of the Chinese Communist Party. And why? An entirely advisory opinion issued by politicised judges in the International Court of Justice. People across this country are rightly asking why on earth any British government would agree to a deal that diminishes our strategic capabilities and costs us billions in the process, particularly under a government that is putting the squeeze on people's finances in so many ways. The government's arguments for doing so were already thin, and they become even thinner when we consider the amendments before us today.
Another question that might be asked is why did the Conservatives start the negotiations in the first place?
The question before us today is about the deal that the government has agreed to. It is a terrible deal and it should be opposed. What we are voting on today is the government's deal, and it is appalling. The government's arguments for putting it forward become even thinner when we look at these amendments and how they have been responded to by the government, both here and in the other place. If, as the government claims, this deal will actually make us safer, then why not support Amendment 1, which would ensure that payments are only made to the Mauritian government if our armed forces retain access to the Diego Garcia base? We have already heard, of course, that the government will not support Amendments 2 and 3. And if, as the government claims, the costs of the deal are proportionate, then why not support Amendments 5 and 6, which would provide much-needed transparency about why taxpayers are being asked to stump up so much for the privilege of handing away territory. Yet we hear no such support for these amendments from the government. So the Chagos handover cannot really be about our security, or the Chagosians, or self-determination. So what is it about? The truth is that this so-called deal is motivated entirely by ideology. We have heard from this government's Attorney General that, quote, almost every aspect of the British Empire was, quote, deeply racist, echoing the language used by the Mauritians at the International Court of Justice. Of course, when Britain has done something seriously wrong, we should be honest about that. But in the case of the Chagos Islands, there was no original British sin. Mauritius never had sovereignty over the Chagos Islands, and practically no Mauritians have ever lived there. The islands have been under British sovereignty since 1814, before which they were occupied by the French. Before that, they were uninhabited. This is no decolonisation, it is a surrender. Our history is complex. It contains cruelties, yes, but also enormous contributions to human health, wealth, and flourishing around the world. The darkest moments in our history were hardly unique, yet many of the most virtuous moments in that history were truly exceptional. I believe that we should be proud of the contributions that our country has made to the world. The government's position on these amendments lays bare the truth, that they simply do not agree. Instead, they believe that it is their responsibility to go around the world, flagellating themselves and righting imagined wrongs on behalf of and at the expense of the British taxpayer. To their minds, this country is indelibly stained by the actions of those who came before us. The Chagos surrender is one such example, but it is not the only one, and I fear it will not be the last. To attempt to right the wrongs, real or imagined, of the distant past by squeezing the taxpayers of today is divisive madness. The government would do well to accept the amendments before us today, or, which would be far better, scrap this deal entirely if they ever want the British people to believe that they are motivated by anything other than deep shame about our history. The British people are owed a government which stands up for their interests today, not one which punishes them for the imagined sins of our ancestors.
This is a sad day for the United Kingdom, because we have seen a government which is not prepared to stand up for the interests of the United Kingdom, and indeed seems to be willing to surrender when there's any challenge made to the interests. And let me just look at some of the arguments that the Minister has made today against the amendments which are here. That first of all, nothing has changed since the bill was originally brought to the House. And of course we have seen that the American attitude has changed. We have now got the United Nations who are saying we are not giving the protections to the people who we should be giving protections to. In fact, we're more interested in the rights of the Danes who live in Greenland rather than the Chagosian population. And the United Nations have actually said we should stay this. So there's been changes. There have been changes, and changes are quite substantial. The second thing is that the base was under threat. and therefore we had to take changes.
Yeah,
now, I noticed what the member for South East Cornwall said about the marine protection areas and the environmental requirements on the Mauritian government. There are no legal requirements in this treaty for the Mauritian government to protect the marine protection area. No legal requirements. And indeed they've made it quite clear their marine protection area can allow fishing. Now, what's the danger there? The danger is, of course, that Chinese ships can come into this area. We know what the Chinese have done in the Southeast China Sea, where they've used commercial activities to be eyes and ears, etc. So the base is actually under threat as a result of this particular change. And the third thing is about cost. I will give away yet.
It's the 24 nautical mile exclusion zone that this government negotiated in the treaty that will prevent much of that he was talking about.
Well, in fact, it's not. We're not talking about 24-mile nautical exclusion zone to ensure that there is not the spying and everything else. It still leaves the area environmentally damaged and also a threat to the military base. The third thing is, and the government has refused even to look at or to consider the Lord's Amendment about cost. At a time when we're looking for every penny to supply the services which are required to citizens in this country, the government is turning its nose up at an amendment which says, well, if the base can't be used, then you no longer pay for it. And the cost, of course, the Minister has talked about today, and he has given us all of the mechanisms by which the cost has been calculated. He hasn't actually told us what the cost is. Is it 3 billion? Is it 10 billion? Is it 37 billion? All of those are significant to constituents.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for giving way. 35 billion is obviously the figure that has been talked about mostly today. This is taxpayers' money that should be funding schools, hospitals and other much needed infrastructure. The deal is not only a shameful surrender of national sovereignty, but a waste of taxpayers' money.
Yeah. Well, and I think that most people listening to this debate, even if they don't know a great deal about the Chagos Islands and about the base, they will understand that although we had no necessity to do so, we have handed over the islands and then we're buying them or leasing them back and using taxpayers' money to do so. And I think that that's one of the scandals of this particular treaty that we're discussing here tonight. The last point I want to make is, and the Minister talked about building a future relationship of trust with the Chagos Islanders. What way is it to build trust when there's even a refusal to give them a say as to whether or not this treaty is the kind of treaty which reflects their interests and which deals with the concerns which they have and the despicable way in which they've been treated in the past? The cost is wrong. The way in which we are treating the people who are affected by it is wrong. The long-term security of the base is wrong. It's a bad deal for the United Kingdom, and we should be ashamed that the majority which the government has will be used to push this through when it's so clear it is full of flaws and full of problems for our future.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill goes to the very heart of our national security, the safety of the British people, our global reach and our operational effectiveness in two of the most volatile and unpredictable regions of the world, the Indo-Pacific and the Middle East. It also raises serious questions about the cost to the British taxpayer, a cost amounting to £34.7 billion. Even in the short time since this bill was first brought to the House, the world has become even more unstable. Yet the government remains content to press ahead with it. I struggle to see how it makes us safer when one considers the requirement to expeditiously inform Mauritius of operational activity, and the fact that Mauritius is a signatory to the Pelindaba Treaty. The implications this has for the basing of nuclear weapons, which we know are vital to our security and deterrence and have been deployed to Diego Garcia in the past, should concern every member of this House, and further clarity and assurance from the government on this point is needed. That brings me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to defence spending and the recent revelation of a £28 billion shortfall in the defence budget presented to the Prime Minister by the Chief of the Defence Staff. It does not take a mathematician to see the point that I am making. Indeed, the maths is so basic, I would suggest that even the Chancellor could work it out. Instead of I'm going to make progress because we're nearly out of time. Instead of pursuing this bill, the government could withdraw it and redirect the vast sums involved towards addressing that shortfall and genuinely strengthening our national security. We're short of time. Ultimately, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Lord's Amendment is about accountability. Accountability to Parliament and to the electorate. There is no mandate for this bill. If the government chooses to force it through using its majority, it must at the very least be accountable for the cost. Madam Deputy Speaker, British Chagossians are the forgotten people of this bill. They may have been forgotten by the government, but they have not been forgotten by those of us on these benches. As we continue to oppose this bill, we do so with them firmly in our minds. The Prime Minister has rightly stated that the sovereignty and self-determination of Greenland rest with the people of Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark. The question is simple. Why is that same right not afforded to the British Chagossians? Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill has profound implications for our national security and public expenditure. The amendments tabled by opposition peers are there for a reason, not for political gain, but to make a bad bill slightly less damaging, to introduce safeguards, to offer some reassurance to the British taxpayer, and to ensure that the voices of the British Chagossians people are finally heard.
Intervention should be used with caution. Sir John Hayes.
I'm immensely grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. The best laws begin as bills that metamorphose during their passage, as through scrutiny they are improved. But of course that depends on ministers that listen and learn. And when we consider the amendments before us tonight from the House of Lords, they are measured, they are reasonable, they are not wrecking amendments, they are attempts to save the government from its worst instincts. Amendments which suggest greater scrutiny, greater parliamentary oversight, greater checks and balances, and yet they are rejected by the government. Now, I'm not going to speak in the brief time available about the cost, although of course it is wholly unpalatable that we should be giving away a treasured possession and then renting it back from a foreign place. I'm not going to speak today about the strategic cost of doing just that, although I will draw on Lord West's remarks. Lord West, the former Labour Security Minister who sits on the ISC with me, who said, surrendering sovereignty over Chagos Islands would be an irresponsible act which would put our strategic interests and the interests of our closest allies in danger. That is wholly unwise. I am going to speak, however, about the interests of the Chagossians, who have been ignored throughout this process, uninvolved in the negotiations from the outset, whose voice has not been heard and whose future has been disregarded. That seems to me to be completely unethical. So this is unwise. This is unpalatable. This is unwelcome. This is unethical. This is fundamentally wrong. The Lord's amendments would make some improvement to something which is woeful. I implore the government to accept those amendments, but more than that, I implore them to abandon this sorry mission, which is not in the national interest and certainly not in the interest of the Chagos Islanders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If it were possible, one could almost feel sorry for the Minister. No. Because this is the Minister who came to this House on previous sessions on this bill and batted away every criticism by telling us, oh, but the Americans support this deal, and gleefully told us that they, of course, were our strongest and most important ally And if they were enthusiastic and supportive of this bill, what was the problem? Well, today, of course, the Emperor has no clothes because the President of the United States has talked about the great stupidity of this deal. When you give away your own sovereignty, he describes it as an act of great stupidity. So today, the Minister has been forced into some very indelicate gymnastics as he tries to deal with the fact that the peg upon which he hung all his defence previously has snapped out of place. And there he is. And of course, his gymnastics have been equally on display when it comes to dealing with his own party's manifesto, because it is very, very clear, and unlike what the Minister says, when it declares that Labour will always defend their sovereignty and right to self-determination, it is not only referring to Gibraltar and the Falklands, it was referring to all British overseas territories and Crown dependencies. That's what it says. It says including Falklands and Gibraltar, but not exclusively Falklands and Gibraltar. So he's hoisted on the petard of his own manifesto, which he says, I don't think there's any time for the member to remedy his speech at this stage. So he's hoisted on the petard of his own manifesto, which he is in blatant breach of, and can hardly look the people of the Chagos Islands in the eye in denying to them what his manifesto promised to them. And they are the people hurting here. There are people at the heart of this. They have not been treated well over decades by this nation, but now we are finally betraying them by denying them the right to have any determination on their own future. That is shameful. That is something that this House should be running away from rather than embracing. And I do say to the government, it's not too late to do the right thing on this. And it's time you did, and I trust they will.
Final backbench contribution, Andrew Rosendale.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this has been fundamental to everything I've ever stood for in this House as a Member of Parliament.
Sit down.
And it is made.
Sit down.
The origins of this bill were not only from this current government, but they were originally the proposals of the previous Conservative government. We have never, no government has ever given the right of self-determination to the Chagosian people. Shamefully, we have treated them differently than all of the other overseas territories. Madam Deputy Speaker, we sent a task force to rescue the Falkland Islands. Margaret Thatcher would never have given 1 inch of British territory away to a foreign country, let alone pay billions of pounds for doing so. This is a shameful day for our country, giving away the King's Islands. Rescuing the Falkland Islands was the right thing to do. Betraying the Chagosian people is absolutely the wrong thing to do. And my former party went along with this for years, ignoring everything I ever said to every foreign minister, every foreign secretary. Over and over again, I raised this issue and warned that it would lead to this catastrophe. I was ignored, and now we have the betrayal of the Chagosian people. Our national security is being threatened. We're paying billions for it. And I say to all colleagues on all sides of this House, including my new party, but particularly my old party, this is a humiliation for this country, a betrayal of loyal British people sitting in the gallery who should have the right of self-determination. I'm ashamed of what this government and what this Parliament is voting on today, and I will speak up. I will speak up. I will speak up for the rights, the democracy and the self-determination for all British people of all overseas territories.
Order, Mr. Francois. I will now come to the Minister for the wind-up. Minister Doughty.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with the leave of the House, I'll close the debate. And honourable and right honourable members have raised important questions and points across this debate. And once again, I must reiterate that for those who engage in genuine and constructive debate, the Government is willing to find compromise where that's reasonable and proper, and that debate is very welcome, as it has been in the other place. And the deal sits at the cornerstone of the defence and security of both that are there, and of course there are many groups that support this deal, including the Chagos Refugees Group. No, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm conscious of the time. I need to respond to the points made, including the Chagos Refugees Group, the Chagos Islanders Movement and the Seychelles Wild Chagosian Committee who support this deal. Now, I would remind the Right Honourable Lady, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, who made many criticisms. We've heard them, we've been through them a number of times, but of course it's her party that started the negotiations in the first place. When she was in government, she supported this, and I'm afraid the party opposite have demonstrated absolute naked opportunism, ignoring the national security issues and jumping on the political bandwagon. And they talk about defence and national security, but in 14 disastrous years in office, her party hollowed out our armed forces while our government is investing at levels not seen since the Cold War, and 85% of the negotiation rounds took place.
Minister, Graham Stewart, I hope this is an actual point of order. Graham Stewart, point of order.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I I fear the Minister may have inadvertently misled the House. The only public statement by the Chinese government on this subject was on the 29th of May.
The Chair knows the point of order. So can we prevent the debate continuing? If colleagues wish to intervene, they can try to do so. And it's up to the Minister if he wishes to respond to those interventions. We can keep going to 7:18 when it's cut-off time. Minister.
I was referring, Madam Deputy Speaker, to an article that was published on the 14th of January by the Chinese ambassador to Mauritius. That was what I was referring to. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the former government had access to the same legal advice, the same security briefings and the same threat assessments as we do now, including the threats to the operations of this crucial base. And senior figures raised then no objections in Parliament, filed no critical questions and voiced no concerns on social media. And it's only after leaving government that they have done so. So this is not principled opposition, it's opportunistic. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, there were many questions raised about the finances. This higher, I will in one moment, the higher £34.7 billion figure that was released by the Government Actuaries Department, I must be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, was a nominal amount and it was not adjusted for inflation or the social time preference rate. And so it's deeply misleading to quote that particular figure, given the changing value of money over time. A pound today is not worth the same as a pound tomorrow. And quite frankly, I'm baffled to hear these complaints about the finances, given the billions the party opposite waited on defective PPE, the festival of Brexit, who knows what else. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, there were some very sensible and I think legitimate questions raised about the costs, and the government has always sought to be transparent on these matters. We set out the forecasts at the time of the publication, and the documents that we published at the time of the treaty then set out that the net present value of the treaty was £3.4 billion, calculated using the Green Book methodology. I've set that out on many occasions before. Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would expect forecasts to change over time, given the changes in the OBR's forecast inflation rate and other matters. We were transparent then, and of course we will continue to keep that transparency going in the usual ways before the House. And of course, the Taxpayers Alliance, Madam Deputy Speaker, no less, confirmed that the use of a discount rate to give MPV is a standard concept in finance, and the government is reasonable to use an inflation assumption and a discounting rate to give an MPV of the cost. Naturally, if you use their suggestion of 2.9%, the annual payments would be £96 million on average. That's £5 million in today's money less than the government's forecast at the time of the publication of the treaty, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will give way to the right honourable gentleman.
I'm not going to pursue him down that line. I already did it last time. But I just want to ask a very simple question. Today, this morning, we had a very clear statement from the President of the United States. The Deputy Prime Minister was also clear previously when he said, if America says no, then this doesn't go ahead. Can I simply ask him, is in any way in his councils, are they discussing or thinking about waiting to find out whether that view from the President today is clear and is for good? In other words, will they then stop this bill?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a very reasonable question from the right honourable gentleman, and of course we engage with the United States as our closest defence and security partner every single day. Conversations are ongoing. We always are engaging with them on these matters. I'm sure we will continue to do so over the coming days. I've set out the very clear position the United States set out on many of occasions. This went through a detailed interagency process, and of course we will continue conversations with the United States as we've done before. I was rather baffled. He's not in his place now, but the complaint to the member for Ruislip and Pinner, because of course it was his government who was he's down here now. Of course it was his government who established the citizenship route for Chagossians that rightly gives them the right to come here. So it was his government that did that, and of course local authorities are able to engage in the usual way with the Department for Communities and Local Government over needs that they have. The honourable gentleman, my honourable friend for Blackley and Middleton South, raised the issue of the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. But can I be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, and this is very, very important, they do not speak on behalf of the United Nations or on behalf of UN member states. And indeed, of course, the UN Secretary-General and the African Union Chairperson both welcomed the agreement. So I think the concerns that have been raised there that were allegedly from the United Nations, that's simply not the case. And I think it's important the record is corrected. Madam Deputy Speaker, there were concerns about the reasons. I was very, very clear about the operational impact impacts that would have on the base of not securing this deal, including overflight clearances, securing contractors, declining investment, a degraded facility, and we'd also be unable to prevent, and this is a crucial point members have reasonably raised, China or other nations setting up installations on the outer islands or carrying out joint exercises. I've set out the legal reasons for that on many of occasions. The litigation that could be brought quickly by Mauritius against the UK, including the sea, which would be legally binding, a judgment from such tribunal. The Shadow Foreign Secretary raised the Penandaba Treaty. The United Kingdom and Mauritius have satisfied their existing international obligations are compatible with the agreement. Can I just finish this point? On this point, and we're very, very clear that we comply with our obligations under international law. I'll happily give way to
I refer him to Article 298 of the UNCLOS Treaty, which means we have a complete opt-out on military bases. But can I take him back to costs? The Government Actuary's Office, whose whole raison d'etre is to calculate long-term spending commitments, stood up the 35 billion figure. In fact, they said it might be more. So who should the House believe? People whose whole life's work is to calculate long-term costs, or this minister?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do regret the tone of that, and I do have respect for him. Normally, but if he'd have been listening a moment ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, I explained this exact point. It is the amount is a nominal amount. It is not adjusted for inflation or the social time preference rate, and therefore, if it's not adjusted for inflation, the value of money changes over time. £1 today is not worth the same as £1 tomorrow. This is very, very clear. We've been very clear. I set out the multiple ways in which this has been verified, and it's even agreed by the Taxpayers Alliance of all. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have discussed these issues at great length in this House on many occasions. Let me be clear. This deal secures this base for the national security of the United Kingdom and the United States. It secures it for our allies. It is vital, and I think this is an important point to end on, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend from Blackley and Middleton South asked, why does this matter to our constituents? It matters because the capabilities on this base matter for the national security of this country, our allies, for our citizens, in preventing terrorism, in preventing the activities of adversaries with hostile intent towards us, the United States and our allies. It secures this base into the future, and we urge the House to reject the Lord's amendment and agree with Lord's amendment number 4.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Commissioner, clear the lobby. Feet should be seated. Sir John Hayes. Colleagues on their feet should be seated. The question is, as on the order paper, as many in their opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tenants for the ayes are Jade Buttrell and Gregor Poynton. Tenants for the noes are Harriet Cross, are now on throne. I'm staring right at you, but you're deaf. And Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 344. The noes to the left, 182.
The ayes to the right, 344. The noes to the left, 182. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Shh. We now come to Lord's Amendments 2 and 3. As the House was informed earlier, Mr. Speaker is satisfied that Lord's Amendments 2 and 3 would impose a charge on public revenue which has not been authorised by a money resolution in this House. In accordance with paragraph 3 of Standing Order number 78, Lord's Amendment 2 and 3 are therefore deemed to be disagreed to. Order, order. Under the programme order of today, I must now put the questions necessary to bring to a conclusion proceeding on the Lord's Amendments. We now come to Lord's Amendment 5. Minister to move the motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 5. As many in that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no? No! As the chair is on her feet, members will be observing that they should be seated. The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Jade Bottrell and Gregor Poynton. Tellers for the noes are Harriet Cross and Andrew Snowden.
Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 347. The noes to the left, 185.
The ayes to the right, 347. The noes to the left, 185. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to Lord's Amendment 6. Minister to move motion to disagree formally.
Formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 6. As many that appear to say aye? Aye. Contrary, no? No. Clear the lobby. Members observing the chamber will be aware that they should be seated. The question is, as on the order paper, as many in that opinion say aye? Aye. Of contrary, no? No. Tell us with the ayes are Jade Bottrell and Gregor Poynton. Tell us with the noes are Harriet Cross and Andrew Snowden.
347. The noes to the left, 184.
The ayes to the right, 347. The noes to the left, 184. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the government motion to agree with Lord's Amendment 4. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendment. As many in their opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments 1, 2, 3, 5 and 6. That Stephen Doughty, Imogen Walker, Catherine Atkinson, Jessica Toll, Chris Curtis, Dame Priti Patel and Zoe Franklin be members of the committee. That Stephen Doughty be the chair of the committee, and that 3 be the quorum of the committee, and that the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments 1, 2, 3, 5 and 6. That Stephen Doughty, Imogen Walker, Catherine Atkinson, Jessica Toll, Chris Curtis, Dame Priti Patel and Zoe Franklin be members of the committee. That Stephen Doughty be the chair of the committee. That 3 be the quorum of the committee. That the committee do withdraw immediately. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. If those members want to exit quickly and I carry on. Quick, everyone else can stay seated while I finish business. I'm still on my feet. That concludes... Mr. Jopp. That concludes consideration of the Lord's amendments to the Diego Garcia military base and British Indian Ocean Territory Bill. Those that wish to exit the chamber should do so now, and the front bench may wish to shuffle over. Colleagues exiting should exit quickly so I can continue with business. Being polite along the benches is just delaying proceedings. Mr. Davis, Mr. Rupert Lowe. Motion number 8 on the local government minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order papers. May in their opinion say aye?
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll give the benches a moment to shuffle over, and colleagues who wish to exit very quickly. House to now adjourn, and I call Sean Davies on 5G connectivity in Telford and the West Midlands. Sean Davies.
Honourable friend the Minister in his place. He's a man of great knowledge and passion of this agenda, and I know that he'll take it forward both in Telford, the West Midlands and further afield. And I'd also like to place on record my gratitude for the department and how helpful and proactive they have been with me since I've been raising this issue, both in terms of in this House but also outside of it. And can I say also how grateful I am for the opportunity to raise in Parliament something that I've been talking about for some time, but that my constituents have been bearing up with for even longer. The 5G connectivity in Telford and across our region, or to speak to the fact, the lack of. Often this debate focuses on connectivity in rural areas, and rightly so. But I want to start by reminding anyone who's unaware that despite our beautiful nature and green spaces, Telford is no village. It's a town with more than 185,000 people. Our borough is predicted to reach 200,000 people by 2032, and that's a 12.5% growth from 2018. We are just half an hour drive from Wolverhampton, 40 minutes from our second city, Birmingham. But despite that, despite our size and our population and our proximity to major cities, we have very patchy 5G connections. In fact, constituents tell me that getting a 4G reception is often a challenge. Telford is a cultural and economic hub, bustling with industry, and I can't tell people to come and employ people in a great town or visit our wonderful World Heritage Site when our connectivity in the whole areas across our town are, frankly, in the dark ages. This problem feels all the more sharp because we are in the heart of our region, the West Midlands, which has the best 5G connectivity in the country, according to the Combined Authority, who's doing excellent work led by our Mayor, Richard Parker. He's harnessing technology to reduce congestion and pollution, improve the local economy and improve the services it offers. Telford is run by a forward-thinking council that would be very keen to innovate in similar ways if we were only given the opportunity. Madam Deputy Speaker, constituents have been raising this with me in conversations for a very long time, but I wanted to put numbers on it. So I ran a survey of my constituents, and the result I got was stark. Almost 100% of those people responding to my survey told me that they had no 5G connection whatsoever. And many experienced that in their homes, in their workplaces, and even in our town centre. One constituent, Bill, told me his connection at both home and at work has gotten worse over the last 5 years. Another, Joanne, said her signal with O2 has deteriorated even in the last few months, and she's connected to O2, who deny this. Two other constituents, Waz and Phil, both said that they have changed providers multiple times but found them to be, and I quote, all the same. One former constituent, Peter, who now lives in Europe, told me that the contrast between us and our international partners is shocking. I could go on with the results of my survey, Madam Deputy Speaker, but if the Minister would like to hear directly from my constituents, he's very welcome to visit them, or I can share the survey with him. I will.
To the honourable gentleman for giving way. He's making a really excellent speech and a really, really good point. And it applies equally, I think, to urban and rural areas, that mobile network operators don't have minimum standards of coverage and quality of signal. So some places where there was good coverage before, now it doesn't appear to be the case because the signal quality is so poor. Would you agree with me that we need to look at a way of ensuring that mobile network operators provide a good quality signal to everyone?
I agree with my honourable friend, my neighbour in Shropshire on that point. And I think this is a rural-urban issue because mobile signal is very much like utilities. People just expect them to work for both their personal life and their work-related life. Telford and Wrekin Council has kindly shared with me a report containing research from the River Severn Partnership between 2024 and 2025, which I found, and I quote, a significant difference between what Ofcom estimates to be 5G coverage and the real-world experience. The survey found that 28% of Telford postcodes had good signal, but Ofcom claims there's not a single postcode in Telford where the signal is poor. Again, a direct contrast to the lived experiences of our residents. This goes to the heart of the problem, and it's exactly what our residents are saying. What Ofcom says, and frankly what the government says, just does not live up to the real-life experiences of our residents. In fact, in a written question last January, the then Minister for Digital told me that 99% of all premises in my constituency have 5G available. And I'm not in any way attributing the blame to the Minister at the time, because I know that the government is getting its data from Ofcom, but Ofcom, in turn, is getting its data from the network providers, who told me in a meeting this week that their data is provided by computer generation and analytics. So the real-life experiences of a resident are simply not being taken into consideration. I'd also like to point to the Local Government Association, an organisation that I'm very familiar with, who authored a report with the Digital Communities APPG. The report was very validating for my constituents. They said that residents who make this complaint are not imagining things. They take the same issue with Ofcom's data. The report confirms that while Ofcom's regulatory oversight has supported progress in expanding digital infrastructure, significant concerns remain about the accuracy of coverage of data. The current system relies heavily on operator-supplied modelling, which often falls and fails to reflect on the experiences of our residents up and down our country. I want to make it clear that there are two sides to this problem, but they are connected. We need better reporting of 5G coverage, but obviously what my constituents care about more is actually improving the coverage itself. But the path to better 5G infrastructure in my constituency and other constituencies and across the West Midlands needs the acknowledgement that there is a problem in the first place.
Well, my honourable friend, please give
I'm very happy to.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He has made some excellent points and he has mentioned Wolverhampton. In my constituency of Wolverhampton West, we have Tettenhall, which is a significantly populated suburb of Wolverhampton, where they face similar problems to the one highlighted by my honourable friend. So constituents say that they have little or no signal, they struggle to make contact with family and friends, and the other day a constituent said to me that he had difficulty in making contact with emergency services because of there being no mobile phone connectivity. So does my friend, honourable friend, agree that he's right to say that very often it's rural areas that are considered to be a problem, but there are populated areas such as Tettenhall in my constituency where we have a similar problem, and we therefore need to, in this day and age, ensure that we have connectivity everywhere. Thank you.
I completely agree with my honourable friend, and he makes the excellent point that this is not just about economic growth and access to public services, although that's important. It is also about life-saving public services in an emergency, as he sets out. In the case I've come across too negative, in case I've come across too negative at this point, I would like to acknowledge the progress that is being made or will be made. And I recently had the chance to meet officials and the Minister, Baroness Lloyd, of the other place at the department, who informed me about Ofcom's reporting tool, so that my constituents can tell me where on a map they are not getting 5G signal. But I would like just to gently point out to the Minister that it cannot simply be an expectation of our residents to have to report this problem when network providers are making millions in pounds in profit. I've also written to Ofcom and to providers including O2, EE, 3 and BT. I found them all to be responsive, and I've also met with some of those providers this week and will meet them again. But it's so important that we see action in this regard. But while these all sound great in principle, I hope that providers will forgive me and my constituents for saying that we'll believe it when we see it, because ultimately that is the test. Can people connect to a 4G and 5G signal in 2026?
Will my honourable friend give way?
Happy to.
I thank my honourable friend who's making a very compelling speech. I should declare an interest that in a previous role I did advise a mobile phone company on communications, but I just want to ask him if he agrees with me that there have been in the past occasions when mobile phone companies and other digital companies make very, very grand promises about things like video calling, as happened when they rolled out 3G, and then 4G and then 5G. And unfortunately, it doesn't always match with the expectations of the public who watch those adverts and who buy those devices. And while they're going to great lengths to improve services, we must implore them to match the reality of their service provision with the things that they're advertising and promising.
I couldn't agree more with my honourable friend, and I respect his expertise in this field. I also think it's not unrealistic for our residents to be demanding better of our phone providers, particularly in what is a fifth or sixth utility. I want to emphasise that this is not me asking the government and the providers for charity. We're asking for an opportunity to contribute. Telford is a wonderful town, Shropshire is a wonderful county, and the West Midlands is a fantastic region. And those consumers are a market opportunity for this ever-growing network. But if we want to continue to grow, as we've grown for the last 60 years in Telford, we need to be in the 21st century. And when it comes to 5G, we simply are not. Businesses need to know that they can operate here. People need to know that they can work from home, that they can access an online GP appointment, and crucially, for a town impacted by flooding, especially around the famous World Heritage Site at Ironbridge Gorge, that they need to be able to have surety that when they need to contact the emergency services in a crisis, that resilience and connectivity is there. Telford has so much to offer to the government, to the private sector, to anyone who wants to live and visit and invest in our town. In return, we need a modern 5G infrastructure. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have both a national ask and a local ask of the Minister. Nationally, I would like to echo the calls of the Digital Communities APPG, chaired by the Honourable Member for North Shropshire, for an independent review of the UK's digital connectivity framework and the integrity of the data in reporting of it. It's frustrating for me and my constituents to be hit with the computer says no answer when sharing our lived experience of something that is a real problem to so many people. The Ofcom reporting tool is welcome, but I would ask that the Minister, if we can go further, so that we're not just starting with an inaccurate map and making individual residents responsible for correcting it. My local ask is this: will the Minister visit Telford with his officials and see for himself what my constituents and I are dealing with? Will he help me convene the relevant providers and lend his voice for my call that there should be better 5G connection or at least 4G connection, so that my constituents can rely upon that service to access public services and to help make our economy grow, both in Telford and for the region. And lastly, I know that digital connectivity is a priority for this government. I welcome the steps that they're taking, including through Project Gigabit, to revolutionise our infrastructure. So will he reassure me, my constituents Bill, Peter, Waz, Phil and Joanne, and the other hundreds of constituents in Telford who have contacted me, and the hundreds of thousands across this country, that they will get connected to a world-class network that provides them with access to digital services. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government's priority is clear: economic growth, reforming public services and change. And I would say to the Minister that this is a grand opportunity for me to demonstrate to my constituents that the economy mission is being met, that access to reform public services can be met, and change in every pocket of every resident in my constituency through their phone will be benefited through this measure. And I thank Madam Deputy Speaker, the House, for allowing me time to explore this issue.
Call the Minister, Kanshka Nurian. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I first and foremost thank my honourable friend, the member for Telford, for securing this adjournment debate. In his entire tenure, he has been a relentless champion for the people of Telford. On this particular question of 5G and mobile coverage, he has listened closely to those he represents in person on surveys. He has represented that voice in the media. He has represented that to my honourable friend, the Minister for the Digital Economy, in the other place. And I know that in tonight's debate, he has done that again with both an impressive speech and a depth of understanding of Telford as well. Mobile coverage is an extremely important topic, and this is reflected in the amount of interest shown across the House in any parliamentary activity on this subject. Access to high-quality, reliable and secure mobile connectivity is critical for people to effectively participate in the modern digital economy. It's essential to day-to-day life in many cases. Whether it is to run a business online, to access essential public services, to manage finances online, to contact GP surgeries or staying in touch with loved ones, all of us need reliable mobile connectivity. Government has an ambition for all populated areas to have access to higher quality standalone 5G by 2030. This, of course, includes Telford and areas right across the West Midlands. It is true that Ofcom currently reports that standalone 5G is available outside of only 1% of premises across my honourable friend's constituency in Telford. This is clearly unacceptable. I'm also conscious that the picture has slightly updated in more recent weeks, months as well, and I would, Madam Deputy Speaker, like to take the opportunity to shine some light on that too. The published coverage stats were last collected in July last year, and there's been some improvement in the picture as a consequence of that. We expect that the figure will increase significantly further still in the next report published by Ofcom as reporting catches up with network rollout. Mobile network operators are investing significantly to improve coverage, and I know that progress continues at pace. I have been assured that this is leading to coverage improvements in many areas, including Telford. The operators' significant investment plans are public. 11 billion has been committed by Vodafone 3 as a result of their merger. BT has an ambition to deliver standalone 5G to 99% of the UK population by the end of financial year 30, and Virgin Media O2, as part of their mobile transformation plan, committed 700 million of further investment into their mobile network nationwide. In preparation for this debate, officials have engaged with the operators to understand specific coverage improvement plans that they have in my honourable friend's constituency and across the West Midlands. BT have confirmed that in line with their announcement of October of last year, 99% of residents across the Telford constituency can now access standalone 5G. I will of course come to points of dissatisfaction between that claim and the wider experience of people in Telford imminently too. Vodafone 3 have confirmed the standalone 5G coverage will increase in the Telford constituency to 100% by their first reporting milestone in 2028, in line with their merger commitments. Virgin Media O2 have made strides to improve mobile coverage across the West Midlands, including boosting 4G and 5G capacity across Coventry, deploying standalone 5G small cells in Birmingham City Centre 2 in 2024. This feedback from operators starts to show the significant progress being made in rolling out standalone 5G across Telford and the West Midlands region as well. I would encourage all members of the House, if they would like to understand plans for their constituency, to contact the operators too. I am deeply sorry to hear of the difficulties that my honourable friend in Telford reports in relation to the reliability of services in the region. I recognise that in our modern economy and way of life, services need to be reliable for everyone in all parts of the country. Communications providers have legal obligations to ensure that their services are appropriately resilient, as overseen by Ofcom. And I can recommend that if customers are having continuing difficulties, as my honourable friend has mentioned, they can of course contact both their provider and, in the instance of serious and repeated failures, also report to Ofcom. At this point, can I also just raise the particular issue that my honourable friend has highlighted about the discrepancy between people's lived experience and the reported data. It's an experience familiar to me, both from my constituency and wider experience, and government recognises that there are discrepancies in cases between the lived experience of people and the level of coverage that Ofcom reports as well. Whilst the launch of our tool, the Map Your Mobile tool, in June of last year was a positive step forward, the work of our government does not stop there. We have restated in our proposed statement of strategic priorities for Ofcom the importance of continuing to improve the reporting of mobile coverage as well, for example, by building on the launch of that tool through the exploration of measured and crowdsourced data as well. Alongside that, I would also point out that the Streetwave Coverage Checker is one tool that is both available on the River 7 Partnership website, but has been funded by government funding by the 5G Innovation Regions project as well. And I'm conscious that that in particular includes my honourable friend's constituency in Telford as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, I understand my honourable friend's concerns about flooding too in his local area that I know he has brought up with the department. There are potential safety risks arising when flooding is combined with the lack of a mobile signal, and I thank my honourable friend for raising this important issue. Clearly, it must be right to raise the risk to public safety so that they can be looked into and addressed accordingly. In relation to mobile signal, I hope some of the information provided starts to give him some reassurance on what is available in the local area and plans for the future. I'm also very happy to work with him and colleagues from both DEFRA and the Environment Agency so that the matters he has raised can be investigated by the correct authorities. As I know the honourable member and my friend will be aware, satellite services can provide another new means of connecting for residents in otherwise hard-to-reach areas. I'm pleased that the rapid advance of low Earth orbit technology for satellites means that the performance of services is also increasing through that measure. As well as satellite services offering home broadband already on the market, Vodafone and O2 have both announced that direct-to-mobile device services will launch and be available to consumers this year. To help operators achieve their ambitious rollout plans, we continue to work closely together with them to identify and remove barriers to deployment where it is practical to do so. This includes implementing the remaining provisions of the Product Security and Telecommunications Infrastructure Act 2022 and launching a call for evidence to see where planning rules can be relaxed to support the deployment of mobile infrastructure. Alongside this work at a national level, we have also provided funding to both the West Midlands and Shropshire as part of our 5G Innovation Regions programme to increase the uptake of 5G services and to drive investment in networks. Now, I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we need to do more to ensure investment in high-quality mobile connectivity. That is also why we're undertaking a full mobile market review. We want to better understand the factors impacting investment in widespread high-quality mobile connectivity and what more government can do to support this over the long term. We will soon be publishing a call for evidence to support our assessment and encourage all relevant parties to engage with this process. Can I also encourage all members of the House to be champions of digital infrastructure deployment? It is only in working within their constituencies with both constituents and the local planning authority that we can together champion digital connectivity. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to repeat my thanks to my honourable friend for Telford for securing this debate on such an important topic, and to all members who have intervened and contributed to the debate today. It would, of course, be remiss of me not to end on a note of acceptance of his kind invitation. I will be very happy, either directly or through my honourable friend in the other place, to visit him and to support his hard work for the people of Telford.
Point of order, Mr. Murray?
Madam Deputy Speaker, on a point of order, can I just highlight that I didn't declare my interest as Chair of the Digital Communities APPG, which I should have done. Thank you.
Fantastic, that is now on the record. I was going to just remind the Minister he's more than welcome to come to my constituency, Sussex World, to deal with any 5G connectivity. Anyhow, the question is that this House do now adjourn. Has many that opinion say aye? Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order.